der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur ADAC RAVENOL Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben.
The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
It is a beautiful morning in the Eifel Forest and we're all set for NLS 7. It's the 6-hour race, the ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. Packed grid of cars, really competitive qualifying. And this is what a lot of the drivers live for, racing at the Nürburgring all year round, but something very, very special about the summer. It's been a long, hot summer so far, and we have actually been warned that got to watch out for any snap fires around across Europe, and particularly in the south it's blazing away. Here though, hopefully all is fine in the Eifel Forest. My name is Bruce Jones. Always enjoy a Nürburgring Langstrecken round, particularly if I have my co-com Peter Snowden alongside. So Snowy, all set. Snowy is one thing it isn't here. It's hot.
Absolutely, it is. It's we have got to watch for that to say no barbecues, please, today.
Yes, absolutely.
Anywhere on site.
No, entirely.
Cars on track or off track, for that matter.
Yeah, 6 hours, just got to stress that, because the regular race length, of course, is 4 hours, but this race traditionally a 6-hour blast, and qualifying done and dusted. And really the story there is that the pole was taken by a driver who's on his return, having fractured some vertebrae at Bathurst back January, February time. Ralf Aron, he put the Winward Racing Mercedes on pole by half a second. He's a tough nut, and that is some comeback. You know, anybody who's had a neck or back injury is going to be very wary. And I mean, what circuit will sort you out the most? The Nürburgring Nordschleife. 25 kilometres of ups and downs, lots of G-force in the car. But clearly Ralf would have done a huge amount of gym work, an enormous amount of physio, and that is accolade. Just that ability to go, I know what I was before, and I want to be that again. So astonishing performance from him, Snowy.
A testimony to also the strength of the cars these days, because that was a horrific accident at Bathurst, completely unsightly, with a Porsche that had just turned 90 degrees and blind, and Ralf came through and just hit it side on. But both cars doing their job as designed and constructed. A short flash fire, I think there was, on the Mercedes of Ralf there, but at the time, but he got out of the car himself, albeit somewhat gingerly and tenderly at the time, but he did get out of the car. But also a testimony to the fitness level of these drivers these days, that they can both walk away from that. Many years ago, that might not have had the same result.
No, and indeed, I mean, I was having this conversation last night with someone who said, is motor racing a sport? And his angle, he's a contrarian, is that they're not physically doing anything. And I said, sort of au contraire. Wow. You know, maybe Duncan Hamilton in the 1950s did the wrong sort of training. You know, but drivers now, they're under so much G-force, and they know, particularly when you're doing a longer race like a 6-hour race, particularly when it's hot, you have got to be fit. Otherwise your performance, your attention will drop away. But also the reason that Ralf, as a professional young athlete, and I say that advisedly, has recovered so well is because he's a professional young athlete. And it's like a lot of people, when they get injured, if they're sports people, they recover far faster, because their body is always, particularly if you're, let's say, a rugby player who gets lots of knocks, you bounce back because your body has been made resilient. And but it still takes an awful lot up in the upstairs, up in the head department.
Well, that's the two things of it, isn't it? Because there was a quote from one of the consultants many years ago when Emerson Fittipaldi had a big IndyCar incident, and he said at the time, given his age then, which I think he was certainly into his late 40s, mid-late 40s by that point, and he just said, had he not been as fit as he was, no way would he have recovered that. But as you say, it's also the mental side of it.
No, it really is. Can I still do it? And, you know, a lot of drivers are never quite the same after a big one. This seems to be going down a bit of a rabbit hole, but let's look forward. But it's just testament to the fact that he got himself here, and he didn't do it by just going, I'm fixed. He made sure he was fixed. So Ralf Aron, fantastic job from the Estonian driver. Car's going round to the grid at the moment, but not everybody's getting there. One of the Cup 3 Porsche, just body put back down. That's the Kronbach car, number 982. Hopefully that can be fixed, because we're very nearly going back. But I tell you what, as always with the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, we do qualifying and racing on the same day. Let's take a look back at how qualifying went. Of course, it's going to be quick fire all the time. Oh, trying to just get out on the track at the moment. Some more Cup 3 Porsches trying to find their way out. Not everybody managed to get out without damage, so a little bit of repair work for VW. And then riding on board with the 48 Losch Motorsport Porsche gave us a chance to see the conditions out on the circuit, and it was a case of looking to see who was going to be making the moves. Of course, you have a lot of drivers that come out and literally do one lap, come back in, hand over to someone else. One of the cars going very nicely was the FK Performance BMW at that point, and the number 5 Porsche always goes well. Black Falcon, they know this circuit forwards, backwards and sideways, and they were working their way up. Gabriele Piana very much making progress at the wheel of that. And again, still pushing, enjoying the perfect condition. Walkenhorst Motorsport always in the mix with their Aston Martins. Car 35 driven by Christian Cronjes and Ricardo Feller. That was going to be one of the quick drivers and combinations. The era Mercedes going better and better. That would end up in 4th place overall with Jake Hill at the wheel. And Gamotta Racing, they really have just done so well through the course of this year. New team making strides. 3rd fastest to them for David Hahn. 2nd fastest went to the house racing team Mustang, car number 64. Frank Stipler at the wheel. But the driver, as we said, who came out on top was Ralf Aron, back from a neck injury, and he took pole in his Winward Racing Mercedes, looking fabulous in its blue and gold livery. So job well done. Unfortunately for the number 1 BMW, for Dan Harper, that stopped out on the circuit, so that made sure that pole went to the number 80 Mercedes, and there it is on top. Luca Stolz, Ralf Aron, that's going to be a really strong crew. 6 hours of racing ahead. 2nd place for Kolb and Stipler in their Mustang, and 3rd, Antal Zigo, Moritz Krantz, David Jahn, and Felipe Fernandez-Laza. So Mercedes, Ford, BMW, 3 different makes in the top 3. Fantastic qualifying. 6 hours ahead for the ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, and we are all set for that. So let's see how the race will unfold ahead of us. And by the way, Era Motorsport 4th for Tilly, Christodoulou and Hill. Let's see what they can do in the race. But there we are, back in the pit lane. Fans in shorts and T-shirts. It's a warm summer day in the Eifel, and it couldn't be more different from the opening round of the championship, if you remember, where it was too cold to play. And that is very much the nature of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. You race across all the seasons, and certainly that is something that is part of the equation here. The circuit remains the same in terms of its shape, but then of course it doesn't change. It does change enormously according to whether it's sleeting, sunny, raining, cloudy. We have the lot on the Nürburgring, but right here, right now, 1st of August, and we are all set for some racing. And just a little chat before we came on air. It's 50 years on the nose since the future of this circuit was threatened, with Niki Lauda having an accident that nearly claimed him on the Nordschleife, and it's testament not just to Niki for his recovery to fight back and very nearly win that 1976 Formula 1 title, but testament to the safety that has been built into the circuit since then, with the remarkable feat of not changing the nature of the circuit. And it was probably a matter of consideration at the time, but look, here we are 50 years on, Snowy, and the circuit has never been as busy as it is now. It's never been a bigger draw than it is now. Of course, we don't have Formula 1 on the Nordschleife. Gosh, that would really be massively exciting. You and I would just go, hands up, let's do it. But here we are, look down on the grid. This might not have been a scene we've seen, but it's down to all the organising clubs and the circuit that they have made it safe. They've got all the marshals, thousands, who work here and keep the drivers safe.
Proof, if it ever were needed, that there is life outside of Formula 1.
1,000,000,000%. A bit of something in the track at the moment.
Driving out of the pit lane there. We mentioned earlier about Ralf Aron, and not just you said the testimony to him of coming back and not saying, I am going to be fit, but actually doing it. And that was something that Niki Lauda said about that accident. He was asked many years later about it, and he said, just remember, he said, I didn't break a single bone. He said, for me, it was just mental. Yeah, and that was typical of him. An extraordinary incident that he recovered from, and obviously the severe lung damage and stuff. But to him, it was absolutely pragmatic. I didn't break a bone. It was all about getting myself fit mentally. And
mind
coming
management.
back and nearly winning that championship, as you say, by losing it by 1 point because he retired from the race at the end because he deemed it wasn't safe.
It wasn't safe because his eyelids were burnt, so he couldn't blink, and rain coming in. But
a minor distraction.
But since then, in the past 5 decades, mind management in all sports has become a thing. Back then it wasn't, and that was just down to Niki Lauda being an unbelievably dedicated, focused individual. And what I can tell you, we're riding just around at the moment. His car's getting used to the circuit. Gabriele Piana, his car, the Porsche from Black Falcon, starting in 10th place. Every single one of the drivers in the top category, and almost all the others, the young drivers coming up racing in, I don't know, the M240i Cup or whatever, they will be fitter than Niki Lauda was back in the period, because it's something that's understood now that to get the best out of your car, and it's not just in terms of your physical entity, like the strength to drive it. It's the fact that that fitness brings clearer mental acuity, clearer focus, because your body isn't having to work as hard as if you were, you know, sweating the kilometers. So there's so much of an advance. Car safety, circuit safety, rescue crew safety and the equipment they have to do things, but in terms of drivers themselves, and of course with all the analysis you can do, every single line, every single throttle application, every single braking force, there is so much to learn. You can't just rock up at a weekend. Well, you can just rock up at the weekend, but don't expect to find yourself at the front of the grid.
Yeah, it's just changed fundamentally over the years, and there are so many more layers to it now. And you should look at some of the older cars back in the the 60s, 70s, possibly even into the 80s at points in, let's say, Formula One and World Sports cars, Group C cars, that kind of stuff. To compare both disciplines, a driver's weight was vital to the team, so that it didn't add much to the car, not so much as it is now about fitness and strength. It was you wanted a light driver because your car weighed less. These days it's all about being able to hang on to that car, and my racing mentor said to me many years ago, said the reason you need to be fit is very simple. So tired drivers make mistakes, and in endurance racing that's the point, and you're going to get this proven today from a 4-hour race. We've got 50% longer today, so that gives teams, it presents opportunities as well, but it presents opportunities in the sense of if you have an early error or any kind of problem, then you've got longer to recover, but equally it can work the opposite way. So all sorts of opportunities. A 50% longer race, when I say 50% than our standard NLS race, which is 4 hours.
Yeah, and some of the top crews are doing it with just 2 drivers, so they're going to get, well, let's do the maths on that one, about 3 hours each, you know. Yeah. So it depends how they sort of peel that apple.
2 hours each, one does 4 hours. Yeah.
That's right. Yes, entirely.
You can tell Matt was my strong point.
He's mad.
Yes. Get out of the car now. Oh, okay. Yes. Is it my time? Yes.
Your time is up. So yes. Pole position, just to stress that point, it's Luca Stolz and Ralf Aron. Ralf, the Estonian driver, just coming back, if you're just joining us now. Fractured vertebrae in his neck with an accident horrendous incident for him in the Bathurst 12 hours, where he came round just around the dipper. You've got no line of sight. Suddenly there's a car sideways in the track, and he was a complete passenger. But he's come back from that, and what's he do on his return? He takes pole around the Nordschleife. So that is definitely something he can put on his CV, feather in his hat, and what that will do in terms of boosting his confidence, because you can be sure he wouldn't have been as confident as normal, but he's gone out and proved it. But conditions perfect, and you think back to across the years how many times we've been sitting with the cars in our commentary box, the cars approaching the grid, thinking, will the race happen, will there not? You know, because we've got fog, we've got, and obviously you can't be racing here if you cannot see from one marshal's post to the next, so that's often an issue. Sometimes it's too cold, sometimes the snow, not in July. In fact, I tell you what, we're in August now, of course, it's the 1st of August, so we're moving through high summer. And again, the strength of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, we had 134 cars on the entry list, and just double checking how many got through qualifying setting times, 132, so more than enough to be going on. And of course the 6-hour races will gain extra drivers who are sort of seconded into the team, you know, with a regular crew. 2 become 3 sometimes become 4, and the popularity of the NLS has never been greater. And also, I say this year on year, and it has credence year on year, the simple fact, the level of preparation, the standard of the cars just continues to rise. Motor racing is this. If you stand still, you're going backwards. And, you know, it sounds like a glib little motto to put out there, but it's entirely true. It's the nature of the beast. So, beautiful warm day. The pole sitting car still working its way up the packed order. Must be some way back, going past the TCR car, but then it gets to the world of GT4s, which will be running the SP10 class. But yes, the cars at the front end, the cars from SP9, internationally They are from the GT3 category, which has just been a storm-away success. And here we are 20 years on from the foundation of GT3. The numbers just grow and grow and grow. They're now historic series. You were at Silverstone last weekend for the BRDC Classic and you went out to watch it. I was commentating on it and it seems bizarre. It was a toe in the pond. Road cars effectively upgraded to become racing cars, and it is in every continent in the world. And I was assured last weekend, there's even a group of them racing out in Guyana in South America. So, you know, but the fact is a lot of those cars will be called back because they might be needed for the historic scene here. And if you happen to have a car from about 2013 in the back of your garage thinking, what can I do with this old thing? Well, it's suddenly doubled in value over the last year. Racing around Europe, the GT3 Revival Series and other series as well. So it's great to see, because some of the cars were real favourites, like the BMW Z4, because it just made the best noise in GT3 form, because to compete in GT3 it was given a V8 engine, which we all know makes a rather lovely rumble. So it's good to see them. It's cars you haven't forgotten, but you look at the liveries, you then look at the names on them and realise that Christopher Haas drove pretty much every car. One of those names that's still written above the door as they were when they were competing, let's say, in the Nürburgring 24 Hours in 2013.
And it's great to see how those cars have evolved, because we're celebrating 20 years of GT3 this year. So obviously 2006, I was lucky enough to take part in the second year of that in 2007. And you look at the Porsche that we took part in 2007 now, and it was, you've just said, a road car turned into a race car. I wouldn't say it was a race car, it was a road car turned into a road car put on the track. It was no disrespect, but my point is how it's evolved. You look at them now, even you say that, just that little bit, so we're talking 20 years, 06 to 2026. You mentioned 2013 there with the BMWs. Even by then, so, you know, 5-6 years into it, they'd suddenly, to start with, it was just a just a bit of silencer we got on the track that the car went around. Something's dropped, silencer dropped off something, so the loudest car going by, there it is, that's where you need it on the track. But you look at those cars from 2006 to 2012, let's say 5-6 years, 2013, totally different. They're suddenly evolving into, the early cars were very much a road car with, you know, probably obviously a roll cage, all the safety stuff and whatever you'd expect, but, you know, a better gearbox, a bit of tune engine, bit of suspension, slick tyres, yes, but it was very relatable to your road car that you went and bought, particularly things like 997s and Aston were one of the first to really change that, with BMS originally ran them and prototype DBRS9s, and they were suddenly they had sculpted carbon wings and anti-dive planes and splitters and diffusers, and all of a sudden going, whoa, this isn't a road car, it's got an Aston badge each end, and good for them, and it sort of led the way, and everything else followed suit. And of course, once one team or manufacturer does it, somebody else has got to follow suit, because they're suddenly 2 seconds quicker or more.
Put it this way, the historic racing series, for cars from 2006 to 2013, there were no cars from 2006 in the field, because they'd be so far behind. And a figure I was told, and I'm not sure which circuit this was for, but the step forward in pace is gargantuan. Absolutely astonishing. And also the jump forward wouldn't be so, I think the biggest leap was towards the 10-year mark. And then after that, they've eked forward. But the beauty is that the manufacturers go through a cycle and they get to an Evo model that will pick up the pace. But if you put them side by side from 2006 to 2026, and you say it's the same formula, and likewise GT4 cars have come faster and faster and faster. But anyhow, one of the beneficiaries of this is this very series of NLS events. Because the cars, the contemporary ones are racing here, the ones that are a few years old will still have a place on the grid here. GT3, GT4, you know, across the various categories, but the sheer number of cars in the top class is also testament. So what have we got? We've got 21/22, possibly 22 cars competing in the top category. But also, as we see the pole-sitting car, Winward Racing, Mercedes team, sort of American-German team, if you will, both sides of the pond, the level of preparation of their cars is just something else. Some of the great liveries we're seeing, and this is another form of expression. We saw that massive fillip for the Nürburgring 24 Hours and 2 of the NLS races earlier in the year, with Max Verstappen taking a weekend away from racing to, well, go racing. And that's turned eyes to this. We already had our eyes on it, or wise people did, but a lot of new faces are looking at these events, and how can you not be beguiled by the sights of the
We've been telling you for years.
Yeah. Finally, you listen.
I think this is Windward Racing's first return to the Nordschleife since the 24-hour. I don't think they've taken part in any events in between. I'm sure it's their return.
Oh, you could be right. I have to look that up in my book.
But I wasn't testing it there, by the way.
No.
It's an observation.
It's a need to know. That could well be the case. But, you know, that is the thing. You know, some of the teams are very busy globally, so they can't afford to do all these races if they're competing in a championship that doesn't have many rounds. You know, Windward would be competing in the GT World Challenge America. They're competing in Europe. And actually, if you are a top work-supported driver, I'm thinking of someone like a Maro Engel, you could be anywhere on the planet at any time. The air miles they must be clocking up, just truly extraordinary. Now, we shouldn't just talk about the very top class. We ought to talk about other classes too. And of course, SP9, the top class, that's the GT3 cars. You've got the Pro Crews. We've got Pro-Am. And best of those is well ranked. It's in third place overall, but of course it's not one of those championships where the AM driver has to set the time, so that's probably set by one of the pro part of a Pro-Am equation. And you've got SP9 AM as well, but then after that you've got special class AT1, which has always been an interesting class. It would be a GT3 car but running with alternative fuels, so alternative technology. The next class, and we've got quite a few of those, and again a lot of manufacturers really do use the races on the Nürburgring Nordschleife as a test bed for their technology, and why not? The manufacturers use the circuit as a test bed for their road cars and held in enormous esteem. But the next category down will be Cup 2, and in fact, because I said the top class is so well supported, the top Cup 2 class car is a little further back than normal, back in 25th position overall, and time in that one, just double checking Cup 2, it was car number 902. It was Renhofer who set the time. That's always a really competitive class, but in fact every class on the Nordschleife gets so well supported. And just seeing who Raphael Renhofer's racing with Ryan Harrison from the United States and Leon Vassateurer. So if it's the first time you're watching or listening to us on Radio Show Limited for NLS, we have an incredible moving cast of drivers. A lot of drivers are competing other places around the planet, but a lot of people come here because they've got an eye in doing a whole season in this next year, maybe trying to see if they can compete in the Nürburgring 24 hours. But it's just the draw of this event, and for a long time there used to be quite a lot of Japanese drivers coming because they love endurance racing, and particularly on the great circuits. But now it's global. You look down the entry list that goes on and on and on. As I said, we had initial list had 134 crews on it. Let's say the average crew is 3 drivers. Do the maths on that one. Let's call it 400 drivers between us as friends. So you get a lot of people, and you get a lot of people who drop in just for one race to give it a go, but you have to earn your license as well, Snowy. That's one thing, to be able to step up to the top categories in this.
Yeah, so you have to get what they call the ring permit from ADAC, and doesn't matter who you are in the world or what you've done and what you've experienced. We've covered that enough earlier in the year, but you are required to do 2 one-hour races are in a lower category car, so a Cup 2, a BMW or whatever it may be, GT4 Cayman, something like that, and it has to be 2 separate races. Yep. Two where you've got to complete. So basically, you've got to show that no matter where you've come from or who you think you might be, or indeed what your racing record is, you have to still go and do the Nordschleife and do it to their rules. So that's where, when we have the double-header one coming up, rounds 8 and 9, so 2 4-hour races, then that's where you can. It's a great opportunity for drivers to get their ring permit on the one weekend. 2 races, job done.
But the point about that, it's not that they don't trust you with one of the front-running cars, but it's important to understand what it is to be in a car of middling performance, because the quicker cars will come past. Then if you're aiming to race in SP9, you'll understand what it is to be in a car that is being approached, where to put your car, and also in the middle of the field, you'll be doing overtaking from the slower cars, being passed by the faster cars. It's all part of the equation.
I think
it's such a sensible rule.
the insight I was given a couple of years ago when the then BMW Junior team, you mentioned Dan Harper, Neil Verhagen, and Max Hess in that car, they were asked to do a lower class BMW.
Can I just pause that thought? Yep. Just seeing something on the tail of one of the competitive cars there, and it said, "Thanks, Simon." And this is in memory of Simon Clark, technical manager of Yokohama, who sadly died in a motorbike accident in the middle of July. So Simon would have been at the Nürburgring Nordschleife a lot. Schubert Motorsport, it's their BMWs. Jens Klingmann, Ugo de Wilde and Tim Tramnitz. And one of those really, really sad things, but lovely to see a tribute to Simon there. Sorry, I did interrupt you, but just as the car was shown, I felt it was a moment to pick up on that.
Yeah, sad loss to anybody, and nice to see that it's been honoured and respected on the back of the... Was it BMW, wasn't it? I think
yeah, it was a bit number 77 BMW in mysteriously with the Yokohama livery, so who'd have been involved with that car.
The point I was going to just make about the BMW Junior team category guys, and you said about getting the ring permit, and it's not about trusting, it's about being involved in the way the Nordschleife is run, the ADAC run it, was that the BMW Junior team were requested by BMW, because they're works drivers, to drive, I've forgotten what it was, I think it was a new M2 at the time, and I naturally posed the question of, you're normally driving an M4 SP9 GT3 car, you're suddenly in a lower category car, that must be it's odd for you, whatever, and must be discomforting. And they went, no, actually quite the opposite. A, we're paid professional drivers by a manufacturer, so we go and do that, tick, that's not a problem. But what was fascinating was, which I thought was a great insight into drivers' mind, was all three of them, or two of them said, it gave them a greater understanding of the race, being in a different category car, not at the front, of understanding not only how to let GT3 traffic through, but Dan Harper was basically saying he was watching and observing of how does a GT3 car behave, different parts of the circuit from a different perspective. It gave him a bit more time to watch that when he went back into that car again, how he would treat a different class category car. It was, and I just thought, fabulous. Turn it into a positive. Yeah. Look at it and go, right, there's more information. I say this quite often, don't I, about whether we have a slow zone or we don't have safety cars in this series, but cars going around at different times, different paces, and we have lots of data, whether it be weather changes, whatever the track conditions may be, slow zones, different parts of the track. They're always gathering data. It's always information that the team will then feed back to that driver in the car. Right, we've done this, we've looked at the file in 2000 whatever, 3 years ago, 4 races ago, whatever it may be, 2 races ahead sometimes, because some teams are that advanced. They'll say, this is what's going to happen, this is what you're going to do, and this is what you need to do, and they'll change a map setting or a diff setting or something, because they've got the information. The driver won't necessarily know that.
No, I mean, there are so many elements within a team, but it's the ability to process them. So what's happening now? The green flag is being waved, and our field is setting off around on a formation lap. Of course, this is a formation lap with a difference, because good grief, they've gone more than 17.5 minutes before the start of the race.
Formation drive.
Why have they done that? Because a drive in the country focuses the mind. No, of course, they're getting a sighter of the circuit. And you think back to, what should we call, days of inclement weather, when classically, particularly in spring and autumn, what weather you have on the start-finish straight here at the Nürburgring may not be what it's like even to Hatzberg, let alone to Metzgersfeld and all the points out at the furthest thing, because we know full well this is a circuit that can be dry in one quarter and very, very wet with the other. So it really is a sighting lap as much as a warm-up lap. A formation lap, of course, is the name. But anyhow, it doesn't matter, wet or dry, it's a chance for the drivers to get a feel for the conditions. What we can tell you is the conditions are absolutely fabulous. It's a warm summer's day, not as hot, thank goodness, as it has been in the previous month or so. And I think back to when the 24 hours of Spa kicked off, I looked across and the thermometer on the new tower at the Yehuda Tower said 39 degrees. Multiply that by a certain factor for in-cockpit temperature. No wonder the drivers didn't want to do more than one stint at a time until we got to nightfall and conditions cooled down a little bit. So it's been hot. And again, if you're out around the circuit listening to us, or don't think about a barbecue, just have a cold sandwich, because we don't want any little flash fires, because of course the place, all of Europe, is like a tinderbox at the moment. It will recover in time, certainly in Northern Europe, once the rain comes back, but I believe that's going to be October or sometime like that. But right now, it's hot and dry. And actually, I tell you what, looking last weekend, I was at Silverstone, the grass, it was exactly the same colour as it is here on the start-finish straight, looking at the second group of cars going away. You felt as though you were looking at a race in Tunisia. Le Mans looked like exactly the same a few weeks ago, and the difference between when the 24 Hours of Le Mans was and 3 weeks later the Le Mans Classic, it was like a different circuit. Whole place had crisped up.
Well, I know you were in the ivory tower of your air-conditioned commentary box at Silverstone last weekend. I jest. I'm going to move my chair away before I get punched for that one. I can assure you, driving an historic car around Silverstone last weekend, you forget, you mentioned about physicality. It's not about G-forces and slicks, quite the opposite, obviously, because it's historic cars on cross-ply tyres and stuff. But you forget how physical they are to drive. And I'd literally done 2 or 3 laps in testing on the Thursday, and just thought, crikey, I've forgotten how physical these things are to literally drive. But great fun.
I could just say you're getting old, but I won't.
Well, there is.
Luckily. So
Look,
say that.
Getting would be kind. Most people think I've got old.
Right, possible problem here. Black Falcon team EAE, and Gabriele Piana's just brought the car back into the pits. That's car number 5. So that probably means that I guess they'll probably be able to start at the tail of the first group, but from pit exit. So people rather being scattered there as they're walking back into the pit area. But that's brought in, and that's a car that qualified. Let's just look down the list in 10th place. So it wasn't the world's best qualifying for them, but they're in the upper half of the SP9 class. So work going on, and that looks as though it's the number 88 Porsche, which is the up to race entry. Yeah, it is, as we pan away. Tim Heinen will be driving that. But
now that had an incident in qualifying.
Okay, with Alexei.
Yeah, no further action was required, but they did.
Okay, so we're hearing news fresh from the pits that is a non-starter. Not surprised. I mean, but with a 6-hour race, if I was them, I'd get it out later in the race. But maybe, you know, I cannot see from a quick visit what the extent of the damage is. But you know, we like to see cars, whether they're challenging or just getting out and enjoying the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But again, that's the peril, and particularly, I guess, with the format of having.
Yeah, it had 88 had a collision with the M240i 667.
Okay. But we'd like to see them get out, because you know the whole point is to come here and compete on the Nordschleife and to drive it. So yes, it was exactly so. 88, as I see, yes, and no further action against the car with which it clashed. So anyhow, the third batch of cars now starting to take off on their formation lap. The race is due to start in just over 12 minutes, and it's 6 hours today. This is the 7th round of the championship, but we lost the first one, and in fact, the NLS 1 and 4 did not get on the scoreboards, but it's been a really interesting season so far. I'll just go through the winners. BMW in the opening round, that was Rover BMW, Dan Harper, Jordan Pepper. Second race that happened was NLS 3, and that was Schubert Motorsport, which was Philipp Eng, Robin Freitz, and Marco Wittmann. The next race was NLS 5, Shearer, Audi, Christopher Haase, Ben Green and Alexander Sims. And the fourth race that we completed, that was Schnabel Engineering with their Porsche, Sven Muller and Nico Menzel. So 2 to BMW, 1 to Audi, 1 to Porsche. What's on pole today? A Mercedes. Maybe they can buck the trend and put their hat into the ring. But conditions, perfect. For the drivers, on the hot side, but not as hot as it could have been. And again, sighters, but dry. Well, no surprise, there's been no rain for a good month or so, so it would be a little untoward. We had a sprinkle of rain in England the other day, it lasted about 12 seconds, and I guess it's been much the same across. Some rain further south, but it's a beautiful day. So here we are, the 1st of August. NLS 7 is almost upon us. 6 hours of racing, and a really cracking grid of cars. 132 cars coming out to play. And just running down the makes at the top, it's Mercedes from Ford, BMW from Mercedes, best of the Porsches in 5th, Aston Martin in 6th, another Mercedes, another BMW, and 2 Porsches to complete the top 10 positions. So, you know, huge array of different manufacturers, a huge array of drivers, and a huge spread of nationalities as well. Year on year, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series gets more and more cosmopolitan. The televising of it is a massive draw. The reputation is growing all the time. And the clamour to compete is why we have a full grid of cars ahead of us for this, the seventh round of the championship. 6 hours ahead.
Einmal im Rennwagen über die Nordschleife. Ein Traum vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid, der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenau ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell, benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Steilkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen, der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Die Legenden der Nürburgring Nordschleife sind unterwegs. Und zwar direkt zu dir nach Hause. Dank CK Model Cars sicherst du dir deine exklusive Erinnerung an den Besuch an der Rennstrecke. Unzählige Modelle findest du auf ckmodelcars.de oder im Shop direkt in Adenau.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans.
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Fields in dry, hot but not piping hot weather conditions. Again, it is perfection to my eye. The circuit, 172 corners, 25 plus kilometres. You have a little section on the Grand Prix loop. That's the place to get your overtaking in. But don't worry, it can still happen around the Nordschleife. It's just a much harder element to come around, to conquer. And of course, at the end of the lap, you have that wonderful long run along the Dottinger Höhe, the straight that goes on and on, literally just over the barriers and hedge. You've got a public road. But so if ever you're treated to a helicopter shot, you have, you know, Wilhelm with his caravan, and then the other side you've got 5 or 6 manufacturers going down the straight, trying to get the slipstream. And the drivers know, they know where they're likely to get an overtaking manoeuvre. Let's throw one more element into it. Traffic. Very, you know, not far into this race, because the grids are released, there are 3 grids. The third grid, which has the slowest cars, will be starting minutes behind this lot. So they will catch the tail of that after 3 laps normally. And then, your point, if you're in one of the lower class cars, one of the slower cars, and you think, oh, here comes a GT3 car running in the top class in SP9. No, not one, about 20, nose to tail, bam, 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 bam. So we'll get to that, and that is a moment where, of course, you tune around the turn, a driver in front of you might inadvertently be blocked, and then that is your opportunity. So anywhere on the circuit, after the 3rd lap, there can be overtaking. There are opportunities. If you only had cars in the top class, it would take a lot longer, of course, for the front runners to get to the tail. Also, if you only had the one class, you wouldn't have that massive speed differential. But we're all set. We are all set for 6 hours of racing. And to me, it's the perfect advertisement for motor racing. It's got the club driver, it's got the intermediate driver, and it's got the pros. It's also on the best circuit in the world. So our field of cars comes around through Schwalbenschwanz onto the Dottinger Höhe, the straight that just goes straight as an arrow until it stops going straight as an arrow and kinks to the left just before the end. But for people watching, maybe for the first time, an event on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it is a circuit draped across the terrain, beautiful rolling hills and forests, the Eifel forests in southwestern Germany. Conditions are perfect.
And just bear in mind that Dottinger Höhe, the kink you've just talked about there, in the top category high-speed cars, the SP9s, the GT3s, they're taking that at 270 kilometres. That's 170 miles an hour in old money through there, chasing one another, often trying to get a draft off them, i.e. sit so close they can steal the air off the car in front so they get an advantage. Yes, they are that mad and loopy to do that at that speed whilst negotiating other cars. One of the best bits they get is the first, because we've got 3 batches, we'll see our first one's about to start the race. That first batch gets about a lap and a half free, if you're lucky, of racing with your peers. The rest of this is then in with the other traffic. So you can be chasing somebody and going through and trying to get a side draft, and then there's a slower car in front. You've got every right to be there. So you've got to work your way around that as well. And then it just for fun, it drops down as well, and then goes up into Hurricane and Tiergarten, where all of a sudden it's just a roller coaster uphill. And just to concentrate you going onto the pit straight, there's a barrier on the left-hand side that you need to just kind of kiss. You want to just brush it.
Yeah, that is the enemy. It's almost like stinging the tail. Yeah. Fast, 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 quite fast, slightly slower. Oh my God.
Focus.
Really tight corner.
And breathe.
Onto the start-finish straight. So right now, the kink and the Dottinger Höhe, the leading cars behind safety car, just leading them around. Of course, the safety car will peel off into the pits, and then the drivers will come in 2x2 formation down the start-finish straight, waiting for the lights on the gantry to turn from red to green, and then boom, we're off racing. And the good news is there's plenty of space at the first corner, but is there ever enough for a field of ambitious drivers? I will leave that one out there for now. But let's just go down the grid. At the moment, we've got in the order, and Mercedes on pole for Winwood Racing. Hout Racing Team with their ever faster Ford Mustang second on the grid. Motor Racing just firing their way up the order. Their BMW is third on the grid, and Era Motorsport with their Mercedes in fourth place. Mercedes haven't taken the victory in the NLS this year. We have 6 hours on the clock, still 6 hours. It waits until those lights are flicked from red to green. The first corner, of course, turns them to the right. They go around the Mercedes arena, double back, and then not far after that, they peel right and do a little cut through, go to the end of the Grand Prix loop, and then bam, they're off into the country over the Sabine Schmitz Bridge. Right, 2x2 cars as far as the eye can see, 4 lights, and they're all the same colour, they're all red. When they go green, there's going to be an absolute cacophony as this field blasts off. They look as though they're absolutely line astern. Some cars, some very ambitious starts from about 10th, 12th place on the grid, but our pole sitter, Winwood Mercedes, in the lead from second. The Ford Mustang moves across the Hout Racing team. Person trying to make the move is Era Motorsport, trying to go around the outside, runs a little wide but hauls it back in. That's a good thing, because we go right, we go left, in behind. Well, I just may take my hat that I'm not wearing off to them, because that was very, very tidy for the first group of cars. And the main change was Era Motorsport gaining a place.
Yeah, in that.
Getting up from
car.
fourth to third. This is key, as I said. You want to get your overtaking done before you move on to the Nordschleife. For the Schubert Motorsport BMW running around the outside. That's the one with tribute to Simon Clark on the boot lid. It's being hung out to dry a bit, but I would suggest that's gained at least a couple of positions. But a neat, tidy start from the number 80 Mercedes. From pole position, it was put there by Ralf Aron, and that is very much on the charge. Riding on board with Dylan Pereira, perennial Porsche racer. He's with the 48 Losch Motorsport team. And at this point in the race, if you're just watching for the first time, you go, oh, they're racing on the Grand Prix circuit. Yes, they are, but not for long and not for all of it, because they've got far more exciting places to go and play, and that comes up soon. They go into the compression, up the rise to the chicane. First 2 cars making a bit of a break out of the chicane. Instead of looping round behind the pits, they turn left. Why not? Go left once, go left twice. That's the Sabine Schmitz curve. Very, very narrow there. And then a face full of forest, because suddenly they dive down to the left and start turning to the right. Then the hats and backs are upon them. But the opening shots, sensational, low-mounted camera angle on the bridge, having the car just flashing past. But then, of course, it's line astern. One of the runners in the second group has dived straight into the pits. I don't know which one that is as yet. Those are from Cup 3 class. That's the Porsche 7118 Caymans. Second start, can they be as exemplary as the first of the 3 groups of cars? The answer is yes, I think they can. Is it going to be first and second on their grid order, going first and second into the first corner? No, because someone from third, fourth position has, well, momentarily shifted into the lead, didn't get the braking done, drops back to third. Actually, tell you what, very ambitious, muscling away and trying to get up into second place. But second group of cars is led by the Cup 2 crews, as you'd expect. 971, Franz Lindenani, Hofmeister, Eric Brown. Their car is at the front of that pack.
It was the Schmick Motorsport 960 Porsche that pitted from that second group.
No, well done.
So we'll keep an eye on why that is and what that's come in for. Obviously, won't be any different change of choice of tyre, because nothing's changed particularly there. So there's something not right on that car at the start.
Super frustrating, isn't it? You go through the preamble, you qualify well, you're ready for your race, and then you don't get released. But it's a 6-hour race, so there is more chance. In a 4-hour race, it'll be much harder to make it back up. So the order at the front, by the way, is Luca Stolz in the pole starting car. He shared with Ralf Aron. Ralf set the qualifying time. Frank Stipper in the Mustang in second place, the Hout Racing team. Adam Christodoulou for Era Motorsport. Demoted Moritz Krantz, whose Motor Racing BMW had started third. He's down to fourth. Dylan Pereira up to fifth for the 48 Losch Motorsport Porsche crew. And Christian Cronjes, Aston Martin, into sixth place. So he started sixth and has remained sixth.
Just watching, keeping an eye very quickly on the Schmickler car. I just mentioned the 960 number. That has proceeded towards the end of the pit lane, but I'm just debating, is it coming out? Yes, it looks like it's rejoining. It is rejoining. So whatever the malady was there, it's got out. Most importantly, it's just got out into its group still. It is clear air, but just ahead of the third starting group.
Yeah, that's a certain element of pressure that would have been upon the pit crew. Have you done everything? Well, I've done as much as we can, but it's more important to get you back on the track. You will be quicker than the cars in the third starting group. I mean, the very nature of your car is a higher performance car, but that was absolutely crucial. As long as it actually exited the pit lane.
No, it did.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure if it had driven to the end, and in fact, even in the third group, another driver has just dived into the pits, but looking on board with them. It's always interesting to get an onboard as you go down to the first corners, just to see this lot. Actually, I tell you what, the first two groups are trying 3 or 4 abreast. It's a little less ambitious down in the third group. They're largely 2x2, which certainly gives you a helping hand, gives you more option on your line as you double back to the right and then turn to the left. And of course, the corner where they always bunch is this, the one right now, the third corner of the Mercedes complex. It really tightens up, and the trouble is with that corner, it's tight left. It then goes to a slightly more open right, but it's very short distance between the two. And if you're out of position for one, you know what? You're out of positions for the other one as well.
We often describe parts of circuits as being technical as opposed to fast and flowing. It's pretty obvious, but the technical bit is exactly that. You have to think about it. You spend more time in a technical area of the circuit, therefore it is more pertinent that you get it accurate and smooth and precise, because others may not. So you get this suddenly tiny sort of left, right chicane or whatever it may be, and it looks like a tiny bit. But you spend so much time doing that, you have to be precise, because it relates to the clock as well, fundamentally to your lap time. And
they're sort of the least favourite corners. You know, drivers go into racing to go around fast corners quickly, don't they? That's the thing. But you know, your ability to brake, be accurate on your braking and get your car balanced is something, you know, some lead foot is not to learn for a while, but it is such a technique. You might think it's the less interesting part of racing, but it certainly pays dividends.
I love this new camera shot I've not seen before, which is on the Sabine-Smich curve, which is the hairpin left back onto the Hatzenbach, which I mentioned. It denotes the difference between the end of the Grand Prix circuit onto the Nordschleife, but I've never seen a camera mounted on that. I hope it stays there for the race, because looking where it is and how close some people get, it's looking back as the cars come through. And some of them are getting perilously close to wanting to be re-liveried or maybe thickness of a respray as they go by. Camera, I'm not sure that camera's going to survive 6 hours, but let's see.
Well, it's not the widest of bridges to go across anyhow, because between Sabine Schmitz 1, the first, the left-handers, and Sabine Schmitz 2, we'll go with a number sequence there. If you put your car sideways there, and we have seen it before, it leaves very little space. It's such a tricky corner, very easy to be over-ambitious in there, and the consequences can be quite testing.
Well, we've seen an incident, haven't we, where a slower car has perhaps taken that a tad slower than the quicker car behind anticipated. Misjudgment on both or one, either part, no blame being appropriated, but the car behind just tags it and turns it round. The problem is then it's askew the track, often 45, 90 degrees, but because it's so narrow, there's no room, and the steering lock on a racing car is minimal. You haven't got room to power flick it round. You can't do it on the steering lock, and you can't reverse across the track, because if you're on the left-hand side, you need to leave behind the car clear so traffic can go through, where that camera was talking about. So then it's down to the marshalling of somehow they've got to find a gap there and let you do a 15-point turn, which doesn't happen very often when you've got 160, 130 odd cars on the track. No. So it can be quite difficult. So
excruciating.
You don't want to be turned around at that point. No, but especially if it's not your own fault.
Yes, exactly. If someone is giving you that really not helping hand. Right, well, the order at the end of the opening lap seems to be staying relatively stable. With the Schubert Motorsport BMWs making progress, that we've seen. Top 10 getting very close to the kink as they run along the Dottinghoe, and the first two cars. Will it still be Luca Stolz leading in the pole starting Winwood Racing Mercedes when they get onto the start-finish straight? He was certainly in front along the straight. 7th, 8th, 9th, nose to tail. Of the opening lap, and it's Luca Stolz from Frank Stippler, as they were when they got into the first corner. It's Mercedes from Ford, another Mercedes, Adam Christodoulou, third for Era Motorsport. He's only 2 seconds down, so it's still tight. He's got 2.5 seconds or thereabouts over Moritz Krantz in the Komodo Racing BMW. But the big battling is a little further down the field. And the car to watch for is car number 1, the FK Performance Motorsport BMW. Dan Harper, that was a car that had problem in qualifying, and that is moving up the order very nicely indeed. Dan Harper 9th at the end of the opening lap, and he's only just under 10 seconds down the race leader, so that's still in the mix if he can keep picking off. The Ulsterman certainly knows this circuit incredibly well from his days in the BMW Junior team, and now obviously on the works book, so he's placed with various teams. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. And Dylan Pereira is having a lot of fun on the circuit, but he's at the sharp end of the field. He's in 8th place. He's all over the tail of Nico Menzel's car, and he's now on the tail of Christian Cronje's car.
I was going to say Nico Menzel's driven around the pair of them.
Yeah, Menzel's gone up into what would be 6th place overall.
Yes.
But again, at this point, they're on the Grand Prix part of the circuit. They're going to the quick right-hander in the compression behind the paddock and then rise up the hill to the chicane. And by the time they've turned in and out of the chicane, they're literally about to enter. Just get the car vaguely balanced. Then you've got to turn double right. That's the Sabine-Smith's curve. You go across to the right-hand side of the circuit to the driver's point. You take the widest line in as possible. And then bump forward. Well, on the second lap, at least the first 10 cars have left that camera alone at the end of the bridge at Sabine Smith's curve. Oh, Christian Cronjes, Aston Martin, very much under pressure from Dylan Pereira. But to me, beautiful summer's day, stunning cars, being driven hard by drivers in the front end of the field who know the circuit really well. And you know what? That's always being cheeky to those at the back. Because some of the drivers with the greatest number of NLS appearances are people in some of the lower performance cars who've been doing it for a long time. I'm thinking of drivers who've landed titles before. Daniel Zils, Christopher Brink in there. You know, they've gathered championship. Actually, this is a point before the front runners get to the tail of the third batch of cars to explain about the championship. You score, you win your class. There is not a fixed number of points. It's not like you win your class in this event. You might come home in 40th, but you're still fastest top in your class. You don't get 10 points for that. You get the number of points related to how many cars started in your group. So if your class is really well supported, then you're going to get a whole treasure trove of points. If there are only 3 cars in your class, you're not. At the end of the season, the driver, doesn't matter what category, well, it is according to their category, you will be champion if your class had the oh, that's interesting. We had one of the Audis towards the tail of the GT3 field going for rotation at turn 3 on the opening lap of the race. That was just out of camera shot at the first time of asking. And another, it would be ironic because the next car in line was an Audi and it did very, very well indeed. That's at turn 3, you're sort of exiting the Mercedes arena. We talked about it, it's the left-hand corner that tightens and then suddenly you're turning right into turn 4, but didn't get that far before the spin. But the good news is the rest of that first batch of cars got away, got past, didn't clatter into it. But again, 6 hours of racing, you could be, what are you talking, 500 metres into the race and you could have someone just taking you out. But that was good news, it was all avoided. Just trying to work out which it was. Might be car number 6, because that has tumbled down the order. Yeah, down in 24th position. That pretty much tallied bottom end of the SP9 class. And driver on board is Alexander Croker. Didn't see if he was pushed. I think he just lost it on his own.
So we've got our first code 60, which is at Hatzenbach, and that's for a slow-moving. It's still 878. That's just updated. That's just been taken away. The moment I said it, it's been taken away from me. There you go.
The magic wand.
The left hand giveth and the right hand taketh.
And again, the race officials have to be really on their toes because a lot of the corners don't have a good line of sight. That's part of the mix of this circuit. So drivers have to be hyper aware, not just that there's a corner coming. They've got to double check if there are no marshals waving a yellow flag to suggest something they can't see is something they will need to see.
I think that's going to develop. I tell you, it is a slow-moving BMW M2 from SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. Car number 878, which has moved on from Hatzenbach. The reason it's been taken away from me is because it's moved further round. It is the flag procedure is following around, and 878, that BMW M2 has now stopped between Hatzenbach and Flugplatz. So that may well be our first code 60. It's covered by a yellow at the moment, a yellow flag. There's a green by the time we get to post number 79 at Flugplatz. Immediately, but just before it is stationary there. So okay. Indeed, it's become a code 120 at the moment, as the name would suggest, 120 kilometres, and they're really, really strict. They're just tying this into the ring permit. This is the one thing that you have to learn here. We don't have safety cars. It doesn't happen. Even in the 24-hour race, it doesn't happen at this event. What we do have is we have code 120s, more prominently is code 60s, which is a pink flag displayed 60k. It obviously goes from a yellow. They try and put it into a code 120 to bring you into it. But if there's a code 60, it is because there's a slow-moving car, which means marshals and officials have to attend to that car. If it's broken down, it needs towing in. So they deploy an intervention vehicle that will hook that up to that car. But we've seen and we know the narrowness of the circuit. There's not a lot of room to have intervention cars on here. So we slow that zone, that sector down. We, say officials do, we talk about it. but that's what we do. That's a collective we there. But what they do is they get that car to safety behind a barrier, the gap in the barrier, or if we can get back to the pits, if we can do, that'll be absolutely fine. But obviously everybody has to go through that zone at exactly that pace, which is 60k. And this is where we get penalties to look out for, because drivers may not see it at the right time, go into it a bit quicker, and they are draconian. Rightly so, because it's safety, because there's marshals on the track attending to this. That's just seeing a replay. That was Nico Menzel, wasn't it, going around the outside?
It's a very, very long way around the outside from 2. If you're on the outside at turn 2, you're not likely to get across to the inside in turn 3.
Yeah, but it's Nico Menzel.
It's Nico Menzel, so he hung it out all the way around the outside of turn 3. And Christian Croners and his Aston Martin had to go, okay, you've gone around the outside.
Because he's a real slouch as well, isn't he? Not.
Hates them. just for some reason, just keeps rocking up here and doing very, very well indeed. And yeah, long-time Aston Martin racer, Christian Croners, the Norwegian. But, you know, he's one of those ones who points out, I have to go now because I've got a day job. And in fact, racing on a Saturday means he can get home in time for, you know, getting his collar and tie ready for Monday morning up in Norway. But again, right around the circuit, the corners, you know, people know the carousel, that uphill banked entry into the bank corner, that left-hander that just tightens and tightens. You drop down onto the inside of the corner and it gets very rough indeed, and then you're spat out into another part of the track, and the classic corners keep coming. But a lot of the corners that don't really have names are still classic corners. It's just that, you know, it's like trying to name a dog. It's really hard. You couldn't, trying to think of one name is fine. 172 names, not really working, is it? Trying to get everyone to agree.
More importantly, getting one that the dog responds to.
Yes. Yeah. Sit, wait, stay. Oh, never mind. Yes. Right, Luca Stolz.
Caught it fetch and it never came back.
Luca Stolz leading after one lap, but a car very much on the move is the number 77 BMW, though, with the Yokohama livery that's pressing on very, very nicely. It's started by Tim Tramnitz, Ugo de Wilde, Jens Klingman will be getting on board at some point later in the race. And at the moment, 2 laps in, and our race leader Luca Stolz, still ahead of Frank Stippler, He's gained 1.6 seconds on that lap. Now, just put that in perspective. You might go, that's an enormous gain. No, it's a 25-kilometre lap. So let's say we just divide it by 5. He's effectively gained 0.3 of a second on a standard length circuit around a lap. So Adam Christodoulou running 3rd overall, leading the SP9 Pro-Am class. And that's for ERA Motorsport with their Mercedes, Gamotta, with Krantz being monster at the moment because they're in 5th with their Gamotta Racing BMW. The Schubert car I've just been talking about, the one that's making ground, Tim Tramnitz, who's right on his tail in his black and red Yokohama liveried BMW, and tucked under his tail is Dylan Pereira. Dylan's carrying one of the many onboard cameras. This is forward facing, but rather fittingly, Maurice Krantz's one is rearward facing on the Gamotta Racing BMW. That's why we're seeing this battle so beautifully, because he's at the front of it. Already started getting involved in lapping. The front-running cars now just starting to catch the tail end of the slowest of the 3 groups of cars. And again, as Peter explained, it's how the front-runners go through that really, really counts. In fact, luckily for them, the fairly standard-looking production class BMW they passed was on its own. May have had its own problem, but they'll have others they'll reach where they won't be one at a time. They'll be in packs, and that's certainly going to make things tricky for the drivers. But it's part of the equation here, very much indeed. 2.3 seconds, the gap between first and second. 0.7 of a second further back to Adam Christodoulou. So he is actually closer to the second place Mustang than that Mustang in the hands of Frank Stippler is to our race leader, Luca Stolz.
And I think the 878 Schmickler BMW has been put behind the barrier because it is still stationary according to my GPS tracker. Just before fluid patch there, but we've got no infringements on track, no flags, no anything. So I think it has been taken to safety. So it's out of the way by a little bit, sadly.
Okay, well done for spotting that. So many cars to look at, so many to consider. I'm just going to run down the classes. We've got 2 laps on the board, and at the moment, obviously, it's SP9 class cars in the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot of positions, actually down to 14th place. We've got an alternative technology car, Dominic Fugel at the wheel of his Audi LMS. Best of Cup 2, always competitive class. It's still Raphael Renhofer. He's leading that class by about a second. And car 900 is now second in the Cup 2 class. And again, these are for 997 GT3 Cup class cars, and always popular, very, very quick in a straight line. And they just seem pretty much tailor-made for the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So Alexander Hart, the Black Falcon team, is second in that class. In Cup 3, let's just scroll on down. So the top Cup 2 class car is in 25th position. And the top Cup 3 class car, go a little further down, and it's Arnie Hofmeister, car number 971. He's made a little bit of a break and got another car from a different class in between, but 971 is leading the Cup 3 class at the moment. Arnie Hofmeister showing with Eric Brown. Beautiful aquamarine livery that goes towards dark blue at the tail, but he's got company aplenty, I think we could say, tucked in behind him, but for the moment out front in Cup 3. 6 hours of racing, most teams using 3 drivers, so the others have to bide their time in the pit lane, look, listen and learn. But a lot of the races that they're looking at here on the Nordschleife, it's just simply understanding that the weather could have changed by the time it gets to your turn. But right, let's also go down who's second and third in the Cup 3 class, because that's looking very competitive. 962 is second overall. W&S Motorsport, Lawrence Stegman at the wheel at the moment. He's sharing with Moritz Oberheim. They're volunteering to have 3 hours of racing each, because there are 2 of them in that lineup. Like quite a few of the top end crews. Third in Cup 3, right on the tail of Stegman is actually a little bit further back. It's car number 959, and that's Calvin de Groot from the Netherlands, showing with Heiko Eichenberg. That's SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. So those are the top sort of high-performing classes. Actually, tell you what, I've been a little naughty there. I've skipped past SP10 category, which is effectively for cars running to GT4 specification. And in that, it's being led. He double checks his screen again, because I had it, I looked up and I've lost it again. SP10, I tell you what, I scrolled down by mistake. It's Jörg Wiebart, car number 176, leading that class. Jörg racing for Pro Sport Racing. It's a Mercedes GT4 class car, and he's showing that with Yannick Himmels and Anton Abe. So they're waiting in the pits for their time in the race. And for at least one of those drivers, he's probably got about 3 hours until his turn, or 2.5 hours until his turn will come around. No, 3.5 hours. We've still got 5.5 hours remaining in the race if they do the 2x2x2 format. This is the point in the race for a lot of the drivers in the front end cars. This is the first time they come across the cars, and each car they overtake, the next one they get to will be slightly faster, because they're working their way through the third group of starters with the lowest performance cars. Then in a while they get to the second group of cars, and they have to work their way through that, and work their way through it they will. But again, it's a chance for every time you're out racing there'll be someone you haven't raced against here. Well, that's no surprise, is it? 132 starters, but again, we'll go back to the ring license. We'll refer to the ring license. It gives people experience that is just so vital in making this work. Number 18 Mercedes, Winwood Racing, Luca Stolz at the wheel, his teammate Ralf Aron on his return from fracturing neck vertebrae out at Bathurst in spring. He put it on pole, but Luca just roaring through the field. He's now started to pick his way past, I think actually he's just passed the Cup 3 class leader. That's how much progress he's made, because Cup 3, they led off the second group of cars. So effectively, Snowy, he's overtaken the third batch of cars, the second batch, unless my sighting wasn't as good as I thought it was, but he certainly went past a Cayman of some shape. But it's worth pointing out they race in various classes, of course, the Cayman.
So I'm looking at, is Menzel right up with Tramnitz now in the Schubert?
Yeah,
4 years, isn't
he? He's caught
totally.
4th and 5th places were on their own. They had a few seconds advantage, but Nico Menzel in the blue, orange and red Porsche was in the group behind. He worked his way to the front of that trio. He's now almost close enough, but not quite, to get a double toe down the straight. But Tim Tramnitz, well, he's got the toe. In the battle of the BMWs, it's now Schubert. Even before they got the King, he's gone past the Gamotta. That's a good point. The Gamotta BMW, approaching the little bridge, then the track kinks to the left. At this point, there's going to be a very nice toe for Moritz Krantz, but yeah, Tim Tramnitz covered it off very nicely indeed. But suddenly there's a Porsche Cayman that does need to be somewhere, and it's in a bit of the somewhere they wanted to be. So that bunches them up through the final corner. 3 laps going on the board. Race leader, Gamotta Racing dives into the pits after 3 laps. I'm going to write that down on my piece of paper, because that is, we expect them to go for 6 laps normally, sometimes 7 for their starting stint, but normally 6.
Actually, that's the reason that Bruce excitedly said I'm going to write that down on my piece of paper, because you don't normally come in anywhere near this early. 3 laps sounds ridiculous. Remember, 3 laps are 25 kilometres. It's a long, much longer time, obviously.
Well, that's the formation there.
It's still not what we're used to on this. So, you were saying about that Cayman there at the end of Tiergarten. Who took advantage of that immediately? Nico Menzel. Yeah, we'll have a bit of that, thank you very much. Nearly had a toe off the end of it, then shot into the pits. Menzel now flashing his light furiously, not to the car in front of him, but the cars in front of them, to say we are coming through. So he's doing the work of the BMW for him, actually, of Tramnitz, just saying, I want them out of the way so I can have a go at you. If you're not going to flash them, I am.
Yeah.
It means business, doesn't he, Menzel?
He's left the iron on at home. he's on a charge. Right, they've got
a taxi booked at the end of this race. Yeah, exactly. Meter's running.
Yeah, and just going down the order, let's just refresh. After 3 laps, it's 2.5 seconds to go. Oh dear, it hasn't been the greatest race for the number 8 Porsche. I'm fairly sure Audi. That was the one that spun on the opening lap, I think. But anyhow, Selv is at the wheel at the moment, and he's the Russian racer, and he's trying to get it off the curb. Just trying to see, is that the exit of Sabine Schmidt's curve?
It is
no, it's the other way. It hasn't got to the end of the lap. It's
Tiergarten. Yes, Horijken. Yeah, just at the end of that. Hasn't quite got there, but it's now seemingly stalled 90 degrees across the track. As we said, we described that, didn't we? Sabine Schmidt's curve, and what a bit of jeopardy that can be. But that is now there. So there's tyre marks in there. So
it's the corner before the final corner. You're flicking to the right, and then you got the left flick onto the start for straight. Maybe there's a bit too much flicking because his car is nose in to the apex of the penultimate corner, and Willem, Harry, Joachim and Franz are all going to come past him because he's sitting sideways across the track. Nobody's near him at the moment, but I don't know if the car's stalled. The front wheels are on the curb. The nose is on the grass of the car on the inside of the corner.
And there's no activity normally.
There is none.
When the cars normally start, we can see light cycling through on and off, whatever. Appreciate it's daytime, but we still see that cycle going through, which tells us that the driver is fighting furiously to get the thing restarted. Now there's an inboard shot of the car, literally. No, it can't be. No. Duff Pitt is going to say, sitting there straight, and a hand came in. I thought there's nobody attending that car, because you're not allowed any outside assistance on track, of course, unless you're in the pits. Yeah,
luckily the one we're seeing is the Gamotta Racing BMW in the pits. That came in from 4th place overall, but it wasn't a helpful marshal at Hohenrhein.
That's been there. So the Gott Racing, that's been there quite a while now, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I just wondered if they came in with a puncture, but now the driver's got the door open in the pit lane because it's a warm day and he's sitting, and of course racing cars are heat soaked, but he's staying on board, so it's not something but it's in the pit lane. If it's going to be a longer fix, you push the car back into the garage. So it could easily, well, you'd thought if it was a puncture they'd have repaired it by now, but was there some contact maybe? The Gamotta Racing car against the Schubert BMW, the two BMWs side by side. The Schubert car went through down the Dottinger Höhe.
He's going in the box, I think.
He's going back in.
Yeah, he's putting full right lock on, so that's being indicated that it's going to be put on its jacks and put into the box, I suspect.
Because you certainly would not voluntarily pit after 3 laps. That puts you on a very different tactic to anyone else. And if you do the maths and you divide the race, they ought to be having effectively 5 pit stops in a 6-hour race. That's sort of how it works.
Now we have our first full code 60, of course, at the end of Tiergarten, Horijken, for the number 8 Audi, parked across the track sideways, unable to get itself going, or unable for Selv to get it going.
Nice one. Nice footwork there. No idea what it means. Selv is the nickname of one of the drivers. A lot of drivers who compete on the Nordschleife like to race under a nickname, and in fact, if you look right the way down to Cup 3, there's a driver, he spells his surname a little differently, Alboreto. Oh, and how bizarre. The number 23 Gamotta Racing BMW has been pushed back in for its whatever brought it in from 4th place overall, and right alongside, trying to go through the same opening. You've probably got 36 other pit garages, but in the same opening they're trying to push one of the Cup 2 Porsches at car number 909 with problem unspecified. which is K. Kramer Racing, Peter Sander and Carsten Kramer himself. So I'll pick this empty.
Literally, you couldn't make it up, could you? You absolutely could not make it up there. So Nico Menzel still in hot pursuit of the BMW in front. Tramnitz, Schubert Motorsport entry. These cars 77 and 44. They're running 4th and 5th at the moment. Nico Menzel's dropped back a little bit now, but coming up to the carousel. And probably just cooling down a little bit, having a little think about where to get this. And of course, traffic can help you so much on this circuit. We've mentioned these huge speed differentials in different classes. So sometimes it can come to you almost like a parting of the ways, and let the car in front do the work. But equally, don't let it get so far ahead that you then lose out. You catch 2 cars, and this is always going to be the case here. It's never just one car you catch, it's going to be batches. And it might be multiple classes you catch at the same time. So you might catch a Cup 2 car that's having a battle with something else, then you've got your battle, and it all becomes really quite complex. And you've got to be thinking on your feet to work out where to do, and you can't just rely on that car in front.
No, I mean, your pit crew has to be so clear in their checking the tracker map the whole time. What is the consequence of coming in now? When is that pit stop going to be? Where will I come out? You know you're coming out the pit exit, yeah, I know you know that, but where am I coming out relative to other traffic? You know, in a 6-hour race, where you can divide it in many different ways, break it up within reason, and just be aware that all it takes is a puncture, there's a bit of debris or something, and your whole tactic is gone. But you know, you can make the situation better or make it a whole lot worse if you're not paying attention as to when you bring your driver in. And we know full well that, particularly in the races in spring and autumn, you're second guessing the weather. Imagine you just pitted, went, no, that's great, another set of slicks, and then you're partway around the next lap and it starts not just raining, Nürburgring raining, chucking down, you're coming in all over again. But you know, that's the thing, and a number of times over the years we've seen drivers just drive past the pits, they're the front runners in the field, and suddenly the rain comes and the cars from about 8th place down go, oh, bingo, we're coming in, getting the right tyres. But it also can dry here. But we're not looking at rain today, are we? I think we can safely say we're not looking at rain on the 1st of August in NLS 7 in 2026. It's hot, it's dry, and it's looking very, very good for Winwood Racing. As I pointed out before the start of the race, 4 NLS rounds have been completed thus far this year in a slightly interrupted season. BMW victory for Rover team, the opening round. BMW again, Schubert Motorsport, and they're going very nicely today at the moment. They're running with Tim Tramnitz on board in 4th place. They're looking good. So BMW from BMW, the 3rd race that we held was Scherer. That's the Audi team, and then Schnabel Engineering with the Porsche. No Mercedes wins thus far. We've got a Mercedes leading, Luca Stolz. We've got a Mercedes in 3rd place, Adam Christodoulou. We've got a Mercedes in 4th place. Am I repeating myself? No, in fact, we haven't got a Mercedes. No, I'm repeating myself because I shouldn't, because it's a BMW that I'm looking at, not a Mercedes. That's 4th place, Schubert Motorsport. 5th place is the Porsche of Goroyan RT by Car Collection. That's the natty name of the team that Nico Menzel is driving for. Christian Cronus has dived into the pits, and that is a bit of a surprise. He's come in early. I was shocked that the Motor Racing BMW came in. Anyhow, that's clearly got a problem. But Christian Cronus has pitted after 4 laps, so that is a surprise. I wouldn't be surprised having some come in after 5 laps or some after 6. But 3, yeah, there was a problem. 4, interesting.
So the Uta Racing number 8 Audi has been returned to the pits. That's bay A. It's now clear of the track there. Most interesting, that code 6 we had. The code 6 has been reduced, and we do now just have, and it's just gone clear actually, because we had yellow just approaching it still. That's now gone completely clear. So we're what the Americans refer to as full course green. So I thought it was a golf term, but
yes, I've never found the greens actually. Right, so what's happening? I tell you what is happening is the Mustang has had a better lap. Was it traffic, or is the fuel load going down and it's suiting Frank Stippler? Because he's closed the lead. Remember, it was out for just about 2.7 seconds, 1.1 seconds. So that's come right down. Luca Stolz leading still for Winwood Racing. Adam Christodoulou sitting 2.5 seconds down on Frank Stippler's Mustang in 3rd overall, and then he's got less best part of 10 seconds clear of this fantastic battle between Tim Tramnitz in the Schubert Motorsport, repeat name and manufacturer, BMW, in 4th place overall, ahead of Nico Menzel in his Porsche. So a real mix of cars. And that's how we like it on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Some other good performances coming in, still checking out the progress of Dan Harper. Remember, he started right down at the tail of the lead group, didn't get a lap completed in practice, and he's up into 7th place overall. Just having a little look on his speed relative to his rivals, and, well, it's obviously good because he's picking them off bit by bit. Of course, 2 of the cars in front of him have come in for early pit stops. One is still stuck in the garage, and that's Moritz Kratz in the Motor Racing BMW, and the other one that came in was Christian Cronjes in the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. Remember, that was fighting within the top 6.
So Adam Christodoulou in the ERA Motorsport Mercedes. That's new to ERA this week. First time they've run that car. No wonder they've drafted in an expert like Adam into that car. And very wise that he started. He started 4th and took it straight up to P3 by 2-3 corners in, wasn't it? He got the job done and settled down there. 4.2 seconds adrift at the moment. But that's not insurmountable at all in such a long race.
Right, what we don't get to see very often in these races is McLaren, and one's going very nicely at the moment, and that's the Ben Deur driven McLaren 720S, and that has just gained a position. It's just gone past the Mercedes of Pro Sport Racing with Stephen Palette, driver. I always go Stephen Palette Audi for so many years. He French racer, race one, but he was seemingly unable to do anything about the pace of the McLaren that just worked its way around him, and now the Mercedes, Stephen Palette's got a bit more company because he's got Benjamin Leuchter tucked in behind him as well. So time to get busy, you would have to say. But that McLaren, yeah, starting to make progress. By the way, they're outside the top 10 and just moved up a bit. Now we're getting some news coming through about the number 23 Gamotta Racing BMW. Remember, it came into the pits and then pushed into the pit garage, and we'll let you know very soon what exactly is the problem.
As indeed has Christian Cronjes in the Walkenhorst Aston Martin. He's in the pits from 10th. So the first of our front runners, if you like, that's pitted.
Yeah, he came in from about 6th place overall. So yeah, he's in there, and again, that's the first interesting tactic. Gamotta Racing, their BMW had a problem. That's why it came in after 3 laps. After 5 laps, the lap they're on now, we expect some to come in, yes, and others to go on for one further lap.
Part of why I mentioned Christian Cronjes, because it's in at 4 laps.
Indeed.
Yeah, which is odd for our calculations, isn't it?
100%. That's why I said it was the first interesting tactic in the race. That Pro Sport Mercedes coming under further pressure. It's one with a very unusual yellow and pale blue across the last handful of years, and the Mercedes is under a huge amount of pressure now. The McLaren that went past has put about 2 seconds on it very, very quickly indeed. So right now, Stephen Palette's still really learning the Mercedes. He's learning it probably the hardest circuit in the world in which to get accustomed to a car, because you've got a twist and a turn at every single juncture around you, and in a straight line. It lost out to the McLaren. It's under huge pressure now, and the car behind is a car length behind. No, half a car length, quarter of a car length. Gets a bit too close in the corner, has to back out. And it's sad this early in the race to see any car having a problem, in fact at any stage in the race, but we've got an Aston Martin in the pits as well. Walkenhorst Motorsport. It's not Christian Cronjes' car that's been wheeled back, is it?
I think it is, yes.
Okay, well that would explain. So that's got a problem as well.
Lap 4, yeah.
Yeah, because it pitted, and I said that's a lap or 2 laps early. They're looking under the rear end of the car. You're an Aston Martin man, so what on earth are they up to under there? 3 mechanics under the car. Well, it looks like the bodywork's come away, the splitter maybe, unless they removed it to get to something else underneath.
Probably the transaxle, being a rear gearbox on one of those. I mentioned about Team Rennsport earlier having an issue. Their day isn't working out for them because one of their other cars, which is a Toyota Supra number 524, is currently stationary at almost flat Flugplatz again. Okay, right, we've got to the bottom. Thank you very much, Twally.
the black and orange warning flag to the number 23 Gamotta Racing BMW. Issue with the fire extinguisher. There is a box in the car which should be active. It has a blinking light which was not blinking, and they need to repair it.
Fair enough. For their own safety.
So where is that light that's blinking? Is it somewhere you can see outside, or is it in the cockpit and the driver noticed? I'd suggest the driver's probably a bit busy. So it must be something that can be, there must be a light that can be visible and that race officials have picked up, and they cannot be back in the race until that is fixed. So they are plummeting down the order. Luckily for them, it's a 6-hour race. If it costs them a lap, you know, that is an enormous amount, 25 kilometres, but they've got a chance to keep on going and try and pick it up. But your point, of course, very well made, is the fact there are no safety cars, so you don't get, you know, where you can almost get a lap back and then get a lap back. But that is the situation. So a problem for an Aston Martin. That's Walkenhorst number 35, Christian Croners, driving very nicely as per normal in 5th position. Came into the pits. We thought it was a good lap, maybe 2 laps early. Then it turns out it was a problem. For the number 23 Gamotta Racing BMW, problem with the light not flashing to prove that their fire extinguisher is active, so that has to be sorted. It's probably one of those things called an electrical problem, and they're not the easiest to fix in the blink of an eye. The reason I said flick, I was looking at a car with the headlights being flashed. This is just at the tail end of the top 10. Someone has run onto the grass just as you approach Tiergarten to kick up. Well, it's not grass, it's just dust. Dust in formation. Stephen Paulette has been hunted down, and an Audi has just worked its way past him, so those positions keep on changing. But for Stephen, for so long a driver of an Audi, again, these GT3 cars that run in the top class, they're all different to drive. They're all supposed to have a similar lap time, but I guess he's just settling in, because they have discernible differences. And in fact, for the Mercedes-AMG GT3 model, it was made to be very, very useful and easy to handle, as Benjamin Leuchter just went past him, for the AM driver. I'm not saying Stephen Paulette's an AM driver, but the whole point of that car, we've talked about this quite a lot over the years, is about 10 years ago, a lot of the front-running cars had all-pro driver lineups, and the cars that suited them didn't always suit the driver they were running if they happened to be paired up with an AM. And Mercedes was the first manufacturer to go, you know what, we actually would get more out of this, the drivers would get more out of it, if we had a car that the AM driver could feel comfortable with. Because the last thing you want to do, the person who's probably financing the team, is to go, I just can't handle this, it's just too twitchy for me in whatever way or form. I've got to have something that I feel I can improve in, because anybody who goes racing is by nature a competitive person, and you're all racing against your own ability and your previous best. So if you have something that you feel you can make steps forward with, a driver helping you out, a pro driver, then that's what you want. One of the BMWs, one of the many production class BMWs, has pulled to the side of the circuit within the Grand Prix loop. It's just before you get to the compression, before you rise up to the Vidal chicane towards the end of the Grand Prix section, and that has been parked up close to the barriers. Don't think we haven't got a slow zone yet, which is good news. Maybe they can get that out the way.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what I thought I was going to say, 655, but we haven't got a 655. That would make it more difficult, wouldn't it? Just create a car for it. It is exactly where you said it was, but we'll come back to that. We'll have a fun that a little bit more, and we'll come back to it. Yeah, you point about the Mercedes making the car amateur, if you like, friendly, or less pro, if you wish, is exactly that, to incentivize people, because they want to do it. You want them in racing, and it's one of those things. And it's so much better that you have a driver coach then, that you're probably a pro driver, can encourage them, they can work with somebody. You don't want too much of a disparity. There's always going to be the top people, but one of the skills of a top driver when they do driver coaching is getting their, let's say, less professional driver, so a businessman that's made the money, but very, very serious. We've seen a lot of them across the sport in this, and World GT Challenge and WEC, etc. They are not that far off some of the pro drivers.
Okay, and again, thank you to people in the pits. Just going to throw, before we break away for ads, the axle frame for the Aston Martin has come loose.
Right, so that's good. So basically, those Astons have got a transaxle, and they have what they call a carrier. So it's basically it's a frame at the back that holds the transaxle, and then all the rear suspension hung on it. Okay. If that's come loose, that's suboptimal.
It's suboptimal, and there is possibly a reason for this, because that did have some damage from an accident in qualifying. And again, I'll just reiterate that you don't have an enormous period of time between qualifying ending and the start of the race, and it may be something they just didn't identify. I mean, you wouldn't have sent the car out if you thought it was loose.
Of course not.
It's you know, that's not the nature of the game.
But it may not be that easy just to tighten it up either. It's probably something you've got to strip things out. So you've got to take the suspension off and gearbox out to tighten the frame, then put it back. That's not going to be something they're going to do in a matter of a few minutes.
Yeah, so struggles there for Walkenhorst Motorsport with their Aston Martin, and Gamotta Racing with their BMW. No struggles at all for Luca Stolz. He's leading for Mercedes and Winwood Racing.
Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de. This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely Fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen, follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Luca Stolz started the race on pole position. He has not been passed. He got a better start than Frank Stippler's Mustang, but that's very... And at the end of 6 laps, what happens? The drivers come in. Those without problems, they've all gone for the standard pit stop, or have they all? Well, I'll tell you what, Stolz has gone past and dived into the pits, but Stippler and Christian Zulu are going to come in after 7. So is that a wise move to pit at the end of 6? Will 7 be better? Where's the traffic? How's it going to lie in front of them? We will see. So Stippler up to second place. Christian Zulu up sorry, from second to first in the Mustang. Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou, Era Motorsport Mercedes, get used to that. Other cars still diving in behind, and I think that's Dan Harper diving in the pits, car number 1. That was the one that was working its way up to 7th place, had been gaining, not just time, gaining position, but note that down in your notebooks. Car number 1 has dived into the pits. So has Ben Bunagel from Ulna Motorsport, car number 1, 2, 3. Anybody else who's continued, they will not be going any further at the end of this lap, but I don't know. How do you divide a 6-hour race? That's the eternal question. And I suppose one thing that makes it simpler this weekend is the fact the weather is dry, there is no threat of rain, and it does make it easier. But so many races on the Nordschleife, you see a storm approaching. Is it going to be somewhere that's going to hit the race? Talking of hitting things, look, Adam Christodoulou's car, the Era Motorsport Mercedes, in second place, something was loose. It looks like it was only gaffer tape, but something then blew off the car just before he reached the chicane.
Oh,
he's had
damage, front left damage,
corner damage. So he's hit something or someone. Hopefully it was something, not someone. Could have been a barrier. Could have got close to a car in front of it. Wasn't close enough to Frank Stippler to have touched the Mustang. Actually, hold on. In the background of the shot, I just think the Mustang has maybe had a moment, because the Mustang came through the corner, and I say the corner, Shabine Smith's curve, further down the order. Well, did something happen in the Mercedes arena? The gap between them on the start-finish line as they crossed it was Stippler in front, 1.1 second to the good of the Mercedes of Era Motorsport and Adam Christodoulou. And I'm just double-checking. I don't know if you can see on the tracker map, but at the moment going through Hatzenbach is the Mustang. I think maybe there has been a moment. I need proof of this, but certainly we suddenly saw, going into the compression before you rise up to the chicane, we saw the Mercedes with front left-hand corner damage. Was there a move made in the little cut-through? When you've gone through the Mercedes arena, the next corner, turn 5, you're turning to the right, going through a gap in the barriers, so you don't do all the Grand Prix loop. Or have I read this wrong and spotted a second car? That is interesting.
Well, the number 64 Haupt Racing Ford Mustang with Frank Stippler at the wheel is currently just coming down to Fuchsora, so that's okay and continuing at pace.
Big question is the number 23 Mercedes in front or behind, or if I spotted a car with a similar livery? The Mustang is white with the blue stripe, 2 blue stripes up the middle, so the American racing livery, national colours. But what caused the damage on the front end of the Era Motorsport Mercedes? The Mustang suddenly going a little bit slowly and just being passed by Nico Menzel. So this is starting to become a bit more of a story.
Metcalfeld now coming up to
that
Callenhart.
Mustang is slowing. 64
yeah.
Mustang is slowing. Frank Stippler is slowing. Frank doesn't do slow unless there's a very good reason. I can't see any damage as yet. Need to see the rear end of that car, see if it's being given a bit of a push. We know there's damage on. Oh, he's definitely slowing, because when Cup 2 class Porsche Caymans catch him and go around the outside, maybe there's a puncture. Maybe he's got a puncture from that and he's having to drop his pace.
Yeah, right rear damage.
Right rear tyre.
Right rear damage.
Okay, that reflects absolutely where front left Mercedes.
Correct.
Well done, Clouseau. I think we're getting there.
I was going to.
So, start of the lap, 1.1 seconds between Stippler and Christodoulou, and contact at a point at which the Mercedes, the Mustang was slow out of a corner. There was no, it didn't come where I expected to find it. And so by the time we next saw the Mercedes, it was in the lead of the race. The Mustang's going very slowly. There's damaged parts on the Grand Prix loop, still luckily being missed by most people. It's like the liner of a wheel arch. Right now, the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini's got very close to it and is going past. But the fact that Frank is limping in, Cup 2 class Porsches going past production, not quite production class cars, but other cars of a lower performance category are just monstering their way past. So this, of all the places you don't want to puncture, is on the Grand Prix loop. You've got to do another 24 kilometres on a flat tyre.
Now, people like Christodoulou and Stippler do not run into one another, but what happened there is, I think Stippler had a problem and was slow, and that caught Adam Christodoulou out as he came on the exit of that corner, completely caught him out, and just didn't expect Stippler to be coming off the corner quite so slowly, and just clipped him. He did swerve right, avoid him, jink to the right, shall we say, rather than swerve, and wasn't quite able to do that. So I think that's just a genuine racing incident caused by Frank Stippler having an issue with this Haupt Racing Mustang. So that's going to come back to the pits. It's got a long, long way to come back, nearly all the way to come back, as Bruce has just said. That will then reappear in the pits. There will be, I'm not sure there's even actually puncture damage. I think there's something more fundamental on there. If it's been clipped by a Mercedes, it could well have put the suspension out and all sorts at the back there. It could be a little bit more fundamental.
Yeah, but
well, debris coming off it now.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not slow. Well, the puncture is slowing it, but it didn't slow because of the puncture. It slowed because something was wrong with the car. You could say, oh, did Frank just miss a gear going out of the corner, so he's trying to accelerate away?
Disintegrating this car. I mean, Frank's bringing it back at an original pace. One of the hardest things for a race driver to do is to bring a damaged car back. You know it's wounded. You've got to bring it back, but you've got no idea of what it is. So the team will try and be telling you, and we've got a fantastic Headicam shot now, which I'm sure the team are looking at as well, and they'll be reporting back to Stippler in the car saying what it is. But of course, to drive it back at, if you have to do 60k, you have to do 60k. If there's no code 60 area, any driver, certainly the likes of Frank Stippler, will try and get that car back to the pits as soon as possible to get it repaired as soon as possible. The danger with that is you can create more damage and more work for the team trying to do that. You think you're doing the right thing, but racing drivers, particularly like Frank Stippler and Chris Adula of that ilk, they're not wired to drive slowly.
No,
bring it back carefully, and they're saying explain carefully.
Right, just getting messages. There's been a bit of a oh gosh, oh dearie me. Unfortunate incident there. Car number 5 went down the inside. Gabriele Piana, the Black Falcon team, EAE Porsche. Remember that it came into the pits before the start of the race, so that was another one working its way up, and it unfortunately pitched into the side of a production-based car, and suddenly very busy out on track. And I'm also getting news that car number 26, which is the Duo family McLaren, that has had contact with Schwalbenschwanz. So just before they get onto the Dottinger Her.
Yeah, with 885, is that?
Yeah, 885, yes, which is a BMW M2.
M2, yes.
Okay, and suddenly getting sort of really quite busy. So, and I think it was car number 450 or something like that. It was contacted by Gabriele Piana. Oh, I mean, Frank Stippler can hardly drive in a straight line. He's having to drive around of a corner with the tail starting to come around. That rear suspension is failing on him at the moment on the Ford Mustang, because the nose turns in and the tail just doesn't really want to follow at all. So having gone around the carousel, mind you, that probably didn't help either, putting all the extra force on that right rear corner of the car. He's done that bit and he's got to work his way towards the end of the lap. But what was looking so good, I mean, the Haupt Racing team just gets better and better with its Ford Mustang, and it was running in second place, comfortable in there, qualified second, but right now it's the slowest of slow laps for Frank Stippler there.
Yeah, it's the, I can't remember, with the car that was hit, the 450 you said it was? It was hit, the one that always looks like an Alpha to me, because it's got the 1990s Alpha replica touring car.
I don't think there is a 450, but might be 470, anyhow, I'll work out what it was. But yeah, oh dear, and now we've got a car sitting sideways across the track trying to work out where it was. So these are suddenly trying times. We've got a car driving around, the Mustang that's A, going slowly, B, struggling to get around corners, C, has been dropping a bit of debris. That's limping its way along the Dottinger Her, or will be shortly, to get out of the way. And suddenly a flurry of other moments making life a little bit busy. The Era Motorsport Mercedes into the pits with that front left-hand corner damage, driver out, and really that's been quite a big hit, more than I thought. The bodywork, of course, it's battered and tattered, but it's what is in behind. But we are having a driver change, and that number 20 Mercedes Era Motorsport Adam Christodoulou is out, and remember that's after 7 laps, which is the standard time you'd come in. So they're going to just do a standard pit stop and try and see what they can do about that front corner. So in came Adam Christodoulou from effective lead. In from second place Nico Menzel, because he was promoted by the failing Ford. That's car number 4. Number 48 Dylan Pereira, the Losch Motorsport Porsche, that is in from third. Thomas Much, 7086, that's the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini, from 4th, and the McLaren that was reported to have had a bit of contact, car number 25. Oh, sorry, it's car number 26 that had the contact, not the McLaren. Sorry, McLaren fans, Duo Motorsport, they're going fine. They've come into the pit lane. Car 26, of course, it's Stephen Pallet's Mercedes, the yellow and blue car.
So Frank Stippler is currently on the Dottinger Her and will be, in fact, almost at the end of it now to come into Tiergarten and bring his car into the pit so we can see what damage happened to the back of that. I love the brutality of mechanics and technicians working out on this era motorsport. Mercedes, it applies to all teams. The headlamp base has been pushed back and it's causing a problem getting into the tyre.
Well, Adam Christodoulou's gone forward with the gaffer tape. You don't allow drivers anything sharper than gaffer tape.
Absolutely not. Certainly not any knives. But they were looking at the headlamp module, which has obviously got a lot to it and more than just a simple bulb and a bit of glass. It's a lot more than these. And they looked at the two mechanics, looked at one another. There was that sort of glance of understanding, and then it was just brutally ripped off the car, as in, we don't need it, it's a daylight race, just get rid of it.
There is a lot of gaffer tape, duct tape, call it what you will, so Adam showing good muscle there to stretch it out for the mechanics. Who one has a little blade, he can cut the bottom of it. Adam's got the other end.
And he's got blade, he's got using his teeth.
Yeah. Even better, he's using someone else's teeth. The Mustang has made it back to the pit lane, but obviously that it's listed as coming in from 13th place. That's going to be wheel round. Ironically, it's only 2 garages further along from the Era Motorsport Mercedes that hit it. No blame attached to Adam Christodoulou. Still be interesting to find out why the Ford suddenly just didn't accelerate away.
There's the damage on the back of the Mustang, which is almost as comprehensive. By the way, just on the Mercedes, in fact, they're pitted almost 2 garages apart from the Mercedes. Where that headlamp aperture was, they're now, the tape you're just talking about, Bruce, they're now covering that hole up. Why? Because it'll affect the aerodynamics. You've got a whacking great hole where there should be a headlight. Suddenly you've got that going into a wheel well, and all that it might aid the cooling, but it won't help the aerodynamics. So they've basically got to cover that hole up and make sure the air goes over the wing, albeit not as efficiently as it did before, but going through it into the wheel well, it's basically just creating a massive vortex in there you don't want.
Yeah,
vacuum,
the thought of having that vacuum along the Dottinger Her when you're absolutely flat out doesn't bear thinking about. The Mercedes has gone back into the race.
Great lift, that's the point.
It wouldn't entirely so. And it could also just make the bodywork disintegrate. Frank Stippler out of the car, walking away from that number 64 Mustang, feeling
he knows,
doubt. I think he thinks that might be over and out. He's out because his stint's come to an end. But
well, the floor's off it, and huge damage to the floor on the right-hand side.
Sharp bite. Yeah, that really is. And that simply was just not accelerating away when he needed to.
So a whole new floor gone onto the back of the Mustang. The floor is shaped and it creates part of the diffuser, so you have a sort of cathedral effect of getting the air out. You have splitters at the front of the car that literally split the air, hence the name, divided where the engineers and aerodynamicists want the air going under the car. And then at the back you have rising tunnels to get the air out of the car back and create suction down at the back of the car. So they're very precise bits of kit. It's all moulded into the carbon floor there, so they don't just replace one little bit. The floor comes off, as you said, sharp bite out of that one. That'll be repaired at some other point and used again, because it'll be a few 10,000s of euros, that will alone. But that one's tossed to one side for the moment, and a spare floor is brought out and put onto that Mustang. However, it doesn't tell us what other damage there is in that rear wheel arch area on the offside rear.
Right, and also just as after 7 laps, the standings, so the number 20 Mercedes Era Motorsport leading the race. Of course, we already had, it's the time of pit stops. It's not an accurate time to draw it after 7 laps, because some people came in after 6, some came after 3 or 4, but that's because they had problems. That was respectively the number 23 Gamotta Racing BMW that pitted after 3 with a problem, and the number 35 Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. So they are out of the effective running. We'll give you the positions in a short while when it's settled down. Just remember, the earlier the pit in the race, your first pit stop, the earlier your final pit stop. So this race will unravel. But Adam Christodoulou was the driver who was on board that number, the Era Motorsport Mercedes. It's handed over to Jake Hill. And that was we've got an interview coming up with him soon, because he suddenly was presented with the tail end of the Ford Mustang at the bit curver. By the way, that's the right-hander before he dropped down behind the paddock. And as he tried to accelerate away, the Ford did not in front. Then there was contact. Both have been in the pits. But let's hear what we can hear from Adam Christodoulou.
Yeah, there's a part of the Era Motorsport Mercedes-AMG, and the one who was driving the car is the man standing right next to me, Adam Christodoulou. We saw there was some damage on the front left for the car. What happened?
Well, it's a real shame. Like, the stint was going so well. We were in third. Everything seemed to be under control. There was a slow zone here. on the, not the Schumacher S, but just onto the back straight. I was probably half a car length behind the Ford, and I honestly don't know whether he saw a purple or something, but he slammed on the brake and there was literally a green flag there, and so I couldn't react quick enough and I just caught the back, and it's a shame because we have 5 hours to go. And we were leading in class, we were second overall at that point, so it's just frustrating.
I hear the frustration. By the way, Frank Schippler is already coming over. Now we have to...
There was a double yellow.
Single yellow, double yellow, code 60.
I saw the double yellow, obviously I was right there, and then I was looking at the green.
Code 60 was on the left-hand side.
So that was the discussion from both of them. Back to Adam maybe for sure. We just saw you helping on the pit stop. Was there ever a more stressful pit stop for you than this one before?
Unfortunately, I've had a few in my time here. I've now been racing here for 16 years. And it's just one of those, like in my head, I was like, right, what's the quickest way to try and repair this? So we got the tape and I was just like, we're kind of unlimited how many people are allowed there. So whatever you can do to help, we have a 2.5 minute pit stop. And we just need to make sure that air doesn't get in the bonnet and cause more damage. So it's a bit of a Frankenstein right now. They will do more repairs during the next stop. It's one of those, like, you do whatever you can to get to the end of the race. Like, we're leading right now and we just have to see how it plays out.
We just heard some fragments of your discussion right now. Was that just a misunderstanding or what was it now in the end?
Well, Frank said there was a code 60 there, but like obviously when I'm right at the back of the Ford, it's a pretty big car, and if he is blocking the view, obviously I haven't seen it. I'm looking at the green flag, which was like 5 meters away, and so I was ready to go, and obviously he slammed on the anchors. So I don't know. I need to look at the video just to see. Like, I like to think it's very rare that I make a mistake, but obviously if I can't see a flag, then obviously. This is really shit. It kind of, sorry, it's not good. So it kind of ruins potentially both cars' races.
All right, then we'll leave you alone now. You can cool down, and then still best of luck for the rest of the race. Back to you guys.
Well, interesting interview there with both drivers, so fabulous from our point of view to listen into that. And one thing is guaranteed in the world of motorsport: when an incident happens, neither driver will agree. What I will say first of all on that was both drivers completely fair, completely calm, completely reasonable, and waiting for further evidence to make sure that their own opinions of it are right, which was absolutely brilliant. So that actually is a measure of what top quality those two are.
Yeah.
We said that the Mustang had slowed. Frank Schippler says that he saw a code 60, so he slammed on the brakes. He slowed down to the code 6. We said about that, the penalty that you can have for not doing that. So Frank thinks it is the right thing. Adam, right behind him, unsighted, which has said, you know, the Mustang's a big car, as is his. He hasn't seen that, and he sees a green flag, so he's come out of the corner unabated at pace and wondered why the car in front has slowed down. What I think, okay, it's taken both cars out temporarily, it's slowed them down for a bit. They will come back. It's early enough in the race to come back. One thing I said at the beginning of the show was a 6-hour race does allow for things like this early on to be brought back in. You've got 2 more hours. What I think is fascinating there is, and absolutely wonderful to see, is both drivers, neither's blamed the other, neither's got irate. They both just said, I saw this. The other one said, I didn't see that. Let's go and have a look and talk about it. And that's a level of professionalism.
I agree. I mean, what you heard from Frank Schippler was double wave yellow,
which is the beginning of a code 60.
And what you also heard from Adam was he saw a green flag further up the road. Yeah. He said, you know, that's all clear. Yeah. And at that point, what's he doing? He's going to accelerate into it, and unfortunately accelerated into the back of the Ford. But he tried incredibly hard to miss it. But these things can happen. But you're quite right. The professionalism, they've been there, seen it, done it. And actually, you look at the career history of those two drivers, they're not drivers who make mistakes. No. So that is a real rarity. It may come down to nothing other than a difference of opinion. It may be simply that, well, let's just leave it out there. But you're quite right. You wanted to highlight the fact they handled it so professionally, and they really, truly did. We've had a new leader in the race, but that's the leader of the Cup 2 class, because they tend to come in and pit a lap after the front runners. So 3 of them have come in from first, second and third, but they will obviously fall back down the order. And they came in the order of Alexander Hart. He was leading that class early on, the Black Falcon team. That's Black Falcon team Zimmerman. Raphael Renhoff. In fact, no, Raphael was leading early on, wasn't he? For Team Liqui Moly. again, by Black Falcon. They're real specialists at that class. And 992 came in from 3rd overall. But again, now they're out the way, it's going to be back in the hands, and you'd expect to have that number 80 Mercedes of Winwood Racing. That came in, remember, a lap earlier. It pitted after lap 6. The other front runners in the top class came in a lap later. So the stagger's going to unwind a little bit, but just remember that final pit stop, you would have thought for the Winwood Racing Mercedes would be a lap ahead of the final pit stops for the others. And when your final pit stop is later in the race, you have a shorter time in the pits. We can talk about that till the cows come home. It's a stagger that's built in. So obviously the Winwood Racing crew decided there was an advantage. Remember, they're sitting on a lead. It was only about a second, wasn't it? 1.1 seconds, I think it was, ahead of the Mustang of Frank Stippler when they dived in for the pit stop. Ralf Aron's taken over from Luca Stolz, so leading the race. But just remember that final pit stop, theirs will be a longer final pit stop, but also their first pit stop, the other end, the yin to the yang, if you will, was the fact that their first pit stop by pitting earlier is shorter. By pitting earlier for the final pit stop, the final pit stop is longer. So what you gain early on, maybe that just gives you more of a buffer. But you've got to be in that time when you're not being challenged from behind, because the car that pitted a lap later would have been a little longer in the pits. You'll be able to use that buffer. Make sure they're not close enough to use your slipstream. That's my thinking about why the car we're riding on board now. Ralf Aron at the wheel, clear track ahead of him. Tick. What's behind him? Well, the big question is, he's probably sitting on quite a sizable margin. You've rolled the dice. You're going, okay, we're confident enough. We're just not going to let you get close enough to use our slipstream, get into play. We will have to have a nosebleed later in the race when our final pit stop, when it's got to be longer. But maybe just without you on my tail, I can press on. Hand over to Ralf Aron. Brilliant pole position by him. Half a second clear of the best of the rest. And no traffic other than the back markers to contend with. So interesting, but the pain could be at the end of the race. We will see. But we do like it when we have a split strategy. If everyone would come in after lap 7, it's a straight race. But I do like the consequence of you've gambled early on. Will it pay for you? Well, we will find out. Alexander Hart just rejoining the race. Remember, he came in from Cup 2 class lead. His black and red 997 GT3 Cup class car. It's in Cup 2. Looks great. Lovely livery, black and red. Around the first corner, no one on his tail. So gained himself a bit of an advantage in that pit stop. The Black Falcon team Zimmerman. Zimmerman is the name large across the door.
So we've another code 60 at Exmouler now, which is currently for the 821 entry, which is the Audi RS3 LMS, which is the only car in the TCR class, sadly. So we've got one car in V4, which is BMW E90, and one in the TCR. And that car is parked at the side of the track, currently just after Exmouler, before we come to the fast pass, run downhill to Weissach. So I'm guessing I think it's a mechanical thing from what I saw a moment ago, and it will be moved behind a barrier fairly shortly, and we can get that cleared.
Just such a treat to see the Nürburgring in bright sunshine, warm day, probably hot for the drivers on board, but the track is dry, it's uniform, and that is not something you can say every round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. And today, maybe quite wisely, making the most of these conditions. Instead of having our regular 4-hour races, this is a 6-hour race, and certainly different ways you can move the chairs around in the planning. So the Cup 2 class car back into the lead of the class. It's the Benjamin Hites, the Chilean racer. Did quite a lot of GT3 racing the last few years. He settled down in the Cup 2 class car, and certainly just really seems to have this circuit has a particular allure to him. He's done so much racing in the last few years, not to the detriment of anything else. He's just that this is one of his favourite focuses. So again, I talk about the cosmopolitan nature. In the list of well-known Chilean drivers, there aren't so many, are there? Alicio Salazar, and that's your main person, but certainly Benja Ites raced a bit in the States in Ferraris, and he came across to race GT3 in Europe, but just loves this place, and why wouldn't you?
couple of other dates for you. The number 5 Black Falcon Porsche, which is currently running in 17th with George Piana at the wheel, that's been given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision.
Well, we saw the collision.
Yeah. And also, interesting, another Porsche news. Nico Menzel in number 4 car has been looked at for under minimum pit time.
That is
currently running in 6th.
Oh, that's one of those things that, you know, whenever you see a message like that, you just look across your co-commentator and you sort of raise your eyebrows and go, all that effort, the gun has been spiked. It's suddenly much, much harder to do great things if you just made that little error. Tiniest of margins. Fantastic battling in Cup 3. You know, we often don't get treated to enough of it. 2 cars, same team, same target, but only one of them is going to win the class if they don't knock each other off, because they're covered by about half a second, about to start another lap. And
more importantly, covered by the same sponsor, so it's great for them to see the 2 cars.
Am I seeing double?
It out. Get the photographs now. Quick, get the photographs now. Get the press release done. Put it on hold, but as one of the Mercedes comes out of the pits, and one of the GT4 cars, that splits the 2 Porsches. One goes one side, one goes the other. That's actually allowed the second of those 2 Cup 3 Porsches to swap places with its sister car. Totally unsighted there. Car coming out of the pits, as mentioned, GT4 Mercedes, and allowed that Mercedes has now got past them again.
Yeah, the ones we're talking about are 961 and 953. So 961 at the moment, it's got Toby Goodman, British driver, on board, and 953 has got double check. Sorry,
Toby Goodman's just gone past the GT4 Mercedes again. So that was a car that came out of the pits. That they did that already. Then Mercedes came past them again. So plenty of overtakes. Now the Mercedes looks like it's going to fall into the hands of the other Porsche.
Yeah, Alexander Fielenbach, by the way, I struggled as had looked over a line. So there's actually a bit of breathing space after the change there. Toby Goodman getting through. But again, it was great. But it doesn't matter if they're the same team or anything. They're just a couple of Cup 3 Porsche Caymans having a really good scrap around this circuit. It's a car that seems supremely well suited.
They've only got one job, and that's not to run into one another.
Exactly, but it's a well-supported class. 21 cars, one of the largest cars. Just going back to what I was saying, the overall NLS title at the end of the season goes to the driver with the largest number of points. There's nothing rare in that, but it's easier if you are racing, competing in a class that's got a large number of cars in it. If you happen to win that class, you get a large number of points. So, say for example, there are 21 cars and you take victory, you get 21 points. If there are only 14 cars, you only get 14 points. So, if you race in a class that's has got large numbers on board, then of competitors, then you've got more of a chance, in theory, to win the title. But then again, you've got more rivals to stand between you and the title. But the fact we've had some serial winners in the NLS Championship over the years, very seldom from the top class, the SP9 class, simply because some of the other classes are better supported, and you have a sort of rolling guest fleet. But just go back. 2025 overall champions, BMW M4. So in the GT4 class, that's SP10. FK Performance Motorsport, Ranko Mijatovic and Nick Wustenhager. The year before, Mijatovic won with the BMW 240i class car with Sven Markert and Toby Goodman. We've just seen Toby Goodman in the Cup 3 class. Now, the year before, Philip Leisen, Oscar Sandberg, Daniel Ziltz. That was in BMW 330i, so going sort of down the performance scale, but there are a greater number of drivers in that. So anyhow, long-winded way of saying, if you compete in a top class, you may not get in the top class, SP9, you may not be the overall champion. But matters not, it's how the rules are structured. It does mean that everyone's got something to aim for. You can win your class, but is your class tally going to be enough to give you the overall title? But some drivers have made a habit of it. Danny Brink, Philip Leisen, 3 out of 4 years, 2018 to 2021, they took the overall title, twice showing with Christopher Ring. Almost all in BMWs, almost all entered by Adrenaline Motorsport. But anyhow, that's that. But in many ways, Snowy, the top class, SP9, you're going for ultimate glory. If you win the title, that's great as well. And people like Frank Stipper have long been top in that class. but it's a sort of different game. If you're racing in some of the categories further down the table, then in the performance chart, you know, you want to win your class, and if it's well supported, you may win the title overall. But up front, it's all about getting the race win or the class win.
And it gets important at this part of the season for NLS, because it is almost a season of two halves. I jest not, I know it's a football analogy, but the first part of the year is very much, teams do focus on the N24, the big race. It's not part of the series, but unfortunately, that's what people do. They focus on it, use it to get data and information and intel, etc., for that race. We then have a little sort of drop off. That was back in May, and then the regulars, the NLS people that are not taking part in all that bit, they come back, and this is where it gets really quite intense for them now. And of course, then we've got a double header to come, and then we've got a final round as well.
Yeah, keeps us busy as the seasons change. It's just how we like it. Just so rare to see the circuit looking as good as it is today, but just so weird to have brown verges where the grass ought to be. It is there, but it's sort of resting for the moment, a little bit dormant, but it does give a very different feel to the circuit. Blue skies dotted with gentle summer clouds, but still on board. It's going to be very hot indeed for the drivers. Gabriele Piana getting very close. He's already been given a drive-through penalty, remember, for contact with another car from one of the junior classes in this, and he's still pressing on, but it's a setback, down in 13th place overall. A minute and 20 seconds down the race lead, so these things can be costly. But, you know, we keep saying this, we'll carry on saying it, is that it's the onus on the driver of the faster car to change their line, to go round someone in a car that doesn't have the performance, and unfortunately, sometimes there's a bit of guesswork involved, and for Gabriele Piana, who is such a Nürburgring expert, contact followed, just the way the game is played. Just going to go through the classes again. What we've got is 9 laps on the board. Overall, SP9 Pro, well, it's Ralf Aron, the Mercedes that started in a pole position for Winward Racing. He's taken over from Luca Stolz, who started the race. Just remember, they pitted a lap ahead of their rivals, which means they had a shorter pit stop to gain them an advantage. Track position potentially, but at the end of the race, their final pit stop will be commensurately the same amount extra at the end. So SP9 Pro-Am, second overall. Nico Menzel are leading at that class. He's in the number 4. Gorian RT by Car Collection Porsche, sharing with Arthur Gorian, man who put his name on the team, and Alex Fontana, the Swiss-Greek racer. Their second overall. Dan Harper, number 1, was nowhere at the start, nowhere in qualifying, up to 3rd overall. That is one worth watching in the FK Performance number 1. But going down through the classes, that's SP9, SP Pro and Pro-Am. SP9 Am, car number 786, Christoph Breuer. He's showing the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini with Zach Nana and Thomas Mutsch. Thomas started the car, so he's topping Am. 81, car number 19, topping that class. It's Tom Coronel. Tom, not Tim, identical twins. Keep it simple in the Coronel household. Quite rare not to have him competing on the Dakar Rally. That's the start of the year, though, isn't it, for Tom? He always goes and gets dusty.
Yes, he does. Yeah, regular on that, isn't he? Really taken to it. So we've got a bit of debris on the right side. We've got a Porsche up on the left-hand side there coming. I'm just trying to see where that was, but there was an intervention vehicle on the right. I mentioned those earlier in our bit of pre-show build-up on the formation lap, and there was some debris. There was, I think it was the front end, the front bumper of that Porsche, and it looks like a Cayman on the left-hand side. Looking very sad and decidedly second-hand and not taking much further part in this event, and it's just gone to yellow. That was at, I thought it was Flugplatz. 941 is the entry, which is the Adrenaline 718 Cayman. I was right in terms of being a Cayman. So, yeah, 941 is Cup 3 entry, parked very much on the left-hand side. I think having collected barriers on the right-hand side first.
Yeah, it did sort of look that way, and you know that
driven
is
by Ricochet. Sorry.
He's on his,
yes,
ladies and gentlemen, Peter Snowden's on his final warning.
Exactly. Yes, where's my coat?
I sold it. Right, end of 9 laps, 11 seconds is the margin that Ralf Aron enjoys in the Winward Racing Mercedes, leading the race from Nico Menzel in the number 4 Porsche. And just remember that time, because his final pit stop will have to be longer. So I'd say that Nico Menzel Porsche that was driven so well by Nico in the opening stages of the race to gain positions and not let the leaders get too far away, that is doable. Very doable indeed. I'd say actually it does maybe put Nico Menzel commensurate in the lead. Stephen Paulette is walking around the pit lane looking at his very dusty and very battered number 26 Mercedes. That was from Pro Sport Racing. Had a collision. I'm trying to remember where it was, and unfortunately another car was involved, and that's being dropped off the flatbed in front of him. So I think we can work out which of the 2 cars. We know there's the yellow and blue number 26 Mercedes. And I tell you what, we are going to be able to have a replay of that, because one car would be the quicker car, that's the SP9 class Mercedes, and the BMW with which it had contact, they're both rather battered.
There's a lot of damage on that BMW, a lot of back end side as well. So,
huge dusty moment, and one car off the track, and it was guesswork. The Mercedes is bent and battered. But as the dust clouds settled, or even began to settle, you could see the Mercedes on the left-hand side of the track, and you couldn't see the BMW with which it had contact, because they were reported as being in contact together. But for the next 2 or 3 cars coming through, there was this wall of sort of orange dust that was kicked up as the cars rotated and clattered into the barriers and the tyre wall. Stephen Paulette is fine, his Mercedes is not. A Mercedes that is fine is our Winward Racing number 80, Ralf Aron, the Estonian. Just remember this, this is his first race back since damaging vertebrae in his neck in Bathurst. Huge accident at the start of the year. He's back. What did he do to show he's sharp? Put it on pole position. His teammate Luca Stolz led away in the first stint of the race and gave him a small advantage, and he's working very hard on it to see if he can stretch it. But he has stretched it. On that last lap, he gained the best part of 2 3/4 seconds on the chasing Nico Menzel. So suddenly, I said Nico Menzel's car had a slight advantage in terms of the stagger at the end of the race. I think that's actually just gone away.
Well, we mentioned, didn't we, at the very, very beginning of the show, quite literally about how dry it is across all of Europe and stuff at the moment, especially here at the Nürburgring, and the parched grass at the side, and not to light any barbecues anywhere. But that was evidence with that BMW going off there, the amount of dust that came off. I know it clattered into the barriers, but normally you can see the car, you can still see the accident happening. There you couldn't, because it was just lost in this absolute fall of smoke, of dust.
Of dust, yeah, it was absolutely extraordinary. Now, the number I want to sort of throw out there, if you pit early in the race, your final pit stop will necessarily, because of the size of your fuel tank, be earlier than that of your rivals. And the difference is about 16 seconds. The difference between first and second at the moment is 14 seconds. So if we have another quick lap from Ralf Aron, that will put him level with the end game for the Goroyan by Car Collection Porsche. And as of the rest, the next car is a further 9 seconds back, so 23 seconds down. It's Dan Harper doing a double stint in the FK Performance BMW, but it's now starting to thin the field. But as we've seen with the cars that are running second and third, the Ford Mustang of Frank Stippler, the chasing Mercedes, Vera Motorsport and Adam Christodoulou, it just takes one little moment and you could suddenly have a delay of some degree, could have damage of some degree. So you just got to keep plugging away. However, something else to put in the equation, we're looking at the gaps between first and second and third. They're respectively 14 and 23 seconds back to Nico Menzel's Porsche, Dan Harper's BMW, from our race-leading Winward Racing Mercedes of Ralf Aron. Dean, last time around after 11 laps, it was 17 going towards 18 seconds, and the gap between Nico Menzel in the Goroyan by RC by Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, he's in second, 17.7 seconds down, but he's 13 seconds clear of Dan Harper in the FK Performance Motorsport BMW. Just wondering what sort of competitive pace the Ford is achieving at the moment, because remember it had bodywork repairs, the floor at the back was suboptimal, and just gonna take a look at what sort of pace at the end of lap 11 was managed from that up up to 19th place overall goes Vincent Cole. His last lap, 4 minutes, oh sorry, not 4 minutes, I beg your pardon, 8 minutes 38, so actually nothing special. But again, as we saw from various cars out around the lap, there are slow zones in attendance at the moment. Always gets quite difficult in a longer race, to act, particularly on a circuit like this where things happen, is to concentrate too much on lap times, because they really do go up and down. You get a gaggle of cars, you don't want to take a risk going outside these slower cars unless you're sure they've seen you. So on a regular length circuit, of course, your lap time is a lot lower, but it's the inconsistency on this circuit, and it's very, very seldom down to the drivers. It's normally circumstance. But the number 64 Mustang, lights are flashing from Vincent Cole. Bodywork repairs, I'd give it about 4 out of 10. It looks so that right rear corner is, how should we say, coming apart again. And we talked about this, we talked about it actually for the Era Motorsport Mercedes, the one that hit it up the back end. You've got to get your repairs airtight, and it looks like the back end of the Ford Mustang is not exactly airtight, so that could be something that leads to a black and white warning flag, might need to come in and have it attended to.
Well, the thing with the back of the car there, it's not such a problem with the air going out of it. It's going in at the front, as we saw on the Mercedes, where Adam Christodoulou explained about filling that aperture, which I'd already covered, saying they don't want air going into the whole wheel arch area and bonnet area, etc. But of course, if there's flapping bodywork, that can be not just a distraction, but it can be a danger if it leaves the vehicle and causes a problem for somebody else. So officials, as you say, quite rightly, Bruce, will be keeping an eye on that to make sure it's not something that's likely to disintegrate and come further, or can be just taken and say, please look at the next pit stop and take longer, or if they really feel it's going to be a problem, sorry, you need to bring that in and do that, which is, the team don't want to hear that, because obviously it's just more time in the pits. Unless it's scheduled, it just takes the race away from them.
100%. Seeing some possible overtaking happen right now. Patrick Assenheimer, 48 Losch Motorsport Porsche, was getting very close to the tail of Tim Tramnitz in the black and red BMW from Schubert Motorsport. Again, a place that action happens is along the Döttinger, that long straight run. And the Dürr family, McLaren, pushing its way through the corners. That's had a little bit of traffic problems recently, and is only just a short distance ahead of the Dürr Motorsport McLaren. In fact, when I say a short distance, I mean about 0.2 of a second. So that's chopping and changing in traffic. In fact, Dürr has got ahead. Now we're looking at the tail end. Patrick Assenheimer has lost a position. He's gone back down to 7th place overall, so I thought they were close. I hadn't realised they were flipping around. The Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, remember, that's still in the pits. Drivers sitting on board wearing a helmet, so that suggests they may be able to go back out, but they have lost an awful lot of time.
But it can change so easily. It happens one section, in this one section of the track, and all of a sudden you just come across a back mark. You've got a section that you know, but you've got to lift and wait for somebody else.
I mean, the ebb and flow of this race is extraordinary. You might go, but yeah, that happens in the rain. In the dry, no one's going to make a mistake. No, you probably push a little harder in the dry, and as Peter pointed out, if the gap where the brown grass is in this high summer in the Eiffel Forest, when you cross that, it is often not even a full car width, so cars can get damaged against the barriers. Interesting to see what will the lead be at the end of this lap. That'll be 12 laps on the board. Just remember that most of the cars pitted after 7 laps, and they'd expect to do 7, possibly some will go for 8 laps more, so there's still time before the second flurry of pit stops. But our race leading car, just remember this, keep this in your mind. Number 80, Winward Racing Mercedes, pitted a lap before their rivals, and they will carry on, one would think, doing that for the remainder of the race, just coming in ahead, just because once you sort of cast your die, gone early, gone late, didn't bother going at all, then you've already locked yourself into a pattern. You committed to being the first one to pit.
I mentioned a little while ago, Bruce, that Nico Menzel and the number 4 Porsche was under investigation for a short pit stop.
Just dived into the pits.
Yeah, to take a 3-second stop-go penalty. But it's not the 3 seconds that you're adding on, it's the slowing down and speeding up again. That's going to be the issue.
Yeah, so he will have to come in at the end of, well, next lap or the one after, in fact, because he could come in after 14 laps. That was after 12 laps, so he's fallen out of second place. Dan Harper goes up to second in the FK Performance Motorsport BMW. Getting very busy out on the circuit. Patrick Assenheimer getting closer and closer to the door. Aston Martin going through turn 4. He gets his nose alongside the rear of the car, but the McLaren comes across his nose. Door Motorsport holding on to position very tight. 2 brightly painted cars looking for their position.
These two
looking at that, the McLaren, does that look a little bit loose in its handling? It's certainly moving around a fair bit.
So Nico Menzel. Sorry, Bruce, I thought you were saying something, and I was trying. I got myself confused there.
You did. I confused you. I do this.
No, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. It was entirely my own fault. Did it on my own. Sure, you're not getting any credit for my mistakes.
No, I can work on it.
You've got your own.
Well, yeah. Have I ever? So Nico Menzel dived into the pits, but he had actually had a better lap than the race leader Ralf Aron. So again, you're seeing the essence of slow zones interrupting one driver more than another, or whatever, but traffic always has a role to play as well. But for Ralf Aron, just remember he needs to keep about a 16-second buffer to go into his final pit stop to do that and then emerge in the lead. But right now it's Winward Racing, and the driver out front is Ralf Aron.
This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Die Legenden der Nürburgring Nordschleife sind unterwegs. Und zwar direkt zu dir nach Hause. Dank CK Model Cars sicherst du dir deine exklusive Erinnerung an den Besuch an der Rennstrecke. Unzählige Modelle findest du auf ckmodelcars.de oder im Shop direkt in Adenau.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans.
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Blue skies, little clouds, summer weather, dry grass verges, they're brown, not green. And the racing and chasing is on. Patrick Assenheimer having a real charge at the moment. He's in 7th. He's just been passed by the door. Motorsport McLaren that still looks quite loose around the track, but certainly being thrown around with great abandon by the Durr brothers.
Of course, this car's also been passed by Hill and Tramnitz as well on track a little while ago, so a little bit further back. So Assenheimer's attack has just been a little bit blunted for the moment, running in 7th.
But what are we seeing? We're seeing dry track running. Some years you almost get none across the races, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. You don't know what the weather's going to be, and we have had summer races with great storms. You do expect the more troublesome weather to be in early spring and late autumn. Sometimes this circuit in autumn can look fantastic with all the deciduous trees changing colour, and it's just the most glorious sight. Other times you sometimes can't even really see the trees because the fog can hang so low. But what we have at the moment is that sort of panoply of course vehicles, and a rescued car has been put on the back of one of the flatbeds. But with a circuit as long as the Nordschleife, there aren't that many gaps in the barriers that have access roads to take you back to the pits. Why not? Well, because what's wrapped by the circuit is this absolutely huge forest with a lot of very steep hills and deep valleys. So it's not like a regular racing circuit where you can just go through the gap in the barriers, get on an access road, drive back to the pits. Very different here indeed. In fact, it could not be more different than it is. Again, just wait another lap on the board from Winwood Racing, but that will be 13 laps on the board. They pitted after 6, so they can go to the end of the next lap.
So Harper in the pits from P3, which has brought the FK Performance M4 in.
Okay, this is the car that didn't set a proper time in qualifying.
Yeah.
Had to scrabble up from the back. It's been making...
And Tim Tramnitz and Jake Hill in for Era Motorsport, and Schubert for Tramnitz also into the pits.
I just think that the pace of racing, Winwood Racing, Mercedes, they've just looked good throughout. The conditions haven't changed, but they've just looked capable and quick. And even when all the cars are lapping in the 8-minute 30s, they happen to be the one that does an 8-minute 31. They're quicker than their rivals by small margins. And with Dan Harper diving into the pits, their lead is now best part of 17 seconds. And that will sort of negate the longer final pit stop they have to serve, because the further from the end of the race you make your final pit stop, the longer it must be according to the rules. We don't disobey the rules. Finn Zulauf pressing on in one of the Audis. I know I mentioned we did have an Audi win this year, 4 races that were completed. That was Christopher Haase, who else? Ben Green and Alexander Sims. That was for Shearer Sport. But today it's not looking like an Audi sort of day, and the best place of the Audis is the Coronel-driven car, the Dutch racer, his Audi in the alternative technology class.
That's also just coming to the pits, number 19 car, Tom Coronel, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, that's just coming to the pits as well. At the top of it, alternative fuel.
Entirely so. Yeah, Coronel into the pits. Alternative fuel, 3rd in class. That class is being led by the number 11 in the alternative technology class. And they've really thrown up some hugely interesting technology across the years since having this alternative class. It takes you out of what it... again and again. Patrick Assenheimer giving chase. He's in 7th. He's now in 6th because Jake Hill has pitted the Aero Motorsport car. So the next car up the track is the Durr family McLaren, and it just hooks a couple of wheels on the right-hand side, off the curb, over the curb, onto the dirt. And for Patrick Assenheimer, it's an orange dirt, not all year round, but when it hasn't had any rain for a long time and so on, it's very, very dusty indeed. And that was, I would drop my right-hand wheels off over the verge, and well, hey, you might get vision back somewhere in the future. And the fabled Dacia Logan that gained so much publicity over recent years, but then was put into orbit in a nice way, as opposed to 2025 when it was clattered and put in a different sort of orbit, but in the 24 hours. But this time, because the people, the extra faces, the extra 75,000 fans on the gate for the Nürburgring 24 hours, they'd never seen anything like this. A lime green and blue stubby little saloon. It became a cult hero, but certainly does seem the driver that puts his money where his mouth is. He had various investors in his projects after that, put it all into making the next project the best project. So there you go. Not much bug smatter. Yeah. Not everybody can afford a car for the SP9 class, a GT3 class car, but the spread of performance, the spread of budget is something that's very, very different indeed. So if you want to take a look and understand what classes compete in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, go to vln.de. VLN, that was the former name of the championship until a handful of years ago, and there's enough information on there. You can see the myriad different classes, and some of them are effectively a step up from a road car. Some are halfway house and some are full-bore racers, but there is something for everybody's budget, and people like BMW spend a lot of time, and Porsche, they have their own classes within this because they produce a car they think is really quite good for developing drivers around the Nürburgring Nordschleife and giving drivers fun. And it changes about every 5 years. They change the mix of what they want to put out there, but certainly Porsche with the Porsche Cup 3 class cars, which is the 718 Cayman GT4s, and the Cup 2, which are the 911 GT3 Cup classes. Those are fixed in, but BMW, they've long been involved, and their M240i Cup is always one that's popular. But I say, Snow, about every 5 years, and another evolution comes along, another model they want to promote for their own car range or whatever. And you know, what a sort of a playground, a testing ground for them it is. But other makes are available, but certainly the German manufacturers have long been deeply involved in this fantastic long-distance racing series.
And that's one of the things we mustn't forget, is that we love racing, we love the purity of the actually going racing. But why do manufacturers build these cars? Is for top race teams, yes, but for amateur teams to race as well, people to buy them, and for road cars. Literally, you know, the age-old adage of, you know, win on Sunday, sell on Monday, and it all trickles down the line. You look at, you know, we're looking at a Porsche game around here now, one of the most prolific manufacturers around here, along with other German brands are available, of course. But you look at the evolution of Porsches through the 70-odd years. It's quite extraordinary. A lot of that has come from the racetrack. It's not necessarily for the glory. It is for us, those of us involved in the motorsport side of it. But for the manufacturer and for what we call the bean counters, very unkindly, but the accountants that say, yes, you can have a budget and go racing, that's still down to the manufacturer. Does it make any sense to them to do that? Well, yes, it does, because then they sell X number of more road cars or road versions of that car, and then everybody wants a piece of action and sees, look, I've got the car that looks like it is on track.
Yeah, and I think the thing about that is that it's, you know, it's win on Sunday, sell on Monday. For a lot of people, it might be 10 years. It might be a young boy or girl standing here and they go, I just really like that manufacturer, and maybe when I'm old enough, if and button maybe. So a lot of brand loyalty. That isn't something that always gets picked up on. I mean, certainly if you were in certain cultures, I mean, the Australian supercar team years ago, you were either a Ford person or a Holden thing, and that would be, you literally were from birth to, you know, cradle to grave.
Well, that was just social, wasn't it? It's a whole social thing there. Yeah.
he'd call the other lot a bunch of bogans or some other term that I don't understand.
I mentioned Win Percy a few moments ago, and one of his claims to fame was that, of course, he drove for Tom Walkinshaw, had set up TWR Australia for Tom Walkinshaw, and he won Bathurst, I think when it was called the Tooheys 1000 back in those days.
Yeah.
I believe he won it in a Jaguar.
He did.
And there is, as I understand, at the top of Mount Panorama, there is a bar, which is occupied mostly by Ford and Holden fans.
Never together.
Well, there is that bit of segregation.
Seldom together.
However, and I believe I'm correct in remembering this, other people will know it far better, so Richard Crayle's listening on this, but I believe rather like the sort of Ryder Cup and stuff in golf, when you win the Bathurst 1000, you're given a jacket, a blazer of a certain colour for winning it, yes? Well, Wynne decided that it would be funny or whatever, appropriate, inappropriate, whatever. For whatever reason, he decided to walk into that bar after the race wearing that jacket as a Brit that had won the race in a British car. Yeah. Apparently, it was absolutely deathly silent. and he told me the story once so well, and he just said, in a very squeaky voice, I just went, "My round." He said it was one of the most expensive nights he ever had because he didn't dare not buy beers because he thought he was going to get lynched. And he said, but it was he told it in far better, but it was just like, "My round."
Good for Wynne.
Yeah,
Good
exactly.
for Wynne. What a lovely man. But yeah, Jules, it's not the place that most drivers would have trodden up the top of Mount Panorama. It's sort of almost off bounds, unless you're wearing a checky shirt and got an esky full of beer. It's not really the scene for you. Right, what's happening in this race? Well, at the moment, we've got FK Performance leading in their #1 BMW Motorsport car. M4 GT3, started by Dan Harper-Pavel's just taken it over, but that's the car that didn't set a time in qualifying. However, it's just almost a false position. At the end of the next lap, we'll have the true picture, and you would expect that, well, he's only leading by 1.4 seconds. In fact, that is very interesting because he's just finished lap 16, 1.4 seconds clear of Ralf Aron. Ralf had already pitted a lap earlier in the Winwood Racing Mercedes, blue with a wonderful pouncing cat on the side of it. So I never quite worked out if it's a leopard or a cheetah. I think it's a leopard. Might be a panther. We've had this conversation before, haven't we? I think during the 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
Yes.
But anyhow, it's a buff-coloured cat with some black markings on its flanks. But anyhow, it looks very exotic and good to see some different race liveries. But just remember that the laps on which people pitted have been different. In fact, now I think about it, the #1, what has happened in this race is the number 80, the Winwood Racing Mercedes, it did a 6-lap stint, which was 1 lap shorter than its rivals, who all did 7. Then it did an 8-lap stint, so whereas the #1 BMW came in on the same lap 6, but then only did a 7-lap stint. That's why it's edged in front. It had a shorter stint, but the pendulum is going to swing because the relentless laps that are being put in by the Winwood Racing Mercedes are uniformly just that little bit quicker, to about 2 to 3 seconds a lap. So Pavel Lefteroff, who's in heady company at the moment, but I expect Ralf Aron to go back to the front for the number 80 Winwood Racing Mercedes.
So not a code 60 or even a code 120 at the moment, but waved yellows being circulated around the circuit for a very slow moving Audi S3 from 2R Racing, which is car number 59, and it is making its way very carefully, very precisely back around the circuit. Currently at Brunchen, I'm trying to stay off the racing line, but that it does appear it's like it's on its way back. But so I feel like a continuous rolling double yellows as that car proceeds its way round. It's now going to go through the left hand at Brunchen and into a code 120 and 60 that is already existing there, and I'm just going to see what that's for, and that is for, it'll tell me in a second when my screen updates.
Well, we'll find it soon enough, because quite often we have the advantage that the TV director can flick to one of the cars carrying an onboard camera, and they are absolutely excellent at that. But what it shows every single time is just how the drivers have to be on top of their game and paying attention to absolutely every bit of evidence in front of them as what the marshals are showing them, because there are hazards that they are really hard to see. So we're getting to the time in which the Cup 2 Porsches are having their second pit stops, but there's a pit lane speed limit, and the driver piling in there was I think it was number 9 who once dived in for Saul Grensport, and there was another car going in rather slower than the pit lane speed limit. So frustration there, but we've seen from other cars, other people come in and they've undercut, they've got their pit stops wrong, either leaving too soon, or because there's a mandatory time you need to serve at certain points, or speeding in the pit lane, which is probably the worst one as far as I'm concerned. So number 910 was the car coming in from third. I think that would probably be in from third in the Cup 2 class car. It's the Cock family car. The car being spun around. It often makes you think when you see them being spun through 45 degrees, oh no, they're about to push it in the garage. No, that is the angle the car needs to be at when it's at a stand stop for a pit lane. A stand stop? At a standstill. Stand stop, I quite like that actually.
Doesn't catch on.
It makes, because otherwise if they're all lined up parallel with the front of the pits, there isn't enough space for all the cars. That's what happens when you start a race with 132 entries. Mysteriously, they can't go nose to tail the entire way down the pit lane. Number 19, the Max Cruiser Racing Audi LMS, R8 LMS, still working its way around. It was in the top 10 in the early days with Coronel on board. Every now and again you get a car that's basically just has some numbers stuck on the side, and the number 990 is one of those examples. No fancy livery, a few sponsor stickers on board, but it's one of the Cup 3 Porsches. In fact, we've just seen number 19, which is the Audi from Max Cruiser Racing. So is the 990 in the Cup 3 class. Simon van Roon and Judy van Buren.
So the code 60 that Brunchen was for the two cars that are together. Let's hope they've not collected one another. But it's 323 and 646. The 323 is the TCR Golf, and the 646 was the GT Tyres M4 BMW that I mentioned earlier. That was originally in the alternative fuels class, but got moved before the start of the race back to SP10 category. They are both stopped together at Brunchen, which is what's causing the code 60 at that area of the circuit. It is rare that cars stop together at the side of the track without collecting one another.
Almost unique, as you might say. Still, the shots coming around the Nordschleife at the moment, it just seems alien. The trees are still green because they've got leaves on them. They will lose them quite early this autumn, but haven't got to autumn yet, but already some starting to colour. But it's the brown grass verges that just, something looks odd. And I was looking at a clip on social media the other day. It didn't establish where it was. I was looking, where's that in the States? Is that California? I was thinking it's all brown. No, Donington Park in England. Took me a second. Right, Pavel Lefteroff actually had a better lap than the chasing Ralf Aron. So fair and square, this number one BMW is leading the race, but this will now have to serve its pit stop. One lap, its final pit stop, unless things change inordinately, before the chasing Mercedes. It's about to be in the background of the shot. And suddenly we were talking about the 23-second discrepancy if you pit one lap earlier than your rivals at the end of the race. And now FK Performance, with their blue and yellow Ravenol livery BMW, Dan Harper did the hard yards early on. That will be the one with the deficit. That will be the one that has to get 23 seconds advantage on the track before that final pit stop. I know I bang on about the numbers, but you have the sliding scale at the front, sliding scale at the rear. I know you always leave me to do the heavy lifting on that. You don't want the chart of doom, do you?
No, because you do it to absolute perfection, whereas I always get it wrong. So I think it's better for everybody listening that it's done correctly.
One type in 5, it might be vaguely correct.
Ravenol, you just mentioned a minute ago. You talked about the cat, shall we say, on the side of the car. A few people that do message us during the race, one of whom is always welcome, Ian McCarthy. Always good to hear from him.
What is it, Ian?
He has sent in, afternoon chaps, to us both. That's a good start, isn't it? The cat in question is the Ravenol Cheetah, named Grace, brackets, seriously, as it's a combination of Gepard, cheetah in German, and race. Thank you, Ian.
I'm going to hold up.
Contributions are always welcome.
I'm going to hold up the card that says bluff.
Well, okay.
Nice try, Ian. You didn't knock me over with that one.
Okay.
Or did you?
Okay.
Interesting, but it's not. Okay, but in fact, there's a fantastic view because the cat, good old Grace, as I always like to call them, is on the bonnet and the flanks. So whenever you get to ride on board, you can see the top of the cat's head. What I want to see, 7 seconds between Pavel Lefterov in the #1 BMW from FK Performance Motorsport and the chasing Winward Racing Mercedes, Ralf Aron on board. His first event back since fracturing his vertebrae in his neck down at Bathurst at the very start of the year. So a storming performance from him. And it's also quite interesting that they've decided that it's they're quite happy for Ralf. First stint, Luca Stolz. Stints 2 and 3, we're in the 3rd stint now. Ralf Aron doing a double. I would have thought maybe for his race back, just to give a helping hand, you do 1 stint on, 1 stint off. I don't know what your views are on that. Maybe he's just absolutely convinced them, I'm fine, I can do it before I can do it again, you know. But like a lot of players in a lot of sport, no, I'm not injured. Yeah, well, certainly that's the case of rugby players. No, it's only a broken arm, that's fine. We won't even mention it, I'll carry on. But
I'm thinking, here, 'tis but a scratch.
A mere flesh wound.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that references to the knights. You
Yes.
say knee, and you know, you just had your arm lopped off by another knight. No, 'tis nothing. Still incidents out around the circuit. The deeper you get into the race, sometimes the more incidents come, but it seems to sort of be plateauing. But in dry conditions, there's always this conundrum. You think in wet, greasy, slippery conditions, snow on the edge of the circuit or thereabouts, cold, no traction, no grip, you can have incidents. But so many times you get more incidents when conditions are like they are now, dry, perfect conditions, yes, hot in the car. Is that just down to the fact you just feel that little bit more confident to go to the teetering point of adhesion when it's dry? You're pondering that one.
Yes, I was just watching a bit of onboard there. I was a bit of self-indulgent. You caught me absolutely there.
I did. I was just saying,
Ralf Aron in the Mercedes. I was just enjoying looking from a driver's perspective for a minute there.
Of the moment, it's blue and gold. I was just saying that it's bizarre. Sometimes in races where it's wet, you can fully and slippery, you can understand drivers going off because it's just extra tricky. Yet sometimes you have more incidents when conditions are perfect. It's all dry. From a driver's perspective, as someone whose racing career was as long ago as last weekend at Silverstone. Why do drivers get it wrong when conditions are fine?
It can often be, and I hate to say it, often be complacency. Because when it's variable, it's keeping you going. There's something to respond to all the time. You've got to do something. Whereas when it's this, you almost get into too much of a rhythm.
I just want to interrupt you because it was a very slow-moving vehicle. I thought it was a GT3 class car. We're now just riding with Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, and he's been passed by another driver, but he's going relatively fast in that #5 Porsche. So I think there is a GT3 SP9 class car, as we call it here in NLS, car limping slowly halfway around the lap back to the pit. So going to keep an eye out for that because it really looks it was almost a course vehicle. It was going so slowly. Could that? I'm trying to work out which of our front runners that might be. I only got a little glance, but it seemed to have a bit of red on it. I don't think it's the Schubert Motorsport BMW #77. That's running the 4th against Klingman on board, but there is someone running very slowly out on the track. So we'll keep an eye for any messages. Sorry, Snowy, I asked you a question, interrupted you in your prime.
No, I've never found my prime. Nothing happened now. No, just I think it's complacency because everything's consistent. It's regular, so you just get into a rhythm, and you get used to think, oh, this is easy, which you mustn't do. That's the problem, and we saw a perfect example of that a little bit earlier in the race with the Stippler and Christodoulou moment. Both top draw professional drivers. Both had an entirely separate view on what happened. Frank thinks he did something for a reason and he braked. He doesn't deny it. He braked because he thought he saw double yellow flags. Adam Christodoulou says he braked, entirely accurate. That's a fact, he did. But he hasn't seen the double yellow, he's seen a green flag. So he's thinking, oh, what's happened there? Why has he braked? we love the fact that there was no accusation in any of that. It was just Frank stated the facts, Adam stated the facts. The two had a different view of what they saw on the track at the same time, but it's happened because they're getting used to a rhythm. It's dry, it's same conditions, you can set the same corner everywhere, unless there's a car, and the variable there is a traffic, and something like that suddenly catches you out. Adam Christodoulou is expecting Frank Stippler, who he knows who he is, he knows he to fire to that corner like a cannon, and all of a sudden the car's braking, and he'll just think, why is he braking? What I loved was he didn't question why he braked. He just said it happened, it was a fact, it was dealt with. Frank came and said during the interview, great bit of interview, there could have been absolute TV gold there, couldn't it? But it didn't need to be because it was too professional. We'll find out. I'll be interested to see. I'm sure I'll message Adam and see if he says any more. He might have seen the video and go, actually, my fault.
Yeah, it could be tell between his legs, but you know.
There's the 450 Alfa Romeo Audi. I said Aldi then, didn't I? Audi.
It's only a little
was
one.
one that, yeah, very good, yeah.
It does look, it's red, it has Dupre written on the side, but it is, you could almost squint and go, Gabriele Tarquini, you know, back in the 90s, in the British Touring Car Championship.
195 Alpha.
Exactly, and also raced in that livery in the DTM.
Segafredo, was it?
Well, you can say what you like, but you're probably quite right. Yeah, but
it's the first time for everything.
Yeah, the car we were talking about is number 480. It's running in the VT2 F plus four-wheel drive. Let's explain. We talk a lot about, as we're just taking a look at, well, our race leader, Pavel Lefterov, using a little bit of the bit beyond the track there in the Mercedes arena. BMW in the Mercedes arena, but maybe the Mercedes going to race Mercedes arena would gain ground. Remember the gap between them was 7 seconds. Well, it's not now. 5 seconds gained by the chasing Ralf Aron. I sort of thought we'd come this way. No disrespect to Pavel, who's you know, getting faster across the years, but Ralf Aron is very, very quick indeed. That's why he's on sort of Mercedes book. So race lead after, what have we got? We've got 3 hours 25 minutes remaining. So we're getting towards a halfway distance in the 6-hour race, and it really is race on. And just want to see the pace, because the car I thought that might be the one that had problems was Jens Klingmann, the Schubert Motorsport BMW. It does not have problems. It's in 4th place. It was in 4th place when I wondered if that was the car travelling slowly around the circuit. It's not travelling slowly. It's all over the tail of Alex Fontana in the number 4 Porsche of Goran RT team, run for them by Car Collection Motorsport. They're both flashing their lights. They go through the Grand Prix loop, coming back towards the end of the lap. They've got to the end of the Grand Prix part of the lap. Up to the chicane they come. They'll thump the chicane on both sides, on the right, on the left, get their cars balanced, get them settled again before they turn into the first part of the Sabine Schmitz curve over the little bridge. Very narrow here indeed. That fantastic camera shot, all but whipped off as the cars come through. But then at the lead of the race, Pavel Lefterov is clinging on. He was 2 seconds clear at the start of that, 2.1. He's down to about a third, maybe half a second clear. He's getting a little bit loose, lot of pressure coming on his BMW. As Ralf Aron has sort of got the sights locked in, going towards Flugplatz. Cars go a little bit light, then the cars settle down all over again. And yeah, it's when, not if, I would suggest, in this battle. Certainly the win with Mercedes. Closing, and looking pretty stable. The BMW in front looking a little bit, moving around a little bit. And then we move on. Let's just go down the order a little bit. Pavel Lefterov leading in that number 1 BMW FK Performance Motorsport. 2nd place, car number 80, Ralf Aron driving the Winwood Racing Mercedes. 3rd place, 22 seconds further back, so just under 25 seconds down on this lead battle is Alex Fontana, but he's got Jens Klingmann all over the tail of the number 4 Porsche, the number 77 BMW pushing very hard indeed. Sven Muller, 48 Losch Motorsport, his Porsche is only a third and second back, so Fontana, Klingmann and Muller covered by 1.3 seconds, that's 3rd through to 5th. Up at the front though, the pressure is really, really being applied by Ralf Aron to Pavel Lefterov. Pavel in the race leading number 1 BMW, moving around all over the place, not trying to cut across the nose, just trying to keep his car on the track in front of the Mercedes from Winwood Racing that's down, putting pressure on it. Pavel Lefterov is really giving his tyres quite a pounding. So we take a look over the next few corners. Of course, we'll probably get to different sorts of corners where it's not happening as much, but he's aiming for an apex and he's sliding past it, and he is under a lot of pressure. Okay, if you've got a front-mounted camera, as we have on the Winward Racing Mercedes, you can't always see how the car's handling, but it looks so Ralf Aron is smooth, and Pavel Lefterov is looking quite... not jagged. He's doing a good job, but he's really having to work, and as a consequence, when he doesn't quite set up the car correctly, it looks as though he's really working his tyres.
Moving a lot through the corners, that BMW, which it shouldn't be quite as much, and that's just given Ralf Aron a little opportunity to look down the inside there. Porsche Cayman on the left-hand side, Aron literally gluing the back, sorry, the front of his Mercedes to the, this is the 24-hour race winning car, by the way, back in May. Just a little bit on Ralf Aron, just a little bit reading up about him, and he hasn't raced since his accident at Bathurst in February. Didn't do anything for the first 2 months. He wasn't allowed to. Just literally had to lie down.
Did he have to stay in Australia for quite a while?
Yes, and he hasn't. He's never done the Nürburgring before, and he was just
get away.
No. And he just said that it was the one thing he said, the circuit didn't bother him, but he was aware that there, given the injuries he had, that the compression to the dips might be more physical to him there. But on putting it out on pole position and asked what his plan for it was, he just said, nobody's here to finish second.
Oh,
there's a race driver for you.
Yeah, it's been reading Ron Dennis's book, isn't it? Exactly. Second, first, the losers. Yeah. And again, just as Ralf was getting really close,
I think he's got through.
He's now got through.
He's got through, yes.
Got through because there was traffic up ahead.
We flicked away from that and just come back to it, and the position has changed. And
expect him to pull away because he gained 5 seconds on the previous lap, and now he's the one dictating how they get through traffic. Oof, gosh, he's not mucking around.
I say, yeah, it's decision making there going down through the inside. That's one of the Caymans at. Just trying to see where he is. This is car number 8, is it not? It is. Yeah, that was coming out of Wipperman. Yeah.
Oh, such a brilliant part of the track. This is the point at which I was sort of imagining, you know, when I said mistakes tend to be made later in the lap, but this is the point at which I think you go, my brain just can't take these corners coming at me so quickly, and often you have quite a few cameras mounted around the circuit at a certain point when people are doing track days, don't you? The people, the vultures looking for people having spins and so on and so forth. Max Cruz Racing has just come in after 18 laps. That's kind of a 75, so that's sort of out of sync with everybody else. So that is one that is possibly just having a problem, just double checking that they're not getting a stop and go penalty. We talked about car 37 having one of those. Car 32, we haven't reported that one. It's another car from the top class. That's we saw that a short while ago on screen. The Mercedes in the Toyo tyres livery. Yuichi Nakayama, Andreas Goulden and Tim Sandler. Tim was at the wheel last time we looked, and that's made a visit to the pit lane. So again, these moments, stop and go penalty with 30 seconds at the stop part. That is a real wrap across the knuckles. I was just sort of quickly looking up the record of Pavel Lefterov. I knew he was a Bulgarian racing driver, but he actually won the German Prototype Cup last year. That's showing with Danny Sufi for Conrad Motorsport. I've just realised there isn't a Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini in the top class this weekend. That is ground-shaking and groundbreaking. But anyhow, so racing last year in Ligier in an LMP3 class car, so he's moved around a bit, but Pavel's done quite a lot of racing here. And again, you know, you don't always race the same thing. He's done a fair bit of GT racing. He did P3 class racing from 2017 through to 2019, and then he moved across to GT3. So he's got a lot of time. No, I tell you what, he hasn't. He did. No, he did. Sorry, he didn't. He's doing GT4 for a long time. Started looking at the record of the next driver on my list, Lucas Legere. That really is good reading across the board. Fantastic battle. And the positions have just changed because Jens Klingmann has moved up to 3rd place over all the black and red Yokohama livery Schubert Motorsport BMW into the final corner. He goes out of the final corner, having got clear of Alex Fontana, and the pressure really was on the Swiss Greek driver there in his Gorian RT Porsche. Made it move. Classic manoeuvre. As we said at the start of the broadcast, you can do your overtaking into the first corner because there's lots of width there. At various points around the Mercedes arena, you might be able to make a move. You only use about half of the Grand Prix circuit here at the Nürburgring, the track that opened in 1984. But then you go on the Nordschleife itself. And really, in the course of a race, it takes a mistake from someone else or perhaps traffic to overtake on the Nordschleife until you get to that long run for home, the ADAC, the long straight that takes you towards Tiergarten. That is where you can use a slipstream. But for most of the track, a slipstream is nigh on irrelevant because the corners come at you so thick and fast. So now Ralf Aron leading the race over the start-finish line by 0.8 of a second, but I expect that lead to extend over Pavel Lefterov in the FK Motorsport BMW. That's car number one. Third place overall now is Jens Klingmann. He's 22 seconds down on the race leader, 21 seconds down on second place. So things are changing and a couple of cars are working their way through. BMWs are looking very strong, they're second and third. But right now it's Winward Racing. They started on pole, number 80, started by Luca Stolz. Ralf Aron did one stint afterwards, then another stint. He's in now, and just wait to see what his lap time will be this next time around. Not due in the pits for a while, but looking very comfortable in the lead of the race. His last lap was another 3 seconds gain and an overtake on Pavel Lefterov. It's all good. So in control for now is Winward Racing. Who will win today? Will it be a Mercedes leading the race? Possibly. Will it be a BMW second and third? Possibly, but it's looking as though it's shifting towards being a two-horse race. But the car, the team, the combination that have dominated this race so far, not quite yet at the halfway point out of 6 hours, is Winward Racing, that number.
Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de. This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely Fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen, follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
when you start the season in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, you never know what the weather's going to do at the start end of the year and the tail end, because you know there can be weather that might be described as inclement, it might be impossible, it might be uncomfortable. When you get to high summer, you want it to be high summer, and it most definitely is this. So you can be fairly sure if the teams have rain tyres, which of course they will, it's the Eiffel Forest, they'll be tucked away at the back of the garage, not thinking they're going to use them. We're getting towards the halfway point in the race, haven't had to use them. Fine weather clouds, blue sky, dotted with these lovely pink and white floaty clouds. Just, but it's another variable in a race that inestimably has more variables than any other one in the world. Anything on the Nürburgring Nordschleife throws so many elements at you, but it's the way you negotiate traffic, it's the way you're fighting the circuit itself. If you were out there one at a time going as hard as you could, it still would be a circuit that would really test you. But one thing that always strikes me is the changing light around the circuit, particularly like a day like today, bright sunshine, then plunged into sort of Stygian doom, into deep darkness, then bang, in a nanosecond later you're back out into the light of day. How difficult? Do drivers ever wear sunglasses, or do they go, I always want to be able to see in the dark bits more than the bright bits? What's been your experience?
I've personally never worn sunglasses in a race car. I'm not sure whether others have. I'm sure they have. You do have, back in the days when I was doing 24-hour races a bit more regularly, you'd have 2 crash helmets. One of the reasons for that was that you obviously perspire, so they need drying out because they're not very nice to put back on again. So you have one that's drying and you have dryers. But what we used to do there was, depending on your stints, if you had 4 drivers in the car, you'd probably end up doing equally a bit of time with a gap in daylight, then a bit of time at night. So you'd have a different visor, one with a tinted visor, which you could pop down and use effectively as sunglasses to give you that variable that one part of the circuit, you say, suddenly goes into darkness. You don't want those sunglasses on. I'm doing the fingers like it's abbreviation. But you can lift the visor up and you can put it down should you need to, just to that particular corner. At night time, you don't want the visor on in that sense at all, but some people like the comfort of a visor, and if you've got any kind of sort of cold air system in the car, keeping you cool, you can get bits of debris and stuff come in still, but it also it can dry your eyes out, so you might want that visor to say, even at night, so you have a clear one. Obviously you can't put a tinted visor down at night. Well, you can, but it's not a great idea. So you do that. And a footnote on that, at a Spa 24-hour once, one of those 2 helmets I had, which had the night one with the clear visor, some person stole it from the garage middle of the race. I mean, we never did find it, but why?
Yeah, they should be race fans.
It's quite extraordinary. Yeah, I mean, we know it was, because we know it was there. But anyway, these things do happen. But I mean, that's the side of stuff there. You'd be amazed actually with it's not air conditioning, but you do have tubes inside the car, so dash vents and stuff, and quite often just come through. And it's amazing what will still come through. So the car in front runs slightly wide, runs a little bit of debris and fires up. Hopefully the stones don't get through, but you'd be amazed that little bits of grass and debris and stuff will get in, and suddenly it's in your eye. You don't need that. So that's why people often wear visors in cars still, and put them down in a closed car. It seems odd. It's like an open formula thing, but there's more reason to do it. Plus, there's a final note. If you ever are fortunate enough, I'll leave it at that, to roll a car with a full face helmet on, having a visor down and closed is most helpful.
Yes.
Because you will not believe what will come inside the car when you roll it. I've been told, I've seen videos. Let's leave it at that. Your turn, Bruce.
All the small change.
Well, yeah, that comes out of your pockets as well when you go upside down.
Kiki Sagnano, we just came out of a slow zone just after Callanhart, and he had tucked in behind was number 5 Black Falcon Porsche. Needed no second bidding. As soon as they're able to go back to full speed, the number 5 Porsche has gone up into 7th place, and Sagnano's gone back the other way. So the yellow Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini has lost a position, actually running in fairly lofty position there, but the number 5 Porsche has been quick all through the race so far for the Black Falcon team, and Gabriele Piana was the driver who started that. Mustafa Kaya is on board now, so he has moved up a position, and I don't know if there's a problem for the Lamborghini or just the driver caught napping, but has certainly been left some distance behind. So place game for Porsches, and nobody though has an answer to the Winward Racing Mercedes, because having taken the lead from the #1 BMW, Pavel Lefterov, Ralf Aron at the end of the lap was 8 seconds clear. That's an astonishingly good run from him.
Whilst we were covering all that, Bruce, we did have a code 160, which has become, or started as a 120, became a 60, and has now been cleared. That was for the Smithers Racing Porsche GT3 Cup car, number 910, up at the carousel, just before the beginning of the carousel. That's now all behind the barriers, was certainly with an intervention vehicle. We do, however, have another one, another code 60 now, which is at Weissach. And it's for, currently it's for intervention vehicle on track, so it must be bringing something back. I'm not quite sure what that's for. There's no car listed, is my point.
Okay, I mean, it often takes a while for those messages to come through clearly, but good to see people. Actually, I'll tell you what, having been past Sagnana is not really falling away in the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini. I think they sort of tied race and suddenly woke up, maybe got a little better of the traffic, and is actually just half a second or so down, having lost the position, falling to 8th place overall, but hanging in there. That's at the moment we've got 8. I'm just waiting to see if we can have 9 cars on the lead lap. No, maybe a few more, because Ralf Aron's only halfway around the lap, so could be in the mix. And looking to see who's further back down the track behind Sagnana. Be number 32, which is next in line, and actually car number 32, haven't seen too much in the race. That's the Toyo Tyres Mercedes. That was one that had a penalty, wasn't it? It had a stop and go penalty recently, so that's why that one's fallen down a bit. But the number you need to know is place change for the lead of the race, car number 80, Winward Racing Mercedes, seconds clear at the end of the lap after he passed Pavel Lefterov's #1 BMW. So pace and pace to spare. Conditions dry, light bright, not so much blue sky at certain points of the circuit. It might just be because we're looking towards the sun, but certainly quite a lot of the fans at Hatzenbach have got great big parasols there, so obviously you don't want to watch all of a 6-hour race out in the blazing sun, and it really has blazed in Europe this summer. Slightly cooler now. Welcome changes. Yellow flag going towards Flugbats, course vehicle, flatbed. 1, 2, and that's the truck that normally has the barriers in for barrier repairs.
But it was empty, so it looks like they've either been used or
they forgot to load them, or they went off with the tailgate down. Yeah. But again, the marshalling is astonishingly good, and it has to be. Because quite simply, a circuit as long as this, you've got to have clear chain of command, and your flags have to be super clear when they're being waved, and drivers have to understand the difference between a yellow and a waved yellow and a doubled waved yellow, and then they have to be conversant with where the speed limiter button is, so that they can hit the respective grade. Is it a code 60? Is it a code 120? Have to be on top of their game. There is no time to relax apart from dotting a her, that long run towards the end of the lap, because pretty much any other moment on this track you're either coming out of a corner or about to go into one, or setting yourself up for one, and or passing traffic, and that of course is a huge element at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, so one of our entries a little bit further down, the M240i Racing Cup category. I shouldn't call it the devil car, but 666 is its numbers. That has been given a stop-go penalty of 60 seconds for pit lane speeding. But interesting, we've also got car number 6, which is the Audi R8, and number 48, which is the Losch Motorsport Porsche, under investigation. Not sure what for at the moment, but that's under those two are under investigation.
You will bear in mind Sven Muller in the number 48 Losch Motorsport Porsche is running in 5th place in that 3-way battle for 3rd. He's fallen back a little bit off the tail of Alex Fontana, and Jens Kleemann commensurately has pulled a little bit further clear in 3rd place in the Schubert BMW, but very much in the mix. So to lose something like that would be tricky. What was the other one? Number 6, wasn't it? Lemets is the wheel of that at the moment. That's Pierre Lemets. It's the one of the many Audis in the field, running in the AM class, but that's down in 31st position. So not troubling the scorers, as you might say in cricketing terms. Haven't talked for a short while about what's happening in Cup 2. It's normally the sort of next class after the SP9 classes, and it's being led by kind of a 9.02 at the moment, Vassar, but 9.02 from 900, gap between them. It's fairly comfortable at the moment. 9.02 entry entered by Team Liqui Moly by Black Falcon. You say that no quite a lot, because Black Falcon are in league with many sponsors for they don't end only the top class, they do various of the cup classes as well. Alternative fuels very much. Someone's coming in to get some now, because exactly. That's the alternative fuel Audi, car number 75. Dominic Fugel diving into the pit lane. So what have we got? 20 laps on the board, and I expect... Okay, the one I want to peg this on is at the end of 22 laps is when I expect the number 80 Mercedes, the car that's been leading the majority of this race, started this lap 8 laps clear. 8 laps clear, 8 seconds clear. Someone has found an advantage or a shortcut.
Laps and seconds, big difference.
Yeah, days and weeks, years and centuries, and on it goes. But yes, to finish my thought with some degree of accuracy, perhaps. After 21 laps, I expect the number 1 Mercedes to come in. Bruce, concentrate. The number 1 BMW to come in to make its pit stop, because that would be 8 laps, which is a standard stint after its previous pit stop. And as I say that, at the end of lap 21, in it comes. Okay, so I'm not Nostradamus, but there we have it. But I expect the car that it was probably about 14-15 seconds behind to continue for another lap. So that is very much advantage the Winwood Mercedes, number 80. The BMW has come in from 2nd place. That's car number 1, the FK Performance entry. And that even more swings the advantage the way of the blue and gold Ravenol sponsored number 80 Mercedes. So track lead plus its final pit stop will be shorter by about 23 seconds. So that is looking very, very good. Drivers will be quite tired at the end of this, because Ralf Aron should come in at the end of this lap, and he'd have done 2 stints, 16 laps. Do the maths on that. 400 kilometres. Sorry, 400 miles. Isn't it?
Yes.
No, kilometres.
Yeah, kilometres.
Okay,
kilometres, yeah.
Panic. Oh, got someone moving very slowly down. It's a yellow, it could be a
Porsche?
Cup 2 class.
Yeah.
Cup 2 Porsche, waiting to see the window strip if it comes through.
Hazards on, keeping to the right-hand side of the track with the dotting a hoe. Just meanwhile, I mentioned a few minutes ago, Bruce, I thought there was, well, there was a code 60 at Brunchen, but I couldn't see why. It's actually for car 969, which is the 718 Cayman of SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. They've had each of their cars in different classes have issues this race.
That's so unusual.
Yeah, and that is now pulled off at, it's gone to Flansgarten and now off track, but it's, yes, out of the way there, but that's why that was what I saw earlier. So this Porsche, it's got a
right rear puncture.
Yeah.
Flapping away, not far to go, but the speed differential as the other runners come through is gargantuan, but there's a clear line of sight. The marshal's doing a fantastic job, waving the white flag, which means slow-moving vehicle. Also into the pits after 21 laps is the number 77 BMW. That's the Schubert Motorsport car. So again, it's more and more advantage going towards the 80 Winwood Mercedes. Just to say, its final pit stop should be shorter. Interesting combination of young German drivers in the race. Car number 718. Tell me if you've heard of these drivers before. Timo Bernhard. Oh, I think I have. Jörg Bergmeister. They're out in a Porsche 718 Cayman in the GT4 class, and it's the last one that's ever going to be built after this race. These 2 Porsche veterans. The team is run by Team Bernhard, Timo's company, Timo's team. It'll be put in the Porsche Motorsport Museum. So something special for them, special for the museum. And running around in 44th position at the moment. Sounded a bit like Murray Walker there for a second. But puts it, he said, just double checking that the screen is updated to where are they in their class. Bear with me.
What should do that? The Porsche that's coming down the Dottingerhoe slowly has nearly made it to the end of Tiergarten Nürburgring. It's the Black Falcon GT3 Cup. You're absolutely right on the category, Bruce, and that's the number 632 car, and that should be entering the pits virtually any second now. Oh no, it's just coming up to the end of Tiergarten Nürburgring now. Yes, keeping to the right-hand side. It should be in the pits with us very shortly.
Okay, and having doubled back to check the class position of the Timo Bernhard Jörg Bergmeister car, it's in an 8-car class, which is SP10, that's GT4 category. They're running 4th in that, so a decent run for them. Course vehicles picking up broken cars, and whenever you get an overhead shot, you realise just how narrow the circuit is. Right, just a chance to see the current standings. The Windward Racing Mercedes leading by 19.4 seconds from the number 1 BMW. That's now got Leighton Fury on board, but that was also bearing in mind that the BMW had dived into the pits. So I think the margin would probably be more like about 14 seconds, 12 seconds maybe before the pit stop. And just to go on about it again, the number 80 Windward Racing car, by having that long second stint to go with its slightly shorter earlier stint, has got itself back into the mix, and some of its rivals have blinked. Now, we've had a few moments happening out on track, and one was involving cars 6 and 48, number 6 Audi and the number 48 Porsche Motorsport car. Patrick Assenheimer's been driving that, and we will soon be able to work out what went on and where and how. They were in the midst of traffic, and the 48 Porsche was chasing, going past the back markers, having to guess which way to go. A Porsche came with a BMW in its path. Marshals waving blue flags, saying faster cars coming through. The BMW slows to let it through. Again, it's just really tricky to get.
Clattered into the back of it as it went past. That was the problem.
Yeah.
So just turned into it. Odd one, that, because it was on the outside of a right-hander.
Yeah.
The overtaking car got through on the right-hand side and then was clattered into at the back on the left rear by the car it had just overtaken through a right-hand corner. That's very odd.
A lot of oil down at one point on the circuit. We got a yellow and black. I think it's a Porsche at the side of the track. I think it's a Cayman. Can't quite see, but
is that one of the cyclo cars that we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, I think it probably was. And so a slow zone around that. As soon as the cars are released, it's flat on the throttle. One of the runners there losing ground, losing position. Up to the carousel they go, keeping the low line, and the back marker staying very kindly up high, but then they find themselves needing a bit of track on the exit, because not long after you come out of the carousel, the circuit starts swinging a little bit to the left and then to the right. The driver's having to work so hard. I mean, that's standard Nürburgring. Drivers can never not work hard, but doing a good job.
Well, we're well into the second half now. 2 hours 53 minutes of this one-off in the season 6-hour race for us. We normally have 4-hour races. Of course, there's the 24-hour race this circuit back in May. The leading car is the car that won that race, but that's not part of the NLS series. It's the same teams, the same drivers, and all the crew and the organisation is the same, but it's not actually part of this series. This is separate. This is NLS. It's a totally separate thing. The Nürburgring 24-hour winning number 80 Windward Mercedes, currently with Ralf Aron aboard, and Luca Stolz, who was one of the drivers in that team back in May that won the race. They are currently leading. 21 laps completed, and that's from the FK Performance BMW M4. Mixing it up the order at the top, we've got 48 Losch Motorsport Porsche in 3rd place. So 3 different brands on the top steps of the podium currently. And in fact, it's all German machinery right down to 8th position, where we've got Renazzo Motorsport bringing in their Lamborghini Huracan. And just to keep up the mix of non-German brand, we've got the Haupt Racing Ford Mustang. That's currently in the pits. And then, of course, we're back to Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, Audi, etc., all the way down until we get to 22nd place before we see a Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin doing the wheel of that out in 23rd.
Yeah, it's just sort of think about that Ford has shown very good pace since it came in and had its repairs. You know, that is a car that, just remember, was only one and a bit seconds down the race leader, or in that battle for second place, only 1 and a bit seconds down on the Winward Racing Mercedes. So the pace is there. It will gain places through the remainder of the race. Oh, traffic. Just trying to guess sometimes when you go along the Dottinger Her, it's straight until it gets to a kink, but with our lights ablaze. Oh, in as predicted after 21 laps, 22 laps, I mean, is our race leader. That's car number 80, so it's done 7 lap stint, 2 8-lap stints, and that is all fine. Looking to see the intervals, but that was a good double stint from Ralf Aron. And the remainder of his rivals ought to be diving into the pits, but number 48 Porsche sometimes tries to go a lap longer. Now, just remember, at this point in the race, we've only just passed the halfway point. It's 6 hours today. But whereas it looked as though the Winward Motorsport crew had given the Winward Racing crew with their Mercedes number 80, given themselves a bit of a hard task by forcing the issue early on. They've got themselves back into sync with at least half of their rivals. And if they can continue in that vein, that puts them far more into the mix. But it's awkward, you know, it's not just your tactics, it's other tactics as well, and people trying to work out how to respond. And in many ways, you want to do your first stint as long as possible. Makes your first pit stop longer, but maybe the later into the race you do that first pit stop, the more strung out the order is around the 25 kilometres of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and just gives you a bit of an advantage because your final pit stop will be shorter. But we'll come to that later. We don't need to talk about final pit stops for another just over 2 hours, or just under 2 hours from now. We've got under 2 hours and 50 minutes left in this race. It started at midday. In fact, in many ways, it started at about before quarter to midday, because the cars had to go on that very, very long 25-kilometre formation lap. So they could say, yeah, if you were on a running machine and you were trying to count down to the end, you'd be going, great, after half distance, that's cool. It's definitely a point in the race you need to get to.
I was just watching a little bit of footage at the end of that lap there, Bruce, and we're talking about different driving styles, and when you've got we say a slower class car, that's because by dint of it's a different level of performance of the actual product, not the drivers at all. But Alexander Fehlenbach there in the Pro in the Smillis Racing 718 Cayman was being hounded by the Porsche, was he not, of not Rump, is it Fontana? Yeah, Fontana was right behind him there, and flashing his lights furiously coming down the Dottinger Her. He's got no right to come through, and the other Porsche needs to not necessarily jump out of his way. But I was surprised by how much he kept in the way, and he was dancing the car through Tiergarten, the Cayman that is, to stay ahead for a moment. And it's just one of those things of, you know, do I don't. To those GT3 cars, it's going to sound silly, they're not as quick as you might think on the Dottinger Her compared to other things. And we've seen this before with Cup 2 cars giving a GT3 car actually a hard time on the Dottinger Her on the straights, because they have less aero, so they're quicker through the air in a straight line. The GT3 car's quicker over the lap because it's got greater aero on the technical parts of the circuit and just a whole load more power as well. But interesting there to see a Cup 3 car able to stay ahead of a GT3 car. Really not that difficult. You might say, it caught my eyes. Is he holding him up? Is he not? Has he got a right in it? It was interesting. It wasn't the Porsche wasn't all over the back of him saying let me through. It was close to my thought there. So that goes back to what we said about evolution. Suddenly you've got Cup 3 cars in the right time on a clear day, beautiful wet conditions, perfect conditions, I would say, weather-wise now, temperature-wise for the tyres, to be able to go. We've got is that an Aston? Is that the Pro Sport Aston? It is the same as the Utah Audi.
It's had it. Well, this is the car that Christian Cronjes
Well,
so it did come back out.
This one's got going.
And it's Cronja's back in the car. I think Dennis Fetzer probably did a stint, but that is way down the order. But obviously, when you've had the problem, they had the problem with the subframe, didn't they?
Yes.
I'm just trying to see how far behind that is, but you know, it's
in a different race.
It's
now,
a test. It's a test run for them at this point. You can't afford in this race to lose a lap.
I suspect they lost a lot more than that.
Yeah, no, entirely. Yeah, I mean, I should have said even a lap. Yeah, but it's down in, it's laps completed 9, laps race leader completed 22. So clearly, race turns into test session. No such thing for Luca Stolz, who's now back on board. He did the first stint, second and third stints in the race leading Mercedes from Windward Racing, handled by Ralf Aron. So I presume Luca will do a double stint now and Ralf will get in for the final hour or so of this race. But they're sitting on a tidy advantage in the SP9 Pro class. Topping the SP9 Pro-Am class is Sven Muller at the moment, car number 48. And that's the one that, it's little moments in the race. Lost Motorsport by Black Falcon. We just saw a moment in traffic. But Tobias Muller sitting in the class lead.
Look, we've got subdivisions, as we said, in the class. You've got SP9, you've got your Pro, your Pro-Am and your Am. The Pro class within SP9 at the moment is seemingly led by Luca Stolz. Frank Stipler still in second place in that, and Tim Tranetz in third, Christian Krogs in fourth, and Dan Harper is fifth. That's within SP9 Pro, not overall. We've then got SP9 Pro-Am. There's Adam Christodoulou leading, and then of course we have SP9 Am, which has the Lamborghini Huracan at the head of the field there.
Do you want to double check that one? Because I have, leading the Pro-Am class of SP9, I have Losch Motorsport, car number 48, which is running second overall. And the Era Motorsport Mercedes that had to have the front end tidied up after the contact with the Mustang is not in second place overall. And I'm trying to scroll down to what's happened to the number of the Era Motorsport car number 20. On my timing screen, it has gone a-plunging.
So I'm just subdividing my screen into individual classes rather than just reading down. So you're saying that SP9 Pro-Am
is second place overall.
Is Menzel in that class. I've got Adam Christodoulou leading it and Nico Menzel in second place.
No, I don't think that's quite reading right, because if in the running order at the moment, the race is being led by Luca Stolz, Windward Racing, that's SP9 Pro. Second place, car number 48, Black Falcon car, Losch by Black Falcon. It's Tobias Muller, showing with Dylan Pereira and Patrick Assenheimer. They're second overall. They're top in SP9 Pro.
Right, okay. We've got different information because I've got them running third at the moment, with second being
Alex Fontana is second in class.
Yeah.
And car number 123 is third in SP9 Pro-Am. So anyhow, what we can tell you though, for sure and for certain, is that Luca Stolz is leading the race by a comfortable margin. End of last 15.6 seconds. It'd be more accurate this time around because, of course, that was when Stolz was taking over the car, pitted after 21 laps, and we will see how everyone else settles down. But really, by the end of this lap, everybody should have done their third pit stop. They generally came in around 7 laps, 14 laps, 21, 22 laps. That's sort of pretty much where we're at. Big question on my lips, I've just got to go looking, is where is car number 20, the Era Motorsport Mercedes? I'm looking at timing screens to see if it's been given any penalties, not in the clear and obvious.
Where it is on track, you mean?
Where it is in the results on the table, because it's, if you look at the official timing screens that we're looking through, it's not in the top 20 positions. We're just having the last lot of people serving their third pit stops. That's where you need Ian McCarthy. blink of an eye who have an answer for us. Again, sometimes when you want to scroll down the entry list, because it's huge, 132 starters, you can either go, it's an 114th position, only 13 laps on the board. So basically in that stint, Jake Hill started it. It's been back in for long repairs. That is
currently 7th in its class.
Yes, but it's only got 13 laps completed, so it's not second. It's not leading the Pro-Am class or second or third in the Pro-Am class. It's right there. It's
seventh in Pro-Am.
Yeah, but it's 9 laps down. That's the crux. Yeah. Didn't spot why it's lost so much time. We saw one shot with Jake with the car with their garage. That was when Adam Christodoulou was explaining. Carl said he was seen in the background of the shot. But
so bizarrely, though, you were obviously not bizarre. No, I'll reword that. You were, as ever, absolutely correct. Bizarrely, my timing screen, despite the clock ticking down, when what I read out was that what you said. But if I refreshed it, even though the clock was ticking, the timer, I did double check both clocks. But it actually refreshed, it changed the order completely. So you were absolutely right, Bruce. And so everybody listening in, always remember, Bruce Jones is always correct.
Apart from the mistakes I make from time to time. In the time to time,
no. When you point out my mistakes, you're still correct.
I'm wrong on my own.
So yeah, I looked at the clock and checked the clock on the main screen. That they correspond. Therefore, assumed it was live and up to date. But if you refresh it, it changes it completely to that which my learning colleague had already said. So basically, listen to him, not me.
No. So really, the thing what it has done so beautifully is highlight the fact that one of the front-running cars, remember it was running third early in the race, has had its problems and has fallen effectively an entire stint down on the field. Big question to me. I want to see if it will continue, because it was, do I say it was 114th position? We had 132 starters, and yeah, it's only got 13 laps completed. So maybe the damage was done to the front end of the car. Remember, we saw Adam Christodoulou desperately trying to take that headlight back into position so no air would get under the wing. Maybe that damage is considered too much, and Jake would have done his stint.
114th now, as you say. So there's a very simple way of finding that out. I shall ask, not Jake, because he's in the car on the pitch, but I shall ask his dad to see if there's an update. He'll tell us soon, quickly enough.
Well, that's the sort of clever way of sorting it out. Again, quite difficult to keep tabs on all the cars, but what I can tell you is that Luca Stolz is stretching his margin of advantage. Actually, Patrick Assenheim and Alex Fontana have just come out of the pits in the number 48 Porsche, the number 4 Porsche from Losch Motorsport and Gorian RT. I just want to see where they are relative. Well, they're just in front. One of them is just in front of Jens Klingmann, who immediately passes it. He goes around the outside as you go into the Mercedes arena. I just want to see where Luca Stolz is relative to them, but he should be in front. Should be in front. Luca Stolz has been doing, well, Luca Stolz sort of things. He's just competitive at every level around this circuit, but the thing you always have to remember, if everything was running smoothly, no cars off the track, you are still constantly passing in a 132 car field. A lot of other cars, a lot of them are a little slower than you. You have slow zones, you might have to slow for it, but it might be cleared by the time the next car in the pack is following through after you. You lose. You could lose a dozen seconds. So the times, they really bob up and down, and you just have to hope, above hope, that it's kind to you. And when you're expecting a rival to come out of the pits behind you, you've just been delayed a little bit, they're suddenly in front of you, and it really can change the nature of this race. This isn't a sort of commentator saying anything can happen, but the scope on the Nürburgring Nordschleife for elements that are untoward, out of your control, to affect your race are enormous. You have to keep running the perfect race, and you can simply be once, twice, even 3 times in a race, particularly a longer race, be interrupted by slow zones that don't slow other drivers because they're being cleared, and it is a massive change. You can't factor it in, it's an unknown matter, but I'm just wondering how that is shaping up for Luca Stolz. So his last lap wasn't enormously quick, but he had just come out of the pit, so that sort of is a mitigating circumstance. The real key to me is what sort of pace he will achieve on the next lap. So he hasn't got, it's not his out lap, it's the one after. Okay, it should make a big difference on a lap that's 25 kilometres, but it's certainly good. It could cost you a dozen seconds, and in fact that's pretty much how his pace fell away from the mean. So maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill.
Well, something you weren't making a mountain out of a molehill about was the ERA Motorsport Mercedes. I've just said I'd ask Simon Hill, Jake's dad, a racer in his own time as well, and one of our sometime part-time commentary team as well, was helping us out at Paul Ricard and Nürburgring earlier this year. Well, actually, more than helping out at Ricard, one of the main team. Simon has very kindly replied quite quickly with, after the damage that Adam picked up early on, the splitter, Jake was then hit by a Porsche. That splitter then departed the car, which doesn't make it very drivable, shall we say. So there's literally nothing to reattach it to by the time they tried to do that. So they have indeed retired that car, which is why it's dropping right down the order. So great shame that not the result they wanted at any race, let alone for their first outing in a new car to them.
Let's be positive in this. It showed great pace.
Absolutely.
And that's all you can ask for. And Jake would have got about pretty much a stint in there, maybe a lap short of a stint. So he'll be coming accustomed to that. He'll work out it drives a little differently to the Nissan Skyline he was racing last weekend at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit, but it's all part of the experience. But I would say from the point of view of ERA Motorsport, they got in and they were quick with it, and that is that's what you want.
Yes, exactly. That's the main thing. If you know, reliability you can work on, and so pace can't always be found that easily. You want a fast, reliable car, not just a fast, unreliable car. It doesn't do anything. No use, because there's only one lap where you get the points.
Yeah. No, exactly. So many drivers struggle with that concept, but still slow zones out around the circuit. A slow zone at Klostertal. Galgenkopf is a yellow flag. What else have we had? Galgenkopf. Yeah, there's those two at the moment.
Yeah, fair siphon.
Yeah, that's been a long one.
Yeah.
And again, this is the point in the race. We've passed the halfway point. We're nearly at 2.5 hours left. So therefore, nearly 3.5 hours in. Drivers, of course, they very seldom do more than an hour in a single stint. Yes, we'll have some double stints, so let's call it 2 hours and 10 minutes. But that's normally it. So you should be able to keep your concentration. But simple fact of the matter, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, unbelievably difficult 25 kilometres of racing. Your attention cannot afford to waver for a nanosecond, because otherwise you might miss a signal being given to you by a marshal, either waving a flag or some of these LED screens around the circuit that will flash a colour at you. You know, blue if someone faster is catching you, white if there's a very slow-moving vehicle on circuit, yellow if there's some form of potential peril up ahead. Drivers have to be, even when their eyes will be moving around looking for which way the circuit's going up ahead and where traffic is, they've still got to pay attention to the marshals. It's of paramount importance.
Yeah, and it's still old school. I mean, most circuits these days, certainly at this kind of level, have repeater lights around a circuit. They're far more visible, they're brighter, you can see them, it's not waved, you've got no chance of it. They can just turn the switch and it's on, and they can do it from race control now. If you look at any kind of onboard footage of race control centres, they're so complex now. We think we're pretty well equipped here with the amount of screens we've got here, but you know, this is in a studio as opposed to a race control centre where you'll have multiple CCTV per corner, different angles, never mind all of it. And quite often I was watching something the other day from Bathurst, actually, I think it was, and it's like an air traffic control round console, and it is literally, I'm guessing, 40-50 screens all angled, and at the base is a round desk, and there's people all standing around looking at it. Then there's an outer desk where people can also confirm and certain things. And obviously those individuals have got a section to look at. So you will have, right, those corners are yours. And then someone's like that homework when you're at school, pushing the neighbour next door and shoving it around. You concentrate on your bit, because you're reporting information and data. That it's facts. It's not opinion, it's facts. Which is what I go back to with Chris Adulu and Frank Stippler. They exchange facts, no opinions.
No, but the thing that would get me, the more complicated, the more number of streams of information you have and sources of information, clarity of communication. There has to be an organised structure. And often you get, I remember speaking to he was a presenter in rugby programmes in the UK, and he was coming to do a talk at my children's school. And I said, could you just do something for me, as someone who does television? Could you tell me the chain of command from the director to you? Director has absolute priority, or the producer, to your ear. How many other people can speak to you? What's the pyramid? And unfortunately, he said there were 13 people in that link. So it had to be respected. Talking of respected, unfortunately, the number 6 Audi, lovely yellow livery, but that's been in the wars. We knew it had contact. It was one of the cars that kicked up all the dust at the side of the circuit, and that will be taken to the dead car zone, and another car in front of it is being winched into position. We've already got the number 26 Mercedes down there. Remember, that was driven by Stephen Pallet. That's dusty, been off backwards. Looks like it's driven across the Sahara. The number 910 Porsche from the Cup 2 class being lowered down, and then unfortunately the number 6 Audi that had its contact with the 48 Porsche, as far as I recall. That Audi, Pierre Lemmertz, Andreas Ziegler and Alexander Kroker will run no more this weekend. And the car park of shame, or misfortune, call it what you will, is just over the barriers from the Sabine-Smits curves. And late in the race, you suddenly see quite a few colours of cars in there, because there are quite a few cars. Some races almost none, others seem to gather them. And again, my little point that some races in the dry end up with more in that parking area than in the wet. Right, we've got this fantastic battle, lead the race. Patrick Assenheimer, just under 3, well, it listed as 3 seconds clear at the head of the field, but it looks like it's slightly less than that. A really, really good scrap. A couple of Porsches coming up to start, finish straight, and it's Assenheimer by a whisker. It was 2.8 seconds last time round. Alex Fontana right under his rear wing. The Gorian RT by Car Collection after 24 laps. That should just come up on our boards any moment now. Half a second, there it is. Wow, that's interesting.
We were just talking a minute ago of different camera angles, and just I'm watching in the background there the helicam angle. They've got a camera on the bottom of the helicopter filming what the helicopter sees.
I know, it's
just come down to land, and I'm just watching it land, and whoever's piloting that helicopter is the most sublime pilot, because it's just gently touching down onto the ground. Perfect.
Astonishing skills, responsible job. Right, I wanted the stagger to unwind to see, because we had Assenheimer and Fontana listed as in the lead of the race, but I knew that they had been coming out of the pits. They were the last batch to make their pit stop. So the start of lap 23, they were at a stationary point in the pit lane, but they'd been there. But by pitting a lap earlier, number 80 and number 77, the Schubert Motorsport BMW, very much coming into the mix. Luca Stolz doing a double stint as predicted, in the lead of the race again. The stagger has unwound, only 5 seconds clear of the 77 Schubert Motorsport BMW. 5.03 seconds if you want to be a pedant. That is the gap between first and second. But the gap is under half a second between third and fourth. Patrick Assenheimer, as we were just shown, just a whisker ahead of Alex Fontana. So 16 seconds cover our top 4 runners. That's not bad. Another 20 plus seconds back to Leighton Fury, another of the BMWs. That's the FK Performance Motorsport version. So top 5, Mercedes, BMW, Porsche, BMW. And at the moment, we've got car 992 running in with Bjorn Griesmann, Manthey Porsche. That's in 6th place overall, but again, the stagger's still unwinding.
Just before you cut away to that, Bruce, we've got a very, very slow-moving car down the Dottinger Höhe, which is from 325i BMW class. It's the 102 entry with Nils Renken at the wheel, which is currently now dropped down to 5th in class. Not sure where it was before. That's being led at the moment by 101 with Fritz Hebig at the wheel. That's the leading car in that class, but it's carefully making its way down the Dottinger Höhe, and I'm guessing it's going to have a puncture, to be honest, Bruce, because it's going so slowly on my GPS tracker that it's only just getting to the king.
It was the slowest course vehicle, as slow as a flatbed truck coming back with a car on top. So yeah, massive problem.
Oh, there's a metaphor.
Well, Bernhard and Bergmeister, you may have heard their names before. Timo Bernhard running the team with long-time fellow Porsche works driver. They are driving the last ever 718 Cayman GT4 model built. That will be that for that model shape, and it's going straight into Porsche's museum after this weekend. That's sitting in the excuse me, in the pits, and it was running 4th in class last time I checked. Gosh, the races that Timo, Bernhard and Jörg Bergmeister have done in sheer number, in diversity, racing not just around Europe, but a lot for both of them in the States as well. They have seen some scenes, and I've always have huge respect for someone who A, has a long racing career, B, has a career with success, and you fully understand that people like Jörg Bergmeister and Timo Bernhard, their ability out of the car is part of the reasons why they're works drivers, because they've got to be professional, you've got to be able to speak to people, but the knowledge they can impart, you know, so it's lovely that they would have known each other for a very long time. It's just rather sweet to see them racing together, and for Porsche, what a good idea. If you come to the end of a line with something, you know you're going to stash it away, put some of your old pros out in it.
Yeah, it's one of those people that's been around for a very, very long time, hasn't it? Karting and various Formula Ford, etc., etc. Doing right through the whole gamut of race cars, and just I think they've got an experienced pair of hands.
Oh, yeah, you would say, wouldn't you?
But those sort of people, they're still vital to, you know, if you've got a new model or new product of car or new type or something comes out, you give it to somebody like that may not be at their prime anymore, and we may not know them as a headline person, but that's where their value is, that you'll give it to somebody like this. Can you come and test this car for us? And they'll drive around, and they've got such a memory, a knowledge bank of information to go, well, it does this, I like this, I like that, that's just, I wouldn't do that, and move that, and that's just vital in developing cars, and that's where a lot of drivers can still make livings and make money. It's not necessarily winning races all the time, that gets all the glory, that gets the headlines, but these cars need to be developed, and it's often people behind the scenes that we don't know about.
Yeah, and also Timo is a Porsche ambassador, so he's in fact, like your Bergmeister, both second generation racers, so they're sort of brought up around the circuits. But it's one thing driving a car supremely well. It's another thing when you take in, sponsors as guests and so on and so forth. They're the people we want to put up there because they've got stories to tell, they've got the knowledge to impart, and yeah, going really rather nicely. So car number 718 might not be the ultimate race car they've ever driven. It's a GT4 Porsche 718 Cayman, but they're doing a very, very decent job, and it's just rather lovely seeing the pair of them out there. Car number 177 in the pit lane. That's a car that I'm fairly sure do we not have. Again, people love to race with a little pseudonym. Russ Turner is the driver on board that one. Are you really, Russ? Other drivers in 177, for your reference, 3 American racers: Malcolm Harrison, David Ogburn, Russ Turner, and Alexandru Vasilescu, who's a Romanian, so that's quite a cosmopolitan crew. But again, it just shows how the combinations of drivers here are almost as if nowhere else, just because so many people are drawn to this event. Sometimes not a full crew of drivers, so you've got to put yourself in with others. Very good battle at the front of the Porsche Cup 2 class, 900 and 902, fighting 902 with a liquid moly livery out front by, what are we talking, a second and a bit, but a really, really good scrap. The class doesn't seem to matter at any point in a race. You just go, right, let's find the Porsche Cup 2 class. 902 Ryan Harrison, and 900 at the moment, right under the rear wing with Benjamin Koslowski, another American driver in this race. We saw their car early in the race with Benja Ites, the Chilean racer, on board. But this is great. Past the halfway point, we've actually got over 3.5 hours on the clock, 2 hours 20 minutes remaining. So set fair. What's the gap between first and second? At the start of this lap, it was 5 seconds with the car that's dominating this event by small margins. Luca Stolz and his teammate in the Winward Racing Mercedes is Ralf Aron, his first event back since fracturing vertebrae in his back of his neck, down in Bathurst at the start of February. So he's recovered, he's doing a decent job. But I tell you what, when he gets back in for what I think will only be the final hour of the race or so, that's where your body starts aching. The adrenaline won't be as tough as it was strong in you as it would have been at the start of the race. You've had, effectively 2 hours down while your teammate Luca Stolz drives. Then you get back in, and that's where you realise, am I physically fit as well as mentally fit? It's got to be, Snowy, more of a strain your first race back, because there are the ifs, buts and maybes, even if they're unformed thoughts in your mind. There is still going to be something you're concentrating a bit harder than if you haven't had, and that takes its toll, physically.
Yeah, the dark thing is it can be simple as you feel absolutely fine, it hasn't crossed your mind, and then somebody like a journalist such as yourself goes, how are you feeling? And they go, well, what do you mean? Why have you asked me that question? And it's that self-doubt that drivers do and elite sportsmen do. Why have you asked that question? It's a perfectly valid question, because to us it's, how are you? You've had a big accident. To them, it's like, I'm fine. Well, why?
Yeah, I'm racing again,
why?
Full stop.
Why? And it's a rabbit hole. Just something I forgot to say there on looking at the Timo Bernhard and the experience. I've forgotten he'd won Le Mans outright in 2010 for Audi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I just forgotten that along that CV there. Oh yes, of course he won Le Mans, didn't he? Yeah. You'd want to drive like that on board, wouldn't you?
Yeah. That's why he hangs around here. Yeah. Just having a little look at the timing screen, see the pace picking up as the drivers, dig into this stint. And the reason my eyes were peaked was that one of the drivers, in fact our race leading driver, Luca Stolz, actually did a fastest sector so many times, whether it's a 4-hour race, a 6-hour race, the fastest lap of the race is set on lap 2 because you're not picking your way through traffic. And thereafter you probably are, and in fact the fastest lap 4. Our race leading car was on lap 2, and it was 7 minutes 55 seconds. You're not doing that now. That's a simple thing. But the thing was, on that last lap, he gained 3.3 seconds on Jens Klingmann's second place BMW. So when all is clear, when all is good, that Winward Racing Mercedes, prepared relatively locally here in Germany, is just the class of the field. Just simply the class of the field. We've had vignettes from other drivers. Frank Stippler was fast in that Ford Mustang for the Hout Racing team, running second. And the Era Motorsport Mercedes, have to stop myself from saying any other manufacturer. We saw Adam Christodoulou showing that is quick as well, but you do have to have the perfect race, or as close to perfect as you can. And they are clear. Alex Fontana is still there or thereabouts, all over the tail of the third place Porsche of Patrick Assenheimer. We'll look at it now. And that 992 is sort of pitting out of sequence again. It's listed as 6th place overall, but that's SP Pro, so it's a slightly different derivation. It's effectively SP9, it's the top class, but Bjorn Griezmann, Jörg Griezmann and Marco Holzer going nicely in their car, but it's running, well, I suppose it could still win its class, but it's just doing things a little bit differently.
Just remind me again, if you can, Bruce, I can't recall because I'm losing the plot, but what's the code 60 at Verseifen for? Possibly now barrier repairs, but I'm not sure what went off there. I can't remember what caused. We've still got quite a long code 60 there. It starts at Callenhard with waved yellows, becomes 120, becomes 60, and is clear by beginning of Exmoor. I can't remember what that was for.
There was a car being rescued at the side of the track, but I think, to my mind, that should have gone by now because it was there for quite a while.
Just try and link it with those instant vehicles you saw out on track without bits on, whether there was some damage there that's just they've had to take trucks to and take some more barriers or something, because that's been quite a long pause there now, and there's no indication on my track as to what is or was parked there. It'll come back to me.
Meanwhile,
much like this race,
there is busyness, people being busy, and the team manager of car number 5, remember Gabriele Piana had contacts in that car, the Black Falcon team EAE, team manager to the Tower of Gloom. Right, onboard shot, still barrier repairs going on. They look as though they're close towards the end of it, but a great big oil streak just after that, and then, well, no, oil lake a few corners later, but a lot of quick dry placed on that. So
that answers the question. That's the leading car just gone. That's still barrier repairs at Exmouth I was just talking about.
Yeah.
So that's still ongoing. And you say the oil slick that is down there. Probably quite valuable now, isn't it, that amount of oil on the track?
Yes.
So you can tell from how the lap times drop, and we've got a large code 60. Patrick Assenheim at the wheel of the Black Falcon number 48 Porsche. His last lap is an 8:57.9. Call it 8:58. It is effectively 21.6 seconds off his best lap. That's what code 60 is doing, drop it down by that amount. But of course, you've got to come across that time, that section, slow down, and then speed up again. So it's just what you have to do.
And again, we go back to it again and again. It's about the ability to be absolutely bang on as you go into slow zone and absolutely fire yourself out at the other end. So a car that may be in trouble. Mike Stursberg is driving it at the moment. It's the number 5 Porsche, running in 7th place overall. Team manager to race control very soon indeed, as soon as possible. But a team that's going like a train is Winward Racing. End of last lap, race leader Luca Stolz leading by best part of 9 seconds over Jens Klingmann Schubert Motorsport BMW. Advantage Mercedes. But we've got 2.25 hours remaining. Let's see who comes out on top.
This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Die Legenden der Nürburgring Nordschleife sind unterwegs. Und zwar direkt zu dir nach Hause. Dank CK Model Cars sicherst du dir deine exklusive Erinnerung an den Besuch an der Rennstrecke. Unzählige Modelle findest du auf ckmodelcars.de oder im Shop direkt in Adenau.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely Fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen, follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
still looking good in terms of lap pace, but that means the top SP9 Pro class is now down in third. The number 48 Porsche from 48 Motorsport, they are third and leading the SP9 Pro. A second or so from Alex Fontana, who's in the number 4 Orion RT car. And they've been having a really good scrap for a long while. SP9 AM is still being led by number 5. That's a car that has a... Oh, look at the screen. Just got a stop and go penalty. That was speeding in the pit lane. They've also had contact out of the track, as we saw earlier in the race, when they clipped the side of the number 480, the car that looks like an Alfa Romeo, but is not an Alfa Romeo because it has the old Alfa Romeo racing livery on board.
It's the Audi, isn't it? It's
the Audi S3 of Christophe Dupré, Jürgen Nett and Joachim Nett. So they're top in the SP9 AM class. Cup 2, by the way, it's Ryan Harrison leading that, American racer. But he's got company because the car chasing him is just a few centimetres off his tailgate. Beautiful weather conditions though, absolutely stunning, and importantly, though it's still bright sunshine, a bit of broken cloud, it's the fact that it's not as hot and humid as it has been through this summer. Sometimes get one or the other, but the message to go out around anybody listening to us or watching, wherever they are, if they're around the Nordschleife, is don't feel today's the day to have a portable barbecue. You know, certainly fires could trigger at any moment, be like a tinderbox.
Enough going on in Europe at the moment. With that, we don't need any more additional from Germany joining in. Great bit of on-board here from the Black Falcon 48 Motorsport with Patrick Assenheimer just sitting behind. Similar Porsche going through bits of traffic. The Dacia Logan number 300 just on keeping to the left-hand side. Assenheimer dipping down the inside and just squeezing his way through that. Didn't look like an opportunity to me, but he just found the way through and just placed the car. But what he did there very neatly was he didn't lunge. He sat behind the car, made the assessment and basically said, I'm going to go through on the right-hand side. I want to go through on the right-hand side. So he declared his intent to move the car to the right, but didn't go for the gap, because if the other car hadn't moved across, you've got a problem. That was very intelligent thinking, driving and placing of, physically using the car to say, this is where I intend to be, are you going to let me or not? Yes, and through. Absolutely beautiful bit of driving, that.
Yeah, whereas had he gone for the last nanosecond surprise lunge, he probably had a couple of cars like pool balls bouncing off the cushion side of the table. Well, very narrow.
Surprise being the operative word there. It's a surprise to the other car. Don't expect you there. You've got to turn in, and all of a sudden there's a Porsche in the way. Both cars can't use the same piece of track at the same time. It never works.
No.
Drivers keep trying though.
Do they ever?
Keep stress testing.
Right, we've got yellow flags, double waved yellows.
Coming to Foxhole? Yeah.
Okay.
Top of Foxhole, code 60.
Okay, want to see what we're having. Okay, course vehicles, they're still doing those barrier repairs. I thought that one might be cleared by now. In fact, the telltale skid marks.
Oh, that's oil slick, isn't it? Yeah.
The oil slick, but someone clearly locked up, clouted the curbing on the right-hand side, and at various points, particularly around that part of the circuit, actually the top of the curbing is quite steep, quite pronounced. You get your car bellying out on that, and that will, clearly lead to a loss of fluid.
Yeah, sorry, fair side for not Foxhole, completely misleading. Sorry.
Yeah, further on round the lap, but. Yeah, then the track really starts to open out. The various points where you've got a combination of corners that keep you alert, but at this point on the circuit, they just become faster and faster. Just flashing past Patrick Assenheimer past the car. The number 5 Porsche had hit that Audi RS3. No time to stop and have a cup of tea or to wave, just straight on through. Light, dark, there's the shade, flashing back into like must be so stroboscopic and really more tiring for you than I think you realise at the time. I think eventually the concentration you have to sort of almost sort of say to your mind, you have got to be back in full vision the second we get out of this shade, and when I'm under the shade I need it to work for me too, so eyes working over.
You were talking about the circuit being relentless there as well. This is one of the fastest parts of the circuit. They run down from Bergberg through Kesselshausen up to Klosterdal and all the way up to the carousel, Caracciolo carousel. That is super quick part of the circuit in a GT3 car. That alone takes some ability, some talent and a certain level of concentration to achieve that. When you've got other cars on track, it's extraordinary. Of course, at Klosterdal, it does become a code 60. There's a little bit of a reprieve for the drivers at the moment on that part of the circuit. And then back on it again to get up to Caracciolo Carousel, which is a very fast uphill approach. drops into the carousel, and you literally drop the inside wheels in and dips in. Back corner.
Oh, I mean, it is epic, and I've said this before, and I will say it many a time again. I could sit and watch an assortment of onboard laps around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I could watch for hours at a time, because obviously different performance potential from cars according to their category, and the way the cars are driven will differ as well, but it is just enthralling. Right, what's also enthralling is the pace of race leader Luca Stolz. Fastest driver out on track, stretching his margin over Jens Klingmann, the number 77 BMW driver. He is, let's just call it 11 seconds between trains. 10.948 seconds first to second, but just remember, Klingmann's car will have to pit a lap earlier for its final pit stop than Luca Stolz's Winward Racing Mercedes, and that normally costs about 23 extra seconds, so that is a biggie in terms of the place change, and Luca Stolz into the lead. And in the Cup 2 class, it's incredibly close. Ryan Harrison still leading the way, but being chased all the time by, he's in 902, but it's car number 900 that is putting so much pressure on him. Looking left, looking right, looking like trouble. And 900 at the moment, in 13th place overall, has got Ben Koslowski at the wheel, and the other drivers in that car nominally through the rest of the time is Benja Ites from Chile and Alexander Hart. So a good scrap. It could be the opening lap of the race, the way the cars are so close in Cup 2, but it's not. We're getting very much towards the two-thirds distant point in the 6-hour race. Another 5 minutes will be there.
Quite extraordinary that, as you say, we're 4 minutes off the end of an ordinary NLS race, but still a third of this one to go.
I know, it's the strangest thing. You know, after all these years of doing 24-hour races, I still can't get my head round on Saturday morning when I'm leaving the hotel, the cottage, whatever, that I'm not going back until Sunday night. You packed your bags and freed your room.
Yeah, same at Le Mans, isn't it? So, you know, just a couple of months ago, because we are coming to the 1st of August now, aren't we? That, you know, you leave in the morning and set off, and you pack for overnight, but it's not really overnight, is it?
No.
Well, certainly not in my case, as you know.
Snowy sleep standing up for some reason. No understanding why. Right, another...
Many part human.
Guess. I was just trying to guess which part. Right,
exactly.
Another lap on the board for race leader Luca Stolz, but it was a better lap for the chasing car, the number 77 BMW. Obviously, had a better run through the traffic and actually gained back 5 seconds, so it's down to 6 seconds first to second. So even though the advantage is lying with our race leader, his advantage isn't the 6 seconds, it's the 6 seconds, and the fact the car that's giving chase, the Schubert Motorsport BMW, that will have to have a longer final pit stop by about 23 seconds. So let's call it roughly half a minute between these cars on tot up. So that was an interestingly very quick lap from Jens Klingmann. Pulled that out of nowhere. I don't know how you find. I can understand over 25 kilometres, traffic might hurt you a little bit. You might lose 2, 3, 4 seconds, but it was more than that. He took about 6 seconds off the race leader. So that's a feather in his cap, going well. But where will the next flags come out? Oh, their siphon, still cleaning up.
That's been a long repair there, hasn't it? But,
well, last time they went past, it looked as though they were literally just working on the top barrier. But we'll see. Nah, isn't it great? I talked about some cars literally being unliveried. There's a
M2.
M2, that's a popular racing class, and that is $8.99. So it's one they might race all season. Maybe they don't feel the need to spend their money on a fancy livery. Certainly there are some fancy liveries, and Max Cruiser Racing, the number 75 Audi, that looks very smart indeed. Looks like the car's been driven over by a tyre, but that's the intention, with the tyre pattern, tread pattern all over it. And at the moment, it had a good run. So, believe it or not, we are almost at full race distance. It's 8 minutes, it's coming up to the 4-hour mark in this race. And we'll see what is going to happen in the final 2 hours shortly, but soon we'll have a little recap of what happened in hours 1 to 4. But at the moment, the Winward Racing Mercedes leading the race by 6 seconds. Will this be a better lap for them, or will there be more advantage gained by Jens Klingmann as he tries to get his Schubert Motorsport BMW right into the mix? Traffic can help. New code 60 at the Stefan Beloff S. So these things, they can affect you. If one driver, the lead driver, can get through before that starts, then suddenly you will have a big, big gain. Here we are, 1st of August, southwestern Germany, brilliant weather, dry track conditions, and we've got a battle out on the track. It's Mercedes ahead of BMW for now. Four hours into NLS 7. It's actually the 5th race because 2 had to be cancelled for reasons of weather, but this has been a cracker. Beautiful blue skies, a lot of happiness down on the grid, packed field of cars, 132 cars coming out to play for NLS 7. Clean start from pole position by Luca Stolz. He's in the blue and gold car from Winward Racing, the Mercedes. He kept ahead of Hout Racing Team's Mustang. That slotted into 2nd place. The place gate was actually 4th to 3rd, and that was Adam Christodoulou in the Era Motorsport Mercedes. Yes, they moved over from Ferrari to Mercedes. In behind, everyone else was neat and tidy until you got to turn 3, and one of the Audis, the one from Juta Racing, had a little rotation on its own. But that was, I think, the cleanest start we've had from the front runners for a long time. Actually, suddenly with that black Audi going sideways, the number only just managed to miss it. Had to really slam on the brakes. And there was some fantastic scrapping. The Walk and Horse Motorsport Aston Martin very much in the mix. Nico Menzel and his Porsche just skeetering his way past. And then in classic format, the Gamoto Racing BMW, a sitting duck as the Schubert Motorsport number 77 BMW got the slipstream, used the toe, slingshotted past along the Dottinger Her. So that was a classic Nürburgring race move. But Gamoto Racing stayed in the hunt, but they would have a pit stop they hadn't been wanting early in the race, and that set them back enormously in terms of time. And then poor old Juta Racing, not their day, and round at in the corner just before the final corner. And then Gamoto Racing, they had to come into the pits with a problem, lost time. The number 5 Porsche getting in the... That's Gabriele Piana. And there were some penalties coming their way thereafter. Then a scary moment, Gamoto Racing BMW back on track, but was following a course pickup and then jinked to one side of it, found a car parked, a course car parked to one side. Big miss there, thank goodness for that. But there's some good runs, and Patrick Assenheim having a lovely run in the number 48 Porsche, getting in on the mix. Classic Nürburgring racing. You can't always guarantee the weather, but the racing can be good. The Dual Motorsport McLaren was starting to make moves. That would pick up a penalty later on that would cost it position. But any driver running off the track, well, you just get so dusty. The driver behind would be blinded. You have dust all over your tyres. That wouldn't make the hairpin quite as sweet when you got back onto the black stuff. But through all of this, peerless performance. The number 80 Winward Racing Mercedes out front, but they're not home and hosed as yet. And up and down the paddock, up and down the order, people still, as we get past the midway point in the season, trying to put points in the bank. You get them at the end of the race, the more higher in your class and the more numbers in your class, the more points you may bag. But there have been spinners, there have been no winners as yet, but there have been losers, and that number 6 Audi crew over and out. They're not the only ones to depart, but right now it's Winward Racing leading this event, and in the classes too, a brilliant battle between 902 and 900 in the Cup 2 category. Pit stops come, pit stops go, but we're getting towards the very end. We will go towards the end of this race. Who is going to win? So, into the final third of the race. 6 hours this weekend, and it's a different mix, a different way of going racing. You get very accustomed to the 4-hour races, but here we are with 4 hours done, only 6 seconds between first and second places. They'll be in the same shot together soon, but was this a better lap for our race leader? The number 80 Mercedes swinging in, swinging out of the final corner. The start of the lap 6 seconds, the gap between first and second. The lap before had been 13 seconds, a massive swing in the favour of the BMW that's giving chase. This time around, I can't see the BMW in the background yet. If it's the gap stayed the same, wait on that long shot. No, it looks like it was a better lap from our race leader, the Winward Racing Mercedes, going through, waiting to see when the black and red Yokohama liveried Mercedes comes through. What will the gap be between them? Still waiting. Looks like it was a better lap there for Luca Stolz, but you know, it does ebb, it does flow. And I think around that lap in pretty much every timing sector, I think it was an advantage for our race leading Winward Mercedes. Another Mercedes going well is car number 32, blue and silver. That has had a penalty though, and the Toyo Tyres example down in 11th place overall. Yuichi Nakayama at the wheel, and quite a lonely race for them actually in many ways, because they've got almost a minute's advantage over the car that leads the Cup 2 class, which is the number 900 Koslowski driven Porsche, and 20 plus seconds back on the car that's 10th, which is the Manthey Porsche with Marco Holzer at the wheel. But let's see, the end of this lap is the pendulum, so he's swinging towards the Schubert Motorsport number 77 BMW or not. Just remember the gap. The end of last lap was 6.1 seconds. We're waiting for the end of this lap, and then we'll know. Was it just a bad lap for our race leader, the previous lap?
You must have just looked inside my head, because I was thinking exactly the same. I don't have the answer, so don't answer the next question, but I was just thinking completely the same thing. There you go. It does happen. It's called teamwork.
Yes. It's called tragic.
It's called tragic.
Two people with only one thought.
Well, a shared passion.
So this Cup 2 class battle is going to go, I think, to the finish. It's advantage 900 at the moment, only by small margins. 902 second in class, Ryan Harrison. He lost a bit of ground last time around. Now, our race leader, the Ravenol, with Grace on board. Grace is not driving. Grace is the cat on the flank and the hood. That lovely rumble the AMG GT3 makes just sounds sensational. So, the answer to the question that I posed, would it go out or would it go in? Would what? We talk about the lead of the race. It went down to 6.1 seconds. It's now 7.0 seconds. So actually, advantage to our race leader. But you'd say that's as close to no gain at all. 9/10 of a second gain, so not too far out of the background of the shot will be the red and black Schubert Motorsport BMW. And we have had a change of position in Cup 2. 902 is now leading the class from, and apparently we're going to have to look to see where the green flag is. Now this is contentious. If a green flag's being shown, it means you come to the end of a yellow flag area. Car facing backwards, had a spin, damaged the barriers possibly a little bit, but just wait. And there's the overtaking manoeuvre. Where's the green flag? Where's the green flag? There's the green flag. To my eye, that move's been made too soon.
Yeah, it's very opportunistic, I would say, and I would, if I was being the overtaken car there, I think I'd be questioning that one with the team and just saying, have a look at that. But unless there's something additional, that does look a little bit early.
Well, we see it again and again, and we're just hearing that actually the green flag that we could see was the second. So the driver who made the jump was correct. That's always the question. Normally, okay, Snowy, wind your neck back all of a week. What is the sequence of showing a green flag after a yellow?
Well, immediate. There's no
exactly.
no bit in between.
But you see one, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so that could be cross communication between a couple of the marshals posts. And bear in mind how many there are. It could be a misheard signal. Hang the green out at Marshall's Post, can't hear it.
Yeah, and I'm not asking for the replay again. I would like to see the replay again of that, because I can't see one in the shade on the right when the driver makes a move in the first place, in the shadow. That's not to say it's not there or that the driver's not right. I haven't seen it on the little bit of VT I've got. I'm intrigued by that one.
Me too, because exactly that. If I did want to see a replay, I'd like to have the right-hand side of the shot. You know, having been told to look for the green flag, you're not entirely sure where it's going to be. And did I just miss that in the gloom, in the shade, the deep shade at one point? But anyhow, what we now have is 900 leading the class, 902 in second place. But that's one. We'll keep an eye on the warning screens. Did we say there was a stop-and-go penalty a short while ago? Yes, I think we did. We did for the number 5 Porsche. So that's going to fall down the order. No longer. It's shown pace. It started in, I think, 9th or 10th position. 10th position for Black Falcon. Showed its pace, but it's been in the wars a little bit. And sometimes you can end up being in the wars, have no scratch on the car, but you simply getting things wrong in the pits. We've seen cars done for speeding in the pit lane and so on. Such an annoying penalty, but you know, unfortunately, well earned, and that's a sadness. Just can't believe these conditions. It's just so wonderful to be able to see the scenes and the sights from on any of the onboard footing. It is the most extraordinary circuit, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and it can be seen in so many different ways. In many ways, the best way to see it. It's fabulous to go to some of the places around the circuit, the classic corners, and look down on the cars. It's better still to drive around the circuit, but better still is probably being treated with a pro driver taking you around with a bit of onboard camera footage. And then certainly, I mean, when Max Verstappen was competing in the 24 hours, I know that's not part of this series, but he had to do some NLS rounds to get there. His overtaking had people who'd never seen this circuit, let alone these cars before, just going, oh my golly. And that, you know, is extraordinary. Even within this race, you could be driving a car that's in the 3rd slowest class, but you still be able to pass 2 other classes of cars. So you have that advantage. It's how you use it that really shapes this race, because as we know, you get something slightly wrong, someone goes off, and you end up with slow zones, and it's an inevitable sort of creature of this race, if you will. Just
bear in mind, Bruce, that it's only 6 years ago that we had the dreaded COVID pandemic across the world, and we had DNLS, which is digital NLS, which you did some commentary with. But there was a new generation of fans that came on board for that when the world stopped, and we've got that's a BMW in the
BMW stopped
M240i in the barrier.
Yeah, penultimate corner.
That's going to be a code 60.
167, and that's
just to finish my point quickly, while I find 667 was that there were a new generation of people came into that then, in, let's say late teens, early 20s, that cottoned onto that because of COVID. Thought this is great, fabulous. Look at this circuit. And then didn't realise it really existed and thought it was a digital circuit, and then found it was a real one. And then to see people like, or see onboards of it, and then to see people like Max Verstappen come and race in it, it's just expectations beyond belief.
Well, it is. One of the drivers who spreads a lot of this message is a British driver called Jimmy Broadbent. There's a huge following on social media for doing these races. In fact, he was racing last weekend in a Ford Mustang 1965 model with Alex Brundle, yes he was, at Silverstone, and something else completely different. So he's bringing his own group of fans in as well. But for most people, they see it and they go, oh, that is just extraordinary. Well, we've been watching it for years, and you've raced it. Yes, it is extraordinary, extremely extraordinary. So you could see the number 667 BMW has managed to pull
Jimmy
away.
Broadbent was racing last weekend in BRDC Classic as well, wasn't he?
That's what I was saying, the Ford Mustang.
Yeah.
And then he's racing here this weekend. We saw him, I was about to comment, we had some footage of him, but then he exited the car. He'll probably get another stint towards the end of the race, but you know, he brings something different, and yeah, it puts eyes on the most extraordinary race, and that's for the good of everyone. Now I'm just trying to see who was on board 667 at the time. Aidan Mulrady is an Irish driver who's based in the States. He's I think a United Airlines pilot. Apologies, Aidan, if I've got the wrong airline for you there, but let's see, he's sharing that car with Pedro Zalta and the British racer Adam Sharp. Scroll down to see where they were. They were running in the BMW M240i Racing Cup, fiercely contested category. But that little, well, quite a big contact with the barriers. Quite possibly it took two to tango at that particular corner. It's a very, very busy place when you're trying to get through the penultimate corner. You're flicking to the right and then have to immediately turn left.
I was just thinking about that because it looks like it's gone straight on, and it can be that if they're both trying to go through the corner together, they've sideswiped one of them and one's pushed the other off straight on, as it were. Great deal of cement dust, isn't it, basically? What well, the trade term for it is the industry term is for these days, but it used to be called cement dust, didn't it? For one of the Porsches in the pit lane, which is the 945 entry. I'm suggesting that's got a kaput gearbox or something of that ilk, or even perhaps even worse being its engine, because it's up on its jacks. There's a few oil trays underneath it, but there's an awful lot of stuff being used to soak up fluid there. So just very, very quickly, just going back to that green flag. Ian McCarthy, once again, done one of his famous... Ian, I love you for this. Thank you so much. Ian will rewind and then freeze frame and capture and send us a little image. We said we couldn't see the flag on the right for that car that did the overtaking. We thought it had jumped early because we couldn't see it in the shadow. It's because it was on the left-hand side. It was a light board, and it's almost obscured by the intervention vehicle. So the driver was absolutely right. There was one on the left-hand side first. He was going past, and then we saw the second one. So he was absolutely right. There were two green flags. That's what our producer telling us, that there were two green flags. We didn't doubt it. We just wanted to interrogate it.
We doubt nobody. Maybe that's where we're going wrong. I don't know. And unfortunately for Aidan, who was very...
I doubt it.
Aidan came across Aidan Mulroney. He was the driver on board 667, but we haven't seen how that ended up in the tyre wall at BMW that was dragged clear. And he came across and joined us. I think it was at the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, wasn't it? Came across very, very personable, based in the States, Irish father who's deeply invested in motor racing through his career.
There's no other way.
No. All in all, don't go.
Exactly.
Slow progress from the Hout Racing team. Mustang, remember that was in second. It was a little bit of contretemps, a bit of misunderstanding, and a clatter up the back from the Euro Motorsport Mercedes, which subsequently retired. But suddenly creeping its way forward towards the top 10. This is an impressive drive from the Hout Racing team. Frank Stippler, driver on board at the time, is now back on board. His lap pace is very good, as you'd expect. His last lap was, well, everyone's last laps were slow. He was bang on the money with his last lap. So what's the next target? Well, he's a full minute down on Gabriele Piana's number 5 Black Falcon team Porsche. So to be honest, with an hour and 44 minutes remaining in this race, he's probably not going to claw that back, but there's the target. That's what he's go for. And for Luca Stolz, who's leading the race, as at the end of lap 29, in comes Jens Klingmann. So just remember, he was about 7 seconds off the tail of the race leader. He's made his pit stop. He's got time for one further pit stop, but his final pit stop will be about a lap before Luca Stolz's, or the number 80 Winwood Racing Mercedes, and it will be about 23 seconds longer. So I think effectively there's going to be a half-minute deficit after those final pit stops. So it's looking better and better for the car we're riding on board with, the Winwood Racing Mercedes. They've done the hard yards, they keep pressing on, but we've still got time. An hour and 43 minutes remain in this race, so not far short of half of a regular NLS round. But it's up to the drivers. Keep looking for the flags, keep looking for any signalling from the side. Do not pick up a penalty, do not muck up your pit stops.
We're talking penalty, don't forget that the number 5 Black Falcon Porsche, currently pedalled by Gabriele Piani, will have a 1 minute penalty added at the end because it came into the pits at the start of the race. So he started from the pit lane, so you get a 1 minute penalty for doing that.
Ah, okay, good work. Right, so at the moment he's quite a long way down. He's in
Plus, I think he's got another penalty as well.
It has. It's got a stop and go penalty.
Correct. Yes. So it's got that, and it's 1 minute for starting from the pit lane. Yeah.
Gosh. Still yellow flags, and I think possibly yellow and red striped flags at the entrance to the final complex of corners. There's a pickup has pulled into position to block off the inside line. Of course, that's where we had the 667 BMW go off, and there was a big question: did it jump? Was it pushed? Or did it just simply find a slippery circuit? Actually, cement dust being dropped from that pickup out of a little hopper going to the outside line, and again, not always easy to see, but then midway through the corner there's a line, the Toyota's just going over it now with those course vehicles. Gosh, they're so good at working in tandem, looking for a gap in the traffic when they can go across on that racing line, drop the quick dry cement dust, and at least start making the penultimate corner safe. And it's so tricky here. I mean, when you come up the rise and into that final complex, the barriers we're looking at in the background of the shot, they look as though they're at degrees across the track. It's a much sharper corner than you realise, but also you think how long you've been in a straight line, and then just that little kink into Tiergarten. Your brain has probably recalibrated, just making that final corner all the more difficult. So the course vehicle's actually ducking away from back into an access road there, and more course vehicles going out as they've been doing drop-offs. Are they going out to pick up, or is it going to be a case of another batch of cement dust they could drop from a hopper in that one? But still, a lot of management going on. Car number 1, Maxi Mooston, just takes that over. That's the FK Performance BMW M4 GT3 that has shown very decent, comfortable pace this weekend so far. And Ugo de Wilde has taken over for the final 2 stints, one regular length, one shorter one, to get through to the end of the race. He's taken over that number 77 BMW, and with the dint of this pit stop and the final pit stop being longer than the car he's competing against, when Mercedes, suddenly it's very much advantage to windward. But where and how? I mean, they could be serving their pit stop at a time when there are loads of full course yellows around the circuit and slow zones. So generally we have slow zones rather than full course yellows here, but it's a long lap, and you could have an interruption when your rival's just getting a clear run around the lap. So nobody's setting fast lap times at the moment by dint simply of having so many zones that are slow and waved yellow flags. The latest one is Schraubenschwanz, so right towards the end of the lap, just before we get to the Kleiner carousel. And just looking for people that are actually having good battles. The best battle at the moment is actually in 12th place overall. You go, why are you getting excited over that? Well, it's the Cup 2 class battle. It's back with 900 ahead of 902, so Koslowski for Black Falcon ahead of Team Liqui-Moly's entry of Ryan Harrison, but they have nothing between them, just over a second. And Porsche 913, I'm not sure we've laid eyes on that in this race so far. It's running in the Cup 2 category, and it's entered by Bill and Jim Cameron. And looking nice and neat and comfortable. I'd say this is one of the better tools to compete in this circuit when you're confident in your racing. To race a 911 around here is something very special, I'd suggest.
I think racing anything around here is pretty special. I'm not taking away your point, Bruce.
Yeah. You are a bit.
Not intentionally. Wow. Wow.
Past the 4 hour mark. I should be nursing a cold beer by now.
Yes, somebody's tired. There wasn't the point I was trying to make. But a 911 or I think I'd love to drive around a GT3 Merc around here. That would be quite something. That nice big V8 up front, that deep bass growl it's got. It just looks purposeful, which you're not going to see from the inside of it, of course. But that would be something I'd love to run around here. Probably just think like I don't know. Took me about an hour to do a lap nowadays, but that's all right. Get a sub-hour, we're okay.
Yeah, just stopping to sign autographs.
Exactly. said no one ever. That's not going to happen.
Yes. Haven't seen too much of the 992 Mante class car. It's not running in SP9. It's SP Pro. So it's probably got some development parts for next year. That's sort of how that category exists. Running all in its own class, but the 2 Griezmanns and Marco Holzer. Marco's on board at the moment, but you know, again, it's a testing ground, it's a test bed. Waved yellow flags. We saw the course vehicles pulling up at the final sequence at Hohenrhein, and they're putting a lot of cement dust down there. And the Mustang that's worked its way now up the order a little bit to 11th, Frank Stippler. just bottled up behind a couple of Cup 2 class cars. Let's take a look as the camera swings around, and yeah, it's saying code 60. In fact, it looks all is done there, I think. But the yellow flags are still held, so you can't go chasing off hare and scarab, I'm afraid. End of this lap, we'll get a clearer picture of the gap between. Here we go. Luca Stolz dives into the pits. So 29 laps on board, so it's absolutely, no, sorry, 30 laps on board, so they're sticking to their script. Despite going a lap early for their first pit stop, most cars were coming after 7s, they came in after 6, but since then it's been 8 laps, 8 laps, 8 laps, and that's what's got us up to this point. And then it means their final pit stop is going to be shorter than some of their rivals. So they've pushed hard to make sure they could do things as they want them. Oh, the Mustang driver being very cautious, trying to get past the Cup 2 Porsche. In fact, the car that's is the Cup 2 Battle. He's picked off the pair of them, but you could certainly see that Frank Stippler was using his experience and using a lot of caution, not wanting to put his nose where it wasn't wanted. It's worth losing 2 or 3 seconds for sure for that. And what he doesn't want is any further damage, because when you pick up damage on a car early in the race, it can be a long time to be going around with the bodywork that's a little bit loose. You have that whole concept, oh, am I going to be having more and more things come off my car because anything that's weak and airflow gets into it. When you're doing 185 miles an hour down the straight, or maybe slightly more, that's not a good thing. So I'm sure the car's behaviour is not as you'd want, but you just got to stay on top of it, be conversant with how it's handling, how it's feeling, how you feel having a car like that.
So we've got a little bit of a change up at the top, are we not, with once it shakes out after this with Stolz and Fontana into the pits. This is Winwood and Gurion Racing. Mercedes and the Porsche. Times haven't been as quick as I thought they might be today, Bruce. I thought they might, maybe it's possibly a little bit too hot.
I think so.
As in track temperature. I just thought it would be a little bit quicker. I wasn't expecting lap records to be shattered or anything like that, but I just thought 3 or 4 seconds quicker.
Yeah, I think what we've had is pretty much from the moment they got into traffic, there have been incidents at various points around the circuit or repairs, and that just spikes your gun. No matter how well you drive around the rest of the lap, you're not going to make up for having slow zones. There's nothing they can do about it. Last lap, Luca Stolz on his way into the pits, so you can probably take a few seconds off that from where he entered the pit lane. 9 minutes 17. You know, these are not quick laps. Ironically, it was quicker than the chasing.
Yeah, that's now.
Klingman.
Yeah. Overall, I mean, I'm talking a bit of rubbish as usual to prove the point, but you know, 7:55 for the Winwood Mercedes and a 7:57 for the second place Porsche are quick times, particularly when ADAC target time is to keep the cars at 8 minutes a lap. That's what they want them to achieve consistently, and the way we do that was with various disciplines, elements of balance of performance, so we can restrict us and aero and things like that and whatever, so we can slow cars down just to make sure it's even. It's always a mixed, received with mixed emotions is balance of performance, because you suddenly get something comes up, like let's say somebody comes out with a new Ferrari or an Evo package on a model, and it's suddenly the engineers developed it and suddenly light years ahead, and it's let's say magically 2 seconds that quicker, though, is immediately hit with some kind of balance of performance to slow it down. So it can be restrictors on the engines to slow them, literally reduce the amount of air. Everybody talks about fuel consumption of our road cars, race cars, obviously phenomenal, but it's a fuel air mixture, so you take in a vast amount of air. So the restrictors are usually like a trumpet, a carbon type trumpet, and I remember years ago when I moved in, it used to be a thing called a stall test, where you literally, it was quite physically a tennis ball on the end of a stick, and the scrutiny is eligibility, not safety scrutiny, would come around. You'd have to run the engine and you'd push this tennis ball into the end on the stick, and it should starve the engine of air, and the engine should stall, hence stall test. And I remember one particular 24-hour at Spa where there was a Viper that passed the stall, well, failed the stall test because it kept running. The revs dipped and it carried on running, and they were like, oh, interesting, where else does it get? So that kind of exposed that one.
The history of motorsport is littered.
Yes. It was the fact that when they put the second stall test on the other side, it being a V10 on the Chrysler Viper or Dodge Viper, whichever brand it was, and it dipped again significantly to the point we thought it was going to stall, and it didn't. It still recovered from a very low set of revs and came back to a takeover point. So it was like, that's kind of exposed that there's a lot of air being taken in somewhere else that shouldn't be.
The fire would not stop burning.
Absolutely, yes. Just keep giving me oxygen, baby.
Still can't see why we've got the waved yellow flags, or the static yellow flag. It might even be yellow and red for slippery surface at the final corner, because there are no cars within camera shot.
Is that from the damage for the... Is there still stuff on the track from when the BMW went off?
No, not that I could see.
No, I couldn't either. I just wondered if that was the...
Or last lap, but it may be the camera angle is just not picking up something a little earlier in the corner. Maybe the clearing up more of the oil spill, because certainly something pitched that Hayden Mulroney-driven BMW around at that point. Don't think driver error was part of that equation.
So he received outside assistance. He received outside assistance.
Not when he's flying.
No, hopefully not, no. Well, we're coming up to a matter of seconds of the final 1 hour, 30 minutes, 90 minutes to go. It is still the Winward Racing Mercedes GT3. Luca Stolz at the wheel of that. That's car number 80. This is the car, if you're just joining us, the car that won the 24-hour race here back in May, with Luca Stolz as part of that team. In second place, that's a pro car. Pro-Am take second, third and fourth positions at the moment, with Gorian Assenheimer Ramp in the Porsche, in 3 Porsche 911s. Brunagel, my apologies, Brunagel is in Müller Motorsport, my apologies. Schubert is in 5th place. Hugo de Wilde at the wheel of that car. And then the first non-German brand has moved its way up to 6th place for the moment, which is the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. But of course that is in the pits as well, so that will now recycle down again. I just wanted to say what it was there on the screen at position 5.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's always the thing. You have sort of a spread of 2.5, 3 laps over which people make their pit stops later in the race. Earlier it's normally a spread of 1, possibly 2. So it does take a while for everything to settle down, but all become relatively crystal clear after the next and final round of pit stops. They'll do them as late in the race as they can, but just remember that the lap is 25 kilometres around. You don't want to go, well, I thought I had enough fuel for the car to do another lap. And it's happened across the years, trust me.
There is a story of, I will allow the people to remain nameless, but there's a story of an historic Formula 1 race at supporting the British Grand Prix within the last, let's say, 10 years or so.
Okay.
And the car that was most likely to win it, I think it was on pole, the team owner enjoyed the highlight event, shall we say, enjoyed being more involved in the team than he would do normally. The team didn't necessarily share that view on the basis of, it's great that you own the car and allow it to be raced and run by us properly and have a proper driver in it, but no, at the British Grand Prix support race, he wanted to be involved in it, and he decided his role was going to be working out the fuel calculations for the car. They disagreed with his calculation, and the car led all the way around until the final lap when it ran out of fuel at the British Grand Prix support race. I will just leave that at that.
You just must feel such a whatever.
I've heard that story from the driver's point of view and there wasn't a swear word involved. It was just utter heartache and pain of, unbelievably, I'm leading a historic Formula 1 race at a British Grand Prix support race with how many corners to go? I've started the last lap and yes, out of fuel. I'm wondering whether whether BMW went off at Hurricane at the very end of the lap. Is there fluid down or something still? But they would be treating that, wouldn't they? Surely.
Well,
I'm not trying to speculate, Bruce. I'm just trying to work out why we've still got that there.
Yeah.
There's no, because it's got Repticell barriers there. It's not Armco, so there's nothing needs repairing in that sense. No, there's no activity there, so I'm not quite sure why we've got I'm not doubting anybody. I'm just trying to understand it.
As the corner went to the right before it swerves left onto the start-finish straight, you're leaving Hochheichen. Hohenrhein. They put the quick dry up to the turning point at the penultimate corner, did not go through the corner on round, and obviously they feel it was only dumped to that particular point. That is just out of the camera angle there, so it's hard to pick up. Right, the car's back beyond that point, that they get the get up and go flag, the green flag, and take off all over again. What's the gap between 900 and 902? Fighting over 12th position, but more importantly, fighting over the lead in Cup 3. Well, the gap between them on the start-finish line was 0.6 of a second, so that's going to be intense, I would suggest, all the way through to the finish. But at the moment, it's advantage for car 900's Benjamin Koslowski from Atlanta in Georgia, so he'll be having a good time here, but being kept on his toes is very much a factor in this race. And in fact, the battle for the Porsche Cup 2 class, you might as well have had this at the end of the second hour, let alone getting past 4.5 hours in this race. Nose to tail, and swapping and changing from time to time, but at the moment it's advantage for Koslowski. There he goes, being chased by Ryan Harrison here. Remember, there was that misunderstanding with a bit of overtaking earlier in the race. Harrison seemed to hand the place back almost immediately, so that was good. We don't want things to be settled in the courtroom after the race. Oh, another car being done, potentially speeding in the pit lane. Another car from one of the BMW classes. Oh, that won't help there. Their time in this race. But conditions still fab. Again, now we have to just check on the progress of our drivers. Patrick Assenheimer listed as a race leader. We've got a car all but stopped. No, in fact, has stopped.
Has stopped, yes, you're
along
right.
the Dottinger Her, one of the Porsche Caymans. Can't tell which class of Porsche Cayman there is, because there are some not just in Cup 2. It's car
420.
420, I'd guess, since it's on the screen. It's very good of them, isn't it? And that's
right by a gap in the barriers there, so the intervention vehicle can just come out and neatly position itself and reverse up towards it. Make sure your parking sensors work in that VW. Don't back into the front of the Porsche. Very neatly done. How professional is that by the officials there? That's neatly done, almost along the white line, just to get back to that Porsche and get a rope on it quickly. I suggest that we pulled into that place very, very quickly to one side. Luca Stolz is past that, back onto the pit straight, and gets going because he's into a green zone area once again.
Looking good. The gap we have to look to is principally the gap between Luca Stolz, car number 80, race leader. Well, he's second at the moment because by pitting out of sequence, Patrick Assenheimer has moved ahead, but that's not a real position. Can see no impediment now, and I think the advantage is such for Luca Stolz. He's done his pit stop, back out onto the circuit, that he can just stroke it. And really almost the most interesting point, one has to assume that number 80 Mercedes is going to win this race, because it will have an advantage over most of its rivals at its final pit stop, and his lead is comfortable. Nothing is ever forever though, is it? Because we've got number 878 off at the side of the circuit. It's like you don't take the back entrance. Oh no, where do I have to go? I have to go, oh yeah, out there. And again, the M2 racing class has people from all over the world.
Your point being there that there's a three-way split ahead of you on the track there, where that BMW's just had it split, 878, where the left-hand side of the track is going left into Sabine Schmidt's hairpin. The middle bit of the track is the Grand Prix circuit looping back and the right-hand part of the track there, marked off, is the actual pit lane entrance. So it's kind of like those sort of multi-way junctions of which way do I go? To the middle of the road or
yes.
not? He had chosen the middle of the road, but quite very wisely went to the left and rejoined the track.
Yeah, so much to learn. If you come here for your first time, there's no way you should start it with a car in the top class. It's far better for the lower speed, learning the vagaries of the circuit, also where you're supposed to pull off. And again, still the slow pace along the Dottinger, which denies a lot of drivers their chance to have a crack.
I'm guessing that Porsche that was pulled back then wasn't pulled into the area the intervention vehicle came out from, but it's been pulled back to the pits at their request. Sorry, Bruce, I didn't mean to cut across you.
No, not at all. No, I'm sure you're right.
I wouldn't go that far. I didn't mean to interrupt you. That was all.
I mean, sitting on your hands for 5 hours waiting to cut in, but
manners are far more important than facts.
Damn right. Stop speaking in public. So again, this global mix, this global draw. Waved yellow flags. We'd quite like to not see them for a while yet, which would mean there are no further incidents to clear up. But while incidents need clearing up, they are out and made plain and obvious for the drivers.
I'll say there's a long code 60 approaching Flansgarten, which becomes, sorry, a code 120 halfway through it, then it becomes a code 60. That's still all the way there until we get to Schwalbensvans before it's clear again.
It's quite frustrating if you've juggled your driver lineup, keeping your fastest driver for last, and they're having to run many of their laps way below their normal, happy sort of racing pace around the circuit. And,
the close-up of there was a camera angle there on a number 19 R8 Mercedes. Audi, I've done the same thing as you've done now. Bruce, you've got me onto it. Was that the alternative fuel cars in 19? I think it is.
Yeah, it was the one Coronel started.
That's right. Interestingly, there was the close-up, a sort of almost aerial shot looking down onto the rear wing. Was between the rear wing stage, there should be some bodywork, and it clearly isn't, like a tiny boot lid there for effect. But that's not there. That's what the close-up was for, because you can just see aluminium of the inside of the boot area. So obviously that's been left off. A lot of gravel on the track, just where that car is now. There's the number 19. Yeah, there's definitely some panel work missing below that rear wing. Keep seeing smoke in the trees in the background, which of course is probably the potential, the drifting going on down at the bottom part of the Grand Prix circuit. I certainly hope that that's nothing else than that, and not any barbecues or wildfires or anything like that.
Yeah, well, we warned them.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. But that is a constant.
We are not that angry.
It's a constant feature at the Nürburgring down because we're not using the entirety of the Grand Prix loop as a drift show down there through the day. So quite a lot of the drivers and the fans, particularly the fans and their families, to see and do. There's a great big arena on the other side of the circuit. Right, a bit of overtaking potentially happening down into first corner. The Renazzo Lamborghini having a bit of a play with the Jutta Audi, a car that had its problems early in the race, and as a consequence is
same engines
further that back. I know, it's extraordinary. But just going back to this whole element about GT3 and balancing the top class, if you don't balance it, you'll end up with maybe 2 or 3 manufacturers. By balancing it, you get more, you get diversity, you get 10 to 12 manufacturers. So, and the racing isn't artificial, so why not do it?
I say, why wouldn't you? It encourages more people to come out, incentivises people to say to build cars in the first place, teams to go and buy them, amateurs to come and race them and pay to race them, encourage pros to come along. The whole thing is just a win-win situation, absolutely no pun intended.
No, yeah.
I don't mean 2 races.
No, none taken, none taken. Both hands.
You're too kind, yes.
But no, it's
top 4 window.
It has been an extraordinary category, GT3. It's the top class here. But again, you look down the order, and things like the Cup 2 category, so successful. And for them, a lot of the drivers in that, it's not a very big step up to GT3. So if they can master that, they're sort of in with a shout. They know sort of how they rank after the first test session.
I mean, you never would have predicted. We were talking earlier about some of the BRDC stuff, Classic Silverstone last weekend, that you did within GT3 Legends and the cars and how they've evolved in 20 years. And let's say the first 10 years was pretty well the same. Then suddenly at the 10-year mark, it grew. And I think again at the 15, so 5 years later, it grew again enormously. But I would have never predicted. I wouldn't have said against it. But 20 years ago, I would never have said GT3 was going to be what it is. It's quite extraordinary.
Yeah, it is, and it's down to the fact a lot of people poo-poo the very thought of Bernhard's performance. Some people deeply invested in the sport, but you have to put your hand up and say if you're wrong, because the success has been, I think we've had 20 different manufacturers.
Yeah, I understand.
Some are quite niche. You forget that people like Morgan had 2 different cars ratified to compete in it, and of course still one of the most popular cars in GT3 terms, and it had some fairly good success on track, was Bentley with their Continental. Yes. I remember having to interview a guy who was from Poland, but he lived in the UK, had a building company, and he used to take all his stuff to the place of work in his truck. It just really worked. But truck pulling off the circuit there, disturbing my thought pattern there for a second. But no, it's just the different cars you get to compete in now. Which car is that? We see 3 names on it as we zoom in. I think it's a GT3 Audi.
Zooming in, one thing, it needs to be in focus. Muller.
No, okay. Try and work out what that is, but is it
an M4?
I'm not entirely sure, but I'm just having a quick look. Sorry, it rather disturbed me. I was trying to see what it was. It was coming out into shot.
It's a fabulous. It's the Porsche Cayman 440.
Well, things still happening, and we've got just over an hour and a quarter remaining in this race. We're going to get prepared for the final flurry of pit stops, but before that we will go away for an ad break.
Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de. This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Liebe Fans.
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
You hand over to your teammates, and it's not Dylan Pereira on board, it's car 48. Tobias Muller is on board at the moment. He's in 4th place. He's lost a little bit of ground. The Porsche battle is basically over 3rd and 4th positions at the moment, and don't worry, that is not Porsche on Porsche in terms of class overtaking. That's just Tobias Muller trying to catch up with Artur Gorian. Artur's car started the lap best part of 4 seconds clear in 3rd place overall, but none of those cars are close enough to challenge the Winward Racing Mercedes that's leading the race. The car that's giving chase Hugo de Wilde's Schubert Motorsport BMW is in 2nd place, 19 seconds down, but its final pit stop will be longer by about 23 seconds. So effective lead for Luca Stolz and his teammate, who's in the pit lane waiting to take over, and that's the driver who did so well on his racing return this weekend, Ralf Aron. They are very much in the driving seat in this one. What else will come? What twists the tail will happen in this 6-hour race? You might say having an extra 2 hours gives another 50% more chance for incident if you simply do some...
Well, to go either way, isn't it? Yeah.
Some maths on that one. Still such a good battle to watch, though, is the battle at 12th and 13th position. Still that Cup 2 Porsche battle. 900 ahead of 902. I honestly don't think those cars have been more than a couple of seconds apart since the first hour of this race. Quite extraordinary. Bits of nip diving here, leading there, but Benjamin Koslowski, American racer, is leading from another American racer, Ryan Harrison, so they probably have previous at home, but they're having a really good scrap. Double waved yellows and the yellow and red slippery surface warning flag at Tiergarten. And to the naked eye, you can see skid marks on the track. You can see where quick drive's been put down on the outside of the circuit, but only just. But I still can't see. Maybe possibly the barrier on the right-hand side of the tyre wall. That was further round than where, as far to my eye, than we saw Aidan Mulroney go into the barriers, but that's the only place I could see. I keep thinking it might be a barrier that we can't quite see from the camera angle, the camera position, but it did seem to be a little bit crumpled at the far right-hand side of the barriers from a driver's point of view when they look at that wall. It seems that it's right across their path.
Yeah, we say it's still under code 60, that part of the circuit, as is Flansgarden, so there's something remedial there taking quite a while, quite a bit longer than we expected. So very nearly approaching the last hour. Camera shot back down the Dottingham from Tiergarten, which has been talked about. Double waved yellows being presented on the left-hand side from our camera shot, right-hand side to drivers. Officials, obviously, marshal safety behind the barriers there, just producing that look, and we slow right down.
The oil must be a BMW estate car. It's very much the mode. Good to see that. Wasn't after the April Fool joke that forced the hand of BMW, who gained endless publicity by making the M3 touring. But this one, car number 700, rather older in mien, but looks like that's been got together to sort of be in vogue. And great to see people having a sense of humour. And actually, we all know that estate cars actually can have a bit of an aerodynamic advantage. It's not going to trouble the front runners because that's not running in the very top class as the Morgenhorst Aston Martin goes through. And of course, they were very, very delayed early in the race, so Christian Kron is not able to push it all the way back up to the front of the field. He's showing that with Dennis Fetzer, the Swiss racer.
It's actually listed as a this is the 325. The QTQ Race Performance is the team that have entered it, and it is listed as a BMW 325i Combi.
Okay, combi estate. So it's,
Yeah, exactly.
It's not
Yeah.
a boiler. Don't worry about that. It's not a gas boiler. Combi as in combination.
Can offer greater torsional rigidity as well in the estate car.
Indeed.
And I think they look cool as well.
I do too. And I've definitely got an eye on an estate car because we're getting another dog at the end of August. So 2 big bow wows in the boot. You need a bit more space.
Because you like small dogs, don't you? Not.
3 iron.
Summed it up.
No, it's great to see something different. I mean, you know,
Absolutely.
Vintage, and you know, hold on, these people aren't just out here for fun. They're out here for 6 hours of fun on the best circuit in the world. Tick, tick, tick. That really works for me. But lap pace, with the end of the lap being slowed by the code 60 there, no one setting quick laps there. In fact, last lap for most of them was about anything north of 9 minutes. But actually, that said, our race leading. Hold on, let me just flick an update, just double check that that wasn't the lap before. Servers being a little slow in upgrading all our timing screens today. Yeah, they were all north of 9 minutes. Between first and second, there was the exchange of a few tenths. Right, 875, again, running in some of these very well supported junior categories that are a hugely important part of the mix, and that's the M2 racing class. And car 875 has FK Performance Motorsport. You notice a lot of these teams running cars across a lot of the classes because FK Performance have got Maxime Houston 5th place overall in the top class, but this is the M2 Racing Cup class, and just doubling down to check where that is in the overall running. 876 is okay. Here we go. Yeah, running nicely in class, but 888 is the car leading the BMW class, and it's got a double champion, Franko Mijatovic. He's been champion in recent years with a couple of teams. He's very much a BMW man, so again, he might be scoring useful points all the time. But best placed BMW in the race is the Advan liveried car, black and red, and Yokohama on the nose, so double sponsorship there. And Hugo de Wilde, he is, unfortunately for him, going to have to make his final pit stop a lap earlier than the race leader. And I know I can go on about it, but the length of your final pit stop is dictated according to how close it is in number of minutes to the end of the race. And the larger the number of minutes, the larger the number of seconds your pit stop must be. But all Hugo de Wilde, the young Belgian driver, can do is just keep pressing on. You never know. We've seen this over the years. We've had cars cruising to an apparent good result and then cruising nowhere at all. 6 hours, high temperatures, hard work. Not just for driver, but for machinery too. Gap between first and second is now 27.3 seconds. So that has gone out. That has increased, where the Schubert Motorsport crew were praying it would come down, and the reason it's gone out so much, there was an 8-second difference. Luca Stolz, race leader, laps in 9 minutes and 5. Again, that's a slow time because of the slow zone and other elements around the circuit as the barriers are still being rebuilt, and then the chasing Hugo de Wilde. So Winwood Racing have very big grasp on this race. Just remember, who qualified on pole? They did with their Mercedes. Who led into the first corner? They did. Who opened up a little bit of a lead? They did. But the two cars that weren't too far off the tail, about 4 seconds further back, what did? They crashed into each other. Over the smallest of incidents, and it's still up for debate, and I'm sure both of the level-headed drivers, Frank Stippler in the Mustang that was hit, and Adam Christodoulou, who clipped him with the Era Motorsport Mercedes, have different views, but maybe when they go back over all the footage, they'll see whether one or both of them were getting it right or getting it wrong. But you know, they will wait and see and find out. But by removing those two, thereafter, Winwood Racing has been on a smooth run.
He's also currently got the fastest lap of the race, which is unlikely to change now, I would say. Great job. And if the result is as it predicts now, with just over, literally a couple of minutes over 1 hour to go, then what a return to racing. In fact, it's been what a return to racing now, even if the car stopped right at this point. They'd like to win. But what a return for Ralf Aron. We were talking about mental side of understanding of the incident happened back in Bathurst in February for him, and how a driver to deal with that and not being able to do anything for 2 months and not being able to get fit and go to the gym and the dark bits and the doubt and self-doubt, etc. All those things that must go through and play on your mind. And then to come back, and I said, even if the thing stopped now with, I always joke about, a fuel pump or a fuse stopped at it now, they could walk away head high, absolutely no doubt that they're doing everything absolutely right. To get it across the line and be the first pass to checker flag would be the icing on the cake. But right now, 5 hours in, they have done the most amazing job. And Ralf Aron, I think, he will sleep so well tonight.
He will.
Probably the best he has in 3 months.
Yeah, because you're back, aren't you?
Yeah.
And it's amazing how many, not just sports people, if you ever meet someone who's a professional dancer, doing 2 or 3 shows a day or whatever, they're all broken to some extent. They're all working around injuries. Some of the toughest people you'll meet will be ballet dancers, because the show must go on. But can I nurse it through to the end of the season? Can I X and Y? And obviously a lot of rugby players play with injuries because you never got a knock here or a bruised muscle there.
Well, it's because they're a different breed.
Yeah, indeed. And beer doesn't always make it better. It does feel as though it does, but
psychologically it does.
Yes. Rehydrate, must rehydrate the limbs.
Yes, well, you had hydration breaks decades ago, didn't you? they were just post-match.
After, yes.
I think I have to call that now, post-match hydration break. There we go.
Oh, he's overdone.
I like that.
He's overdone it again.
Yeah, it's gone too hard, too soon.
Right, blink of an eye, or a slight pause in the eye, blinking, and we'll be at just 1 hour to go. 6 hours here today. 7th round of the championship. 2 races had to be sort of knocked off the championship because of the first one of all, because the weather was so cold. The car, just nothing could function. Still barrier repairs going on. Background of one of the shots, looking back from our just totally enthralling Porsche Cup 2 battle. Now in 11th, 12th place overall, and it is next to nothing between the pair of them. Either of these crews, crew number 900 or 902, will remember this race for just the most fantastic scrap. You've got no guarantee the cars can run together. Someone could interrupt them, could interrupt their pace. There could be an incident in front of one, not the other. They're separated. They have not been separated. And it has just been the most fantastic race for the pair of them and for the fans, because when you can watch it from trackside, you can watch it on TV, you can listen to it, and it's just relentless. And this would have been astonishing if it had run to the 4-hour mark, the traditional end time of this race. But we've got 2 extra hours. What have they done? They've packed in 2 more hours, or so far 1 extra hour, 1 hour still to go, and they're still nose to tail. It's still Ben Koslowski. That's the black and red Black Falcon Team Zimmerman car, and getting a tow from it, as it has lap after lap, fellow American racer Ryan Harrison, Team Liqui Moly by Black Falcon. They're running the Liqui Moly white with blue and red stripe livery, and the slow zone up ahead, no overtaking, and so 902 gets right under the rear wing of 900. They will go up through the final sequence of corners where the slow zone is out for slippery surface. Tell you what, I'm going to have a little, and the cars in front all but come to a stop, so luckily there wasn't a collision between those. But you can be sure when they turn out of the corner, the final corner onto the start-finish straight, that hammer is going to be down, throttle mass through the floor, and see you can get the better run down to turn 1. But with 1, 2, 4 cars across their nose, any one of those cars could have a role to play when they take the rush to the first corner. Any single one of the cars in front. The green flag is only as they come over the gantry, and what's happening? Their nose to tail going into the pits. I thought that might just be coming. And some of the cars coming to the pits take a different line because they have to actually go to garages elsewhere. This is going to run to the very end. And of course, being both Black Falcon cars, they're in neighbouring pit garages. They'll have to be put up on the dollies, swung around through 45 degrees, and what's happened, this 6-hour race for them is about to turn into a 1-hour blast to the finish. It's been a blast from the very start, but one slip for either of these cars and things could get really unfortunate in terms of battle won or battle lost. Who's going to come out on top? For now, by the length of one car, it's 900, the Team Zimmermann car entered by Black Falcon, that has the lead. But what a lead, next to nothing.
Liquid Moly, to me, still synonymous with Australian entered cars. It's always that part of the world to me. Just certain brands are synonymous, aren't they? And so you see certain liveries or sponsors, and you just think of a certain thing, whether it be a point in F1 or sports cars or whatever. I just see Liquid Moly, and I just think Australia.
Do you?
Yeah.
I always think German racing.
There you go.
Interesting, interesting. Right, Benja Ites is climbing on board, taking over from Koslowski. So he's put into the 900. That's the car that's leading, as I say, by one car length in the Porsche Cup, the Cup 2 class, 911 GT3 Porsches. So he's got a lot of responsibility, but Benja has plenty of experience here, so I'd say that's a very good person to put in the car. Raphael Renhofer did lead the class in the first stint, but the leading Cup 2 has never been more than, yeah, that's enough. That'll do. Very, very tight indeed. Oh, so many things can happen in an hour around here. It's just, but yet they have stayed relentlessly nose to tail, bumper to bumper. There had been a place change, and then there was a question mark about where was the green flag, with the 1, with the 2. And we thought that the Team Zimmermann car had gone a little bit early, but it seems they were within their rights. As I say that, I quickly look up to the screen to see if any more punishments are coming anybody's way. Not so much about cars that are the sharp end of the field, so that's good. You never like someone who's laboured long and hard to get a good result. Keep Vitesse, unfortunately, they're only SP9 AM. They've got a failed to manage Code 60 under investigation, and then later still under investigation. Maybe they did it twice. We will see. So the pit's largely with cars from the Cup 2 class and some of the BMW classes down there alongside those Porsches. But for those on the track, again, we're not running at enormously high pace at the moment, simply because of the slow zones out on circuit and leaving the pit stops. That battle for Cup 2 honours, it looks like a second or so has been gained, maybe 2 seconds even, by Benja Ites, taking over from Benjamin Koslowski, and only now just accelerating back onto the circuit. So the Chilean driver, all concentration. He's got a job to do, and he's suddenly found a tiny little buffer. In fact, pretty much as that car has had all race. He turns out of turn 1 at the very point, hitting the apex of turn 1, is the chasing 902 still, and it's Weissach who's taken over that, and Benja Ites who's in 900. Let's see what they can do. What's left on the clock? 55 minutes.
And what was the gap between those as they came in?
It was the car's length.
Yeah.
They were nose to tail, and when they've come out, there's about a 2-second gap between them. And they came from neighbouring garages, so one could take a look at the other, but certainly Benja Ites' crew did it slightly the better. And immediately Ben Ites trying to put any other car he can find between him and his chasing rival. I'd say the gap's out to about 3 seconds now, so Benja's been very hard on the throttle as soon as he got out, just getting that little break. And it's that whole thing, when he gets around to the Dottinger, the last thing he wants is the chasing car, the Liquid Moly car, to be close enough to get a tow. So he might have done enough already, but who knows at what point around the circuit he can be backed up. And then again, when you get to the end of the lap, when everybody slows down for the slow zone into that final sequence of corners, some people seem to slow down a bit more than others, and that really can hinder you when you've been chipping away to gain 1/10 of a second here, 1/10 of a second there. But yes, it's about 2.5 to 3 second margin as they go over the 2 Sabine Schmitz curves. And right now, into Hatz and back, a twist to the left, a twist to the right, a twist to the left, tightens, barriers hard on drivers left. Bit of shade falling across the track there to give that sort of dappled light that really is nobody's friend at all, because it's just hard to define where everything is. Is there any liquid down on the surface? And don't forget, these drivers are just getting on board, but neither of them have been in the car for about 2 to 3 hours, so it is a bit of a voyage into what the heck's out there. But Leon Weissach, well, you can still see Benja-Itez, but a few more corners he may not be able to. In fact, he goes up towards Flugplatz. You can't see the black and red Team Zimmermann car, and I would suggest that Benjamin Itez is on an absolute flyer to get away, make himself invisible as much as he can. Yeah, he stretched it to more than 3 seconds. He has really been on it, the Chilean. Can be seen a little further around the lap, but only on the straight, on the longest straight, so he's doing a good job. But, well, will Vassatoria come back? We will find out. But then, where's the traffic fall? Right across the nose of Benja-Itez. Has to go round. Toyota Igo. What? Toyota Igo. Carry on. And the thing, how many circuits, international racing circuits, have slopes? Answer, all the best ones. How many have long downhill sections with sweeping S's that go one corner to another to another? Very few. Very few circuits have more than about 3 corners in a row that have a drop. Bathurst has many in drop. Well, who did well there? Well, lots of drivers. But, you know, most circuits you have a bit of a dip and then the track comes up the other side. But certainly one of the many features that make the Nürburgring stand out is having long sequences of downhill. You can just imagine the speed building and building and building, and does your nerve hold? Ooh.
Not always.
Not always. I suddenly just, it's always interesting when you see a car that's about to go into a very slow zone. Camera shot, you think, have they stopped? Have they got a problem? No, it's just the fact that suddenly they've gone down to relatively normal speeds where they should be coming past at, you know, speeds far in excess of what you do on a road. But anyhow, out of the final corner they come again. It was just showing a car running into that final sequence of corners, but they don't get shown the green flag until they've done that final left turn onto the start-finish straight. Then they go, hurrah, and off they set. But it does seem like walking pace, and I can only presume with the quick dry put down to dry out the surface, the only reason that has got double wave yellows is I don't think they can fix the tyre wall before the end of the race. So the only way of making it safe is to drop everyone's speed down to about 60k, maybe even slightly less than that, and then they crawl through the corner. But there's no work going on that we have seen in the last lap or so on the tyre wall on the outside. So I'm afraid I think that is just been a decision from race control that the only way of controlling speeds and stopping drivers from exceeding the desired speed into that corner is to make it official. They have to slow down. The class cars in the field, the SP9s, which are GT3 cars, goes past. It's going to go past at enormous speed, but in the last half hour or so, I think the last time I saw it, it just didn't seem to be quite on its normal pace. And I just sort of thought, oh, has it got a problem? Is there something fluffing? But if you're picking that up as well, that is intriguing. The damage, actually very useful getting an aerial shot. The reason I will explain why it's useful is looking down at the tyre wall on driver's left, or pretty much straight on if they lock up, going into the tyre wall at that final sequence of corners. There is if you look at it from the front, the banding, the rubber banding in front of it makes the barrier look complete. But if you look at it from above, the middle section of the barrier is missing a stack or two of tyres, and whatever is behind the barrier. I'd like to have another look next time around. I think, but I stick with what I was saying. Here we are with just under 50 minutes remaining. I don't think they can repair that before the end of the race, and so that I believe, again, it's my assumption here, that they have decided the safest way is to control that corner and keep the drivers safe is to force drivers to back off. What it does mean, of course, if we had a last lap sort out, there could be no overtaking through that final sequence. Driver who's leading the race, he's stuck behind a load of cars going very slowly, but they're going at the appointed pace, so no one loses, no one gains through the final sequence of corners. But Luca Stolz coming through. This is lap 34. Car number 80 came in for a pit stop after lap 30, so doesn't require one at the moment. But actually, I'll tell you what, this will be quite interesting, is it? As we get closer to the end of the race, because the lap speed is so much longer than normal, means those final pit stops will be a little bit shorter. But again, the real factor that counts is if you come in a lap before someone else, your final pit stop is going to be 23 seconds longer. That's the figure you need to know. Just keep that figure in mind. So if everyone slows down, it means their final pit stops are all shorter, but still the relative disadvantage of a car pitting a lap earlier is about 23 seconds. So that is a lot. So another lap ticked off. 35 laps on the board for Winward Racing, the team based in the States and at Altendietz here in Germany. And a long and illustrious history for them, set up by the Ward family. Bryce the father, Russell the son, racing in the States a lot, but they've done a lot of racing in Europe, and they've been very much affiliated. Makes sense if you're running Mercedes, as they have been uniformly, to base yourself in Germany as well. Help out.
So we've got our intervention vehicle just coming out from the right-hand side of the Dottinger off the kink on the rise up to Tiergarten. I've just seen it come out on the camera there, Bruce, which is where we had that Cayman stop, just on that brow a little bit further. And I just wonder if... Yes, I've got a suspicion. I wonder if the Dacia Logan has stopped.
Yeah, on
there.
Yeah, the hard thing.
And now needs rescuing.
Yeah, because the hard thing on the straight ahead shot that we're treated is looking back.
It's foreshortening.
It's foreshortening. Also, there's a dip at the bottom that you cannot always see all the way into, so you can sometimes go, I didn't even know the car was there. It depends just literally on the.
Well, according to the GPS Auger, to the GPS Eye, the number 300 Logan is much further back. It hasn't even made it to the kink, which we can't see on that camera shot, just because the Audi Sport bridge is in the way.
Well, here we are. There's been no fog, no mist, no rain, no snow. I hardly feel it's around the NLS. But of course, it's a championship that runs across the year. The start, early races in the year, and sometimes the late season races can be prone to the sort of weather that you don't get in July. But we've had races here in July that have been strafed with rain as well. It's now the start of August, but this summer in Europe has been very, very hot indeed. As you can see, if you're watching rather than listening, that the grass verges are a sort of almost a mustard yellow, a browny hue, sort of mixture of English and German mustard, I'd suggest, together. But anyhow, it is arid here, and we had to give out warnings today. Do not, if you're at the circuit, have a portable barbecue that may set things on fire. Have, cold cuts at lunchtime, I would suggest. But conditions for the photographers and everyone, it's a hot time, and for the marshals, the rescue crews around the circuit, wearing their fireproof overalls, they will definitely want to put their feet into a bucket of cold water, and maybe other body parts as well at the end of today. But they enable us to have this racing, and it is just one of the most spectacular places you can see racing in the world, if not the most spectacular. There's also diversity, Snowy. We've watched these over the years. Having the multi-class racing, the biggest shame is we can't watch all the classes all the time. There's some absolutely brilliant scraps. Our eyes are always drawn to the SP9 because they're the most dynamic cars, the fastest cars. They're coming through, they're overtaking, they're pitching for overall glory. But there is so much to see, and you almost want to re-watch the race with the director looking at other cars as well. They do, they cover all the classes, but you just want to spend more time with those classes. And I'll tell you what, one thing I just want to double check on is the gap at the end of this lap between the cars that are fighting for honours in the Cup 2 class. We'll wait for them to come through at the end of the lap, but it looks like it's been a very good one from Benjamin Itez in car 900. Came in just ahead, his car came in just ahead of the sister car 902, but it seems to have been a very good lap indeed. So it's a solitary run at the moment for Luca Stolz. He's still got the final pit stop to come in, and I would presume he'll hand over for the blast at the finish, which could be, I don't know. What are we on now? Lap 35. He doesn't need really to come in until lap 38. So at the lap pace at the moment, most laps are taking just over 9 minutes. Let's do some maths. That's just under half an hour. That means that he could actually stay in and go all the way to the finish, coming for the final 15 minutes. Or he could hand it back to Ralf Aron.
Ralf Aron, yeah.
Who, remember, Ralf did basically hour 2 and hour 3 of this race. Hours 1, 4, and now 5 have been done by Luca Stolz.
It'd be quite a thing, wouldn't it, to hand it back to Ralf Aron to take it to the end and hopefully the win. That'd just be even more icing on the cake for the comeback, isn't it, Drive?
Oh, totally.
And also not just to come back after the accident where he was laid up for effectively 2 months, couldn't do anything, which is quite frustrating. Not being able to rehabilitate. That is your rehabilitation. Don't do anything. Just rest. That can be quite challenging, I would imagine. But to come back, not only in a top car, but the same type of car he was racing in the incident in the first place, but come back to somewhere like the Nordschleife. It's not like he's gone around to a simple circuit somewhere.
No.
No circuit is simple in a GT3 car. It's going to have forces and loads upon your body, but there are some that are going to be less challenging on the body than others. And you're not, apart from, this is going to be the most. And to come back here and pick the most difficult circuit with all those compressions and dips, etc., and all the forces on it, and come back, and so far with just under 42 minutes to go, is well, he's sitting in the pits at the moment, isn't he? Just thinking this can be much better. I'm sure he will get in the car again. I can't see why they wouldn't.
I can't actually, unless he's sitting there and goes, actually, no, I'm really aching from that, because you know, as much as he'll have trained, he wouldn't probably have been as fit as he was before his incident at Bathurst. He'll be getting there, but you know, as you say, 2 months laid up doing nothing, your muscle wastage is astonishing. I mean, if ever you've been stuck in hospital for an operation, I went in to have a knee rebuilt, and the muscle loss I had while I was recovering, it was ridiculous. But you have to work your way back. But the muscle that almost needs the most exercise is that brain, isn't it? The brain. Absolutely. And all of the functions that it controls for you or otherwise. But
depending how much control that you've got, yes.
Loose grip on reality.
Yes, people vary.
Yes. And anyhow, really good job. And also Luca Stolz. I mean, what has he not won in a GT3 car? You know, it's been astonishing, and over a long period of time. He's not the most demonstrative of drivers. Some drivers are sort of just fabulous in front of the camera. I know Luca is, when he's interviewed in English, obviously it's not his first language, but he's not someone with a big smile on his face. But he should be. He wins so many things. He's incredibly honest. You know, I have huge respect when someone has made a mistake or been caught in an incident. If they don't try and, you know, hide it away, there you go, this is what happened. Matter of fact, and nobody is deceived. But, you know, he's been racing in GT3, good grief, since 2014. You know, so you wind back, we were talking about the evolution of the cars in this top class, the GT3 class cars, how they've evolved since then. He's ridden that horse the whole way through. And a lot of the people he's raced with, he's raced for a very long time. Hubert Hout, Maro Engel, they were all with him way back. But the thing is, he keeps on winning. In 2023, he was Intercontinental GT Challenge champion, and that was a thing that does those great races. The one Indianapolis, Suzuka, Bathurst, you know, it's the sort of creme de la creme. And now, of course, it includes the Nürburgring 24 hours along with the Spa 24 hours. So you're judged on that as well. And to back that, and to put no too fine a point on it, the drivers who were competing in the early days, the first decade of GT3, obviously are not on the level now because it's so packed. Some of the very best obviously were on the level, but it's now so packed with works and semi-works drivers, and drivers who are racing these cars, as I said, so frequently. They could be competing in Australia in GT3 in Japan, they could be doing North American series, the Asian series, the European series of various factors, various sorts, various championships. You can get a lot of races in the season now. First to second, 35 laps on the board. The gap is 27 seconds, and Hugo de Wilde should be pitting. He's the car in second place. He's in the Schubert Motorsport BMW. He should be pitting a lap ahead of Luca Stolz. And even if he didn't, even if they decided to come in on the same lap, the gap between them is 27 seconds. With the differential, Stolz's pace versus de Wilde's has driven the advantage out to 50 seconds, the real-time advantage. That is enormous in NLS terms.
So we love a little bit of audience participation when we do, and helpful, constructive background. And Ian McCarthy's come up trumps yet again. He's just messaged me privately. I mentioned about those tyre marks. We were talking about why it's code 60 at Tiergarten, Horizon still. And he's just come up with, Snowy did a little digging. The marks through the grass at the final turn are from the Crones in the 35 Aston going through there backwards just after the halfway mark of the race. Didn't hit anything and didn't pit, but there's been fluid down there, been down since at least then. He reckons the code 60 is just risk management in a very technical braking zone.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, I thought it was risk management
so
because of tyre wall damage. It could be a combination of the two. We can both be right. I'd rather not be wrong. But anyhow, thank you very much, Ian. As always, Ian is the super fan who has this ability, while we have to keep looking at all the moving pictures, to double back and check things out. And he is seldom anything other than right. So
indeed. So thank you so much, Ian.
Always right, which is a very useful pair of hands to scoop up. Obviously a lot to see, a lot to watch, timing screens too to investigate, and occasionally pesky ones that don't quite update, so you can wonder what you're talking about. But the gap between first and second, here is a second place car. It's black, it's red, it's quick, but it's now 33 seconds down. The Schubert Motorsport BMW just doesn't have an answer to the pace of the number 80 Winward Racing Mercedes. And just on the last lap alone, the race leading car went through in 9 minutes and 2 seconds, and that was 5.5 seconds quicker, around 25 kilometres, than Hugo de Vilde was. So I think we can safely say that Luca Stolz is doing this on muscle memory.
Yes, well, he had a few laps, didn't he, back in May round here? Did quite well then.
Yes, and the previous 12 years as well. So yeah,
well, they count something as well, don't they?
They do.
Coursework.
Yes, yeah, he did the hard yards, and before that he raced in the German Porsche Cup, so he would have raced on it then as well. Whoa. This later stage in the race, we've been talking about liquid on circuit at various points. You still just remember, when drivers are out in very hot conditions, it has sort of warmed up through the course of the race, that your tyres go to a certain point and then suddenly their handling just changes a little bit. I have no idea why.
Quite a lot of gravel on the track there when I just saw Muller just keeping to the right-hand side. This is in the number 48 Black Falcon Losch Motorsport.
Which is running, I'll tell you what's happened in recent laps.
Third place, isn't it?
Up to third. Because,
and leading Pro-Am.
Yeah, the number 4 Porsche has just pitted. They're putting a missile. Nico Menzel's got on board to complete the race. He's got 35 minutes to see what he can make up. Good little battle between number 5, which is Gabriele Piana, down in 8th place. They've had their penalties. They should be further ahead, but they're behind the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini. It's yellow, it's twitchy, it's fast, and it's guessing. They both had to go one way around a back marker, but the reason they had to do so, it was coming onto the Dottinger Höhe, and no momentum wanted to be lost by the Lamborghini, but already into the tow, Gabriele Piana. He is an absolute Nürburgring expert. He's going closer and closer. And Christoph Breuer is holding the left-hand side of the track. He's basically saying, you're going to rub my bumper, are you? Are you? But you only go past me on the outside. But it looks like the move has been done there side by side. No, the Porsche has got its nose in front. So Gabriele Piana, when they get to the kink, has got his nose in front. But of course, immediately they get to the kink, he's got to slow right down. You've got the yellow and red warning flags, for slippery surface. You've got the double wave yellows up to Tiergarten they go. But the Porsche got the job done. That gains the position.
So that queue of traffic there, the Lamborghini, yellow Lamborghini poised at the back, all line astern as we come through the final corners onto the pit straight, where this code 6 has been here for a long while. It looks like it's going to stay until the end of the race. Still quite a bit of, there's a bit of BMW debris still left on the left-hand side of the track. They've just left it as a sort of reference of, if you go off here, this is what happens. You leave parts of your car on the side of the track.
Okay, that's interesting, because Gabriele Piana just dived immediately into the pits. Only just managed to scramble in past one of the Audis running in the one Audi running in the TCR class. That means the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini continues on its way, so that's holding down 6th, 7th place. But the thing is, of course, by pitting a lap later for his pit stop, he will gain that buffer of 20+ seconds, so it's advantage Lamborghini at this particular point. We'll see if they can get into the top 6 either of those, but I'm really starting to think this one is in the bag, and they're about to draw string across victory to Winward Racing. But why am I saying this? There's more than half an hour to go, but just on the form they've had in the race so far, just peerless form at the front of this race. 36 laps on the board. They can come in 2 more laps, they can come in next lap, but they've got enough of a margin to just decide when to make their stop. Otherwise, if the racing was close, you start as late as you possibly could. So you would come in at the end of lap 38. But such is their buffer of, at the moment, 32 seconds. And I reckon the next time around, let's have a little look and a little bit of a count, that the next car in will be car number 77. And I think they will owe us one at the end of this lap. Car 77 is Hugo de Wilde. It's driven BMW Motorsport car entered by Schubert. But at the moment sitting 33 seconds down on the race leader at the start of this lap. And remember, the lap is 25 kilometres around, and in wet weather or dry, it seems advantage to the race leading Woodward Racing Mercedes. It's unlikely that BMW is going to do anything other than come second in this race. We will see. I have been wrong. Across the
Never
years.
been known.
No, it's just a heat stroke. No. So we are getting to the final knockings. You're quite right, there's still debris sort of by the tyre wall of that final corner. The drivers don't get to see the green flag to get going again at full speed until they're out of the corner, onto the start-finish straight. And very shortly after that, those that need to make a pit stop have to dive to the right. So sort of accelerate and then have to almost immediately slow down as they get towards the pit entry. We haven't had a lap, because of that slow zone at the final corner, anywhere near the pace that we had. I think it was on lap 2 when a handful of cars set times, about 5 cars set a lap time under 8 minutes. Since then, there have been barrier repairs, and most notably for the past quite a long time now, the sequence of that final corner. And the delays there, the slow zone, have slowed everything right down. But it's about making things right when you can early in the race. And today, it's very much been a case of that. Right, I haven't talked about Cup 3 for a short while. It's being led at the moment by Oscar Sandberg, and he's not got a large lead at all. He's in car number 953 against 962. Nothing between them. So we are very nearly into the final half hour of today's race.
This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Die Legenden der Nürburgring Nordschleife sind unterwegs. Und zwar direkt zu dir nach Hause. Dank CK Model Cars sicherst du dir deine exklusive Erinnerung an den Besuch an der Rennstrecke. Unzählige Modelle findest du auf ckmodelcars.de oder im Shop direkt in Adenau.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans.
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
For all concerned in NLS 7, cooler than it has been in previous weeks, where 6 hours around here would have been more torture than treat to all concerned. But today, that little bit cooler, still a fantastic summer's day. But anybody watching, anybody listening, it's extraordinary to see the Nordschleife surrounded by brown, pale brown, where it should be green. The grass is, unless it's in a shaded area, even in a shaded area, is not what it may be. It could take several months to recover, but the track itself in fantastic condition. And right now, the dice has been rolled by Schubert Motorsport. It wasn't a gamble anymore. They had to come in on that lap, the end of lap 37, to make their pit stop. And they are back on track, racing through to the end. Hugo de Wilde staying on board to do the final stint. This 6-hour race is a different equation from having 4 hours around here. Yeah, it sounds simple, but it is a slightly different way of doing things. And again, in the shorter races, if someone gambles early, it means they're going to pay the price late in the race. Sometimes you do it for track position. I did suggest that Winwood Racing, by pitting a lap ahead of their rivals, just wanted to be far enough clear to break the toe. And just bear in mind that we had 2 cars within 4 seconds of them fighting for position. That was the number 64 Mustang, the Ford Mustang from Hout Racing Team, and Era Motorsport making their debut with a Mercedes. They were right in the mix, and maybe it was a sensible move, Snowy, to get them that far clear and hope they could then build on it. Hope has been proved to be the right thing. They've done it.
Yeah, but they've proven their worth, haven't they? They've got a new car this weekend. The skills and talents and experience of Adam Christodoulou in that car. Unfortunately, I'm going to say unsighted by Frank Stipper standing on the brakes, because he thought he'd seen, he believes, sorry, to say this correctly, he believes he saw double wave yellow flags at his side and did the right thing. If that was the case, that's the right thing. Adam Christodoulou thought they were green, and the two just didn't quite work, and both could be absolutely right, which is slightly unsighted. I think
it's a very hard one to prove.
It
because
is.
Line of sight, if there's a course vehicle or a larger vehicle, you cannot see, but the onus is on you to see. But there are moments you have to go, actually, fair enough, with the sun in his eyes and so on and so forth. But I can think of any number of drivers who could come up with those excuses for all sorts of time. They're in front of the stewards. The stewards have to be just unswayed.
Not those two. I mean, personally, if I was a steward in this, I'd be providing the evidence is exactly as they say, which I don't doubt for one bit. Neither of those two will be remotely malicious to one another. It's just not their style. Just how they do, not what they do. It's one of those things. Unfortunately, it's just come together. That's happened. The point being that for Era Motorsport, right up there, second row of the grid, P4 qualified, got into P3 when running nice and strongly. So they've got to walk away with a slightly damaged car. It seems to be a thing about Mercedes and headlamps this year, doesn't there? They all seem to not be able to finish the race with both headlamps in. But they know that car's quick. They've all had a good run in it. So interesting times to come, I think, with that car.
I think so. And again, we'll just refer back to previous comments that it's a car that was made, the AMG Mercedes, to be kind across the board. Not that you'd expect you needed a car to be kind to Adam Christodoulou. He could drive anything on a knife edge. Jake Hill likewise, as he's actually proved in historic racing, in which he's remarkably good. But it's a different way about going about things. But they showed they've got the pace. It'd been a shame we didn't get Carl Tilley in the car to see how he would have adapted to it. But I think probably fairly positive feel, it must be said. Oh, and it makes a brilliant sound.
Yeah,
can't argue with that, can you? Still waved yellow flags and slow zones around the circuit, but increasingly they don't really matter a great deal to our race leader. But it would be the cruelest of fates. This is the lap that Winwood Racing Mercedes should come in from the lead of the race for the final pit stop. what on this lap if they find a massive slow zone that's a brief one and is cleared by the time the chasing Hugo de Wilde comes around, or anybody else who's in behind them. These things can happen. We've still got cars being rescued from the side of the circuit, but it would be a cruel stroke of fate, because excellence across one of the stints is great, excellent across 2, but so far it's been excellent across 5 stints. We're about to go into the 6th stint. As we get out, it'll be a short stint because we've only got 22 minutes remaining on the clock through to the end of the race. But due to the amount of petrol, the size of tanks, this should be the in-lap for Winward Racing. And anybody else is going to have to blink. They're going to have to blink very soon indeed. But just remember that figure, 8 laps is as much as you can get out of your tank. Yes, I know there've been slow zones. Could you get 9th? No. With a 25-kilometre gap, if it was a 5-kilometre circuit, you might be able to squeak an extra lap by a bit of fuel saving in the slow zones, but not round here. You don't save 25k's worth.
Not in a hurry.
Frustrating for the drivers. Lots of waved yellows for a stretch of the circuit. They have to keep looking. Code 60 coming up ahead for them, slowing down a bit more. So there's a bit of debris inside the track, or it could have been just a very sharp shadow. And here we are. It's gosh, it's already got round to that time of day, 5:39, 5:40 in the afternoon. So of course there are more shadows, more of an oblique angle across the circuit. But still, the barrier repairs go on. Is that the same place? I think it possibly is the same place. They've been working for a very long time.
There's that green flag on the left that we couldn't see before.
Yeah.
With the intervention vehicle parked right. That's why we missed it. And the lights changed very slightly in what, it was an hour or so ago.
Yeah, and I also think defending us in the commentary box, I think it was right. We probably would have seen it at the very nanosecond the highlights started, so you're probably just adjusting your eyes to the light. Okay, that's excuse 42B, much used. But generally conditions today have been fine, but you know, what the drivers would really have loved in all of this was not to have slow zones at any point, just getting in your rhythm. You don't want to be interrupted, but as you get towards the end of the race, it's just a countdown. In for the final pit stop. Will Luca Stolz get out from the Winward Racing Mercedes, or will he stay on board? Driver out, orange and blue helmet out. Now, interesting to see as Ralf Aron swings himself through the gap. He's quite a tall driver, so he won't be quite as elegant getting in, but well, he's done that very nicely indeed. Estonian racer. Been going quite a while now in racing. I was just looking, he actually was doing the FIA Karting Academy 13 years ago. Then he moved over to single-seaters in 2014. Italian Formula 4 champion in 2015. Bit of Formula 4 in Germany, bit of international Formula 3. And then it all changed. 2023. Had some time away. Came back 2023, started racing GTs, and I think we can say he's done rather well since then. Second in the ADAC GT Masters on that first GT season. 2023, made his Spa debut, then he raced in Asia with Mercedes in GT World Challenge Asia in 2024, then he raced in Asian Le Mans Series, Climax Racing Mercedes there, then he went back to GT World Challenge Asia last year, and now making a name for himself back in Europe as well. But as you say, you're a hired hand, you're a gun for hire, and you clock up the air miles, and you probably clock up the insomnia as well with all the changing time zones. But I think for a driver who's done a fair bit of racing in Germany, it's rather special to come back and compete on the Nordschleife.
Absolutely. I mean, what a circuit to take part on, and it's been a perfect day for it weather-wise, nice and consistent. Perhaps a little bit hot for tyre temps, but then again, we're happy doing sub 8 minutes, which is the target time for the ADC, so we can't really complain about that. I think it's gone off a bit now. Of course, we've had the continual code 60s, which haven't helped all around the circuit, so lap times are kind of irrelevant now. But a 7:55 for this Winward Racing Mercedes GT3 is the best lap of the race, so they can't complain that that car is absolutely on the pace, on the money, and with some 18 minutes exactly to go as I speak, they cannot complain in any way, shape or form with this car, short of something catastrophic happening now. They've had just the perfect day at this 6-hour Ruhr-Pokal race rather than a 4-hour one.
It's going to be quite interesting to see if they squeak in this lap and the next, or will they accidentally have to have one further lap. Doing some maths there, let's say they're doing average 8-minute 30 laps, but how far into this lap? They're almost a minute into this lap, and we've got 17:30. Yeah, actually, if you back it off a little bit, let's do some maths on the move. I think that should just about work, because the last thing you want to do is an extra lap beyond. On a hot day, you want to just get through, cross the line with just after the 6-hour mark, not just before. I won't complain if we carry on a bit longer, because it's still fabulous seeing the cars going around the circuit. But, you know, it's not one of those absolutely critical things, because the lead that Winward Racing Mercedes has would be, you know, they can afford to back it off and play it against the clock. But, you know, we've been here before where in the heat of battle someone's gone through to start a final lap with, you know, moments to go. So
now Tobias Muller is right behind Ralf Aron in the Losch Motorsport, 48 Losch Motorsport Porsche, but of course they've just come out of the pit. So does Tobias Muller owe us a pit stop still?
Yeah, be the end of this lap.
End of this lap. Okay, so it's kind of academic in being there, but you still do it. You still apply the pressure. You're still a racer. You just don't want to make a mistake whilst doing that.
Well, it actually put him into a zone of peril there. Not that you expected Tobias Muller to do anything wrong, but you know, things can happen. But I'll just go through this one more time about the pit stops. After lap 6 of the front runners, only 81 and 123 came in to make a pit stop. Number 1 is down in 6th place now. That's the FK Performance BMW. Number 123 is the Muller Motorsport Porsche. However, everybody else pretty much, well, no, everybody else came in after 7 laps. A typical stint is 8 laps. And so ever after, 48 has remained pitting a lap after. It cannot go another lap after this one without fuel. So it's going to come in. But it's just interesting to have it on the track. And actually, we will see at the end of the race, the interval between them. It'll actually let us know very clearly how long a pit stop takes. And obviously, the closer to the end, the shorter your pit stop will be. But I don't think... Well, we can't. He's still got to make a pit stop. He's still behind. He's going to have a shorter pit stop, but it won't be enough to gain him a lap, will it? But they've gone well, 48 crew, I must say. Nice to see some different crews getting some better results as well. And always looking for sort of the mix being shuffled around a little bit. And for 48, it's the Losch Motorsport crew, and they're certainly getting to grips with their Porsche, must be said. And they actually won the Pro-Am class in the first of the rounds that was completed and last time out. 3rd place overall in both, so it looks like they're heading for a similar position today. So they're showing good consistency, I must say, Losch Motorsport. Patrick Assenheimer, Tobias Muller, and that great Porsche racer from Luxembourg, Dylan Pereira, as well. They're quite a settled crew, I must say, actually.
Well, dropping back a little bit now is Tobias Muller. He doesn't need to do any more than that, and of course he owes us a pit stop. So Ralf Aron will be completely aware of that, of course, and just pulling out a little bit of a gap there for comfort, just to stop that Porsche being all over the back of him. But
yeah, you don't want to be in a zone where someone else is right behind you and they may trip up and miss their braking point, going to a slow zone or something, and just
all the hard work's undone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just a matter of minutes to go. What have we got? 14 minutes to go now. So I'm intrigued, as you say, Bruce, what's going to happen lap-wise now. So let's just have a look where our number 80 car is on the track right now.
We have 13 minutes and 40.
So just come out to carousel. Sorry.
Okay. No, okay. Well, we'll just see where they are at the end of this lap. Will they leave? I mean, the average lap, the lap times recently have been north of 9 minutes, 9 minutes 10. So I think that means they will be going on to the last lap. They won't have time for this 2 laps after this one. Just having a little look down the order to see where is car 718. Remember, that's the car driven by Timo, Bernhard and Jörg Bergmeister. They're still in around 40-something. They're 45th position. They're running 4th in the SP10 class car. SP10. And they're in the Porsche 718 that is getting the last of them made in terms of the GT4 one, and it's going to go straight after this race into the Porsche Museum. I like the way it wasn't put away before it did the race, but afterwards. And a little message from Rob Lomas, our producer. He said, of course, Timo Bernhard and Jörg Bergmeister, sharing, as you will remember, with Michael Schromm and Kevin Buckler for the Racers Group. They won at Daytona. They won their class in 2003. So we said they go back a long way as a partnership. That's pretty spectacular, 23 years ago.
I did also make them comment earlier that, of course, I'd forgotten he'd won the 2010 Le Mans 24-hour. I also won in 2017 in the Porsche 919.
He did quite a lot of winning.
And the 24-hour Nürburgring 4 times.
Yeah, Bernhard.
Apart from that, yeah. It's all about Bernhard. It's all about him, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought I'd just eke it out over the programme rather than say it all at one go.
Drip feed.
Drip feed, exactly. Yes. Timo water torture.
So we lost a few of the front runners. Era Motorsport, we mentioned, of course, they were very much challenging. They started 4th, got up into 3rd place and looking very competitive. Contact led to front corner damage on their new Mercedes for Era Motorsport. So Jake Hill had a go and then brought the car in after Adam Christodoulou's opening stint.
Well, Jake also got hit by a Porsche, didn't he? Which took, took the splitter off, and because it was so badly damaged, there was nothing left to attach another one to.
Yes, that's quite difficult. Air fixtures, not so good. And also, we had a long delay for the 35 Walkenhorst Aston Martin, and that has come back out, but it lost, I think, the best part of 13 or 14 laps, and it's way down the order. Sometimes you have to go, okay, not today, but we'll go out and get more accustomed to the car on the circuit in the warm conditions and so on and so forth. But they had an incident where they went off backwards at the final corner complex. That didn't help things either, but it was the problem early in the race that affected them, where they had to come in and make repairs because they were given the technical warning flag, black with the orange circle on it, that the fire extinguisher didn't have a light flashing on its box, which means it wasn't active, which obviously
wasn't armed. Yes.
Not a good thing.
Well, it's interesting. I nearly got caught on that at Silverstone last week with the historic cars. You have a metal pin in your fire extinguisher. You stop in Parc Fermé, and obviously you take the pin out for the beginning of the race. You do that in the assembly area when you go out, and being diligent for to the end of the race, I put the pin in, and the scrutineer saw me and just said, he said, can you take that out? He said, I said, if you just done that, and I said, I'm just putting it in. He said, no, under Parc Fermé rules, leave the pin out, please.
Okay.
He said, if one car goes up, we've got them all next to one another. He said, it's collective. He said, let's have it out, please. And I said, okay, fair enough.
And while you were saying that, they are now finally doing barrier repairs at the last corner complex. They've got a new barrier section in place. And
with 10 minutes to go.
With 10 minutes to go. I ordered this yesterday. I ordered the poppadoms.
Exactly.
Yeah, but anyhow, they
I said leave it by the gate. It's fine. Don't worry about the dog.
He doesn't like curry.
Delivery drivers. Yes.
Anyhow, so the gap that I had seen where the tire stack was missing was obviously where there had been contact. From the front side, you couldn't really notice it so much, but an aero shot showed there was damage. But on into the pit comes the 48 Losch Motorsport Porsche, car number 48, by the way. And others will be visiting the pit lane too, but that means our race leader Ralf Aron will have an even larger lead. He's got what's left on the clock, 9 minutes 39, and he has 39 laps on the board. He needs to back it off on this one, or he'll end up doing a further lap, because the last time around 9 minutes and hold on, refresh. The previous lap was 9 minutes 10 for him. I would reckon the latest lap will be a similar amount of time, so he needs to slow it down. Oh, 9 minutes 51. If he does another one of those, he should be fine. Or should he? We will find out. Hugo de Wilde should go back into second place. The Schubert Motorsport BMW black and red, the Yokohama tyres, because it's lying third at the moment, but it's already served its final pit stop. And that would have been a longer pit stop than its rivals, though. It'd be really interesting to see, because the number 48 Porsche came in 2 laps later. That could be a big swing in difference. Big time difference, I would reckon. We will see. Clock under 10 minutes, under 9 minutes, counting down to the end of 6 hours. By the way, just looking back to Cup 2, the battle is in 12th and 13th positions overall. And the gap really shot out, but actually, last few laps, it's settled down. It's 17 seconds between Benjamin Ites, the driver from Chile, and Vasatura in 9:02. And just checking the lap times. Actually, I tell you what, the last lap was 8 seconds faster for the chaser. But maybe Benjamin Ites just is sort of quite content, feels he's got the margin, thinks it's the final lap, he thinks it's all over. We will find out if it is. But for now, Leon Vasatura, all he can do is chase and hope. But you can't help feeling at this point in the race, or for the last 4 hours, that a lot of drivers must be thinking, we have a green flag lap. But sometimes that is a treat you only really get in the very early laps of the race, because it's one thing if you have to go out and repair a barrier on a circuit that's 5 kilometres around, but 25, the logistics of getting your parts around the circuit, the organisers are absolutely excellent at it, but it is still a big beast, Nürburgring Nordschleife, and the crews have to be multi-skilled, of course, and they're incredibly efficient, but it can be a slow job, because some of the points around the circuit, if you have contact, you're going to be going at very great speed, so it's you know, it's imperative any barrier damage is repaired to bring the safety level back up to a proper standard.
Yeah, I can't recall a race 4, 6 or otherwise actually hours where we've had code 6 for so long at a section of the track without any activity going on, i.e. for another reason. Totally justifiable, and the officials know exactly what they're doing, of course, but just with no apparent activity. We've seen barrier repairs and things going up or quick dry going down, but just sitting there waiting for it, and then suddenly with 10-15 minutes to go, a set of barriers arriving seems slightly odd. But
well, it'll be interesting if you look at the logistics, how flatbed trucks they have with the high-ab crane or what other makes are allowed around the circuit. Obviously they're dotted around. You don't want to have someone driving, because you can't go in the reverse direction. You don't want to say off you go, it's 25 kilometres around the circuit, the various points, but you know, other trucks have been used at other points on the circuit. Maybe they didn't have enough trucks in the final stage of the circuit that had the barrier units. They could have been used at corners before it, but anyhow, as the cars come through, 6 minutes remain, and Winwood Racing, you have to feel of one hand very, very firmly on the winner's trophy here, but they know at the end of each lap, when they go along the Dotting Her, it's not like normal. They normally have their ears pinned back, trying to pick someone off or drop someone off their tail. And now, as soon as they get to the kink, they've got to back it right off, slow it down to 60 kph, and negotiate the uphill left into the right as it flattens out a bit, then a tighter right, which is the penultimate corner, and then the left onto the start-finish straight. And the drivers can all see the rescue crews. And it very much is towards the end of that penultimate corner where the barriers have been damaged. The crane is sitting at the edge of the track, the flatbed truck, the units are being moved across, but you feel the checkered flag will be done before that repair is complete.
so our race leader is just approaching the Caracciolo carousel now and into the middle of it. So they will complete, it will be this lap and next, won't it? There's one more after this.
I'd be interested to see, you know, he's sitting on a decent margin, so he could back it off, but it's always so hard to judge. And maybe he's feeling comfortable in the car, quite happy to go on for another 25 kilometres, but I would suggest first race back. It's like there's fitness and then there's match fitness. And just being buffeted in the car and stuff, if you're in the gym, you're not getting buffeted around, you know, but just the movement in the saddle, in the seat, you know, it is much more physical, and you might have the aerobic fitness, but it's that ability to sort of reduce, you know, to take in G-force loadings and pressure that are very, very hard to replicate in any other way.
Yeah, it's the same as when you go testing a car, whatever. There's no substitute for racing. You can test this, you can try that, you can run through programs. Let's do this, drive it this way, do that, stop harder, brake harder, overheat the brakes, do whatever. So try different techniques. Nothing happens until you put it into a race situation. That's when you really find out. My point was, as he's coming down now, I'm saying this is Ralf Aron, our race leader. He's currently at Flansgarten with just under 4 minutes ago, 3 minutes 50 it was as I spoke. He's not going to take that long to get through Schwalbenshausen onto Galgenkopf and Dottingerhohe, even with the code 60 at the end. So I doubt they're going to call the flag at the end of this, because there'll still be some time on the clock. So there must be at least one more lap after this, I'd have thought.
Yeah, but I noticed suddenly there was a waved yellow at Carousel. I think that might have been cleared up, but
yeah, that just
tell you what,
that just caught out Tobias Muller, didn't it?
Yeah, and he's running around in second in the Losch Motorsport Porsche, but he's got company right behind him. A few car lengths back is the Schubert Motorsport BMW, which I knew by pitting 2 laps after the Schubert Motorsport BMW, there was about a 45-second gain. I didn't see until they got the shot that Tobias Muller should be just in front.
So Ralf Aron is on the Dottingerhohe. He's just approaching the kink very shortly, in fact almost as I speak, and we'll be through that and coming up to the Tiergarten section. So with 2 minutes 40 of time to go.
Check on your tracker if you would, Snowy. Where is number 48 relative to 77? I'm not sure if 48 is in second place or 77 has managed to get out of the pits in front. I have a feeling 48 is in second, is it?
48 is in second. It's Schwalben's front, yes.
Okay. All right, so not a great margin over Ugo de Wilde.
Oh, no, 77's on the Dottinger Her.
Okay, so 77 has got out ahead. Okay, that was the query. I couldn't see in one shot. I thought I saw 48 just ahead of 77, but I was looking at someone locking up into the carousel because there was a Cayman parked right at the top end of the circuit. But here we go. What's on the clock? 2 minutes onto the start for this straight we go. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Ralf Aron. So he sees the green flag on the exit of the final corner. He accelerates hard down the straight. Okay, it wasn't even close. About a minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. Over the start finish line he goes on to lap number 41. And so this one is not in doubt in terms of on-track action, in terms of position. And number 80, apart from pit stops, and by dint of pitting early, it put itself in a different position to a lot of its rivals. But in terms of pure consistent pace, Winwood Racing have really got this one together today. And for Ralf Aron, who unbelievably has never raced on the Nordschleife before, oh boy, is he going to wind up the other drivers.
Something about a Winwood Mercedes, isn't there?
They've been around for quite a long time as a team. Don't think of them as a new team anymore. You know, for years you thought, oh, they're pretty new to this, but they're not. I mean, first on as FAA GT3 European Series in 2012. Working in conjunction as HTP Motorsport.
Yeah, 14 years ago.
Yeah. And then they had instant success the next few years, and yeah, scored a lot of honours. 2012 to 2017. And then since then, you know, perhaps actually as international GT3 racing has become more and more competitive, they've been there or thereabouts, but another title would be something that they very much want to put in their cupboard. Based in Pasadena in Texas, and also, as I mentioned, Dietz here in Germany. So very, very close with Mercedes.
Well, the clock will have stopped, even though our legend, of course, is telling us the final lap. Obviously, we know that, but was it just over? Was it 2 minutes? Just under
1 minute 47.
Yeah, exactly.
I think.
Just under 2 minutes.
Right. The gap between first and second is nearly 39 seconds. The gap back to third place, 1 minute and 3 seconds. So my concern that Tobias Mullis's pit stop a lot quicker as we look at one car and a rescue car, course vehicle, stuck high on the banking, right up against the barriers at the top of the carousel. Yeah, they gained a lot of time by their later final pit stop, but for 77, they had enough of a buffer there, so they're sitting in front of it by about, what, 34 seconds. So that's safe, and then a bit of a gap back to number 4 crew. Who've had a good run, certainly with Nico Menzel on board. They've looked very impressive indeed. They're running in 4th place overall, just under 2 minutes down, an hour, minute and 51 seconds down on the race leader, but suitably clear of Moorman Motorsport. Their Porsche, Ben Bunagel on board, is a little bit further back. But I think actually looks as though Pavel Lefterov might be able to gain a position. And also it's very, very close. Oh my word, here we have a battle for Pavel Lefterov looking one way, and then Gabriel Piana's getting on the mix. He's right on the tail of Christoph Breuer. The Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini has got company, and it's Gabriele Piana. Car number 5, tail end of the top 10. They're fighting over 8th place and 7th place. 7th place in Breuer's hands. Shadows much, much longer in the later afternoon here. Early evening, it's just gone 6 o'clock in the evening. And the light was higher, but now it's more in the drivers' faces. That may have a role to play, but Snowy talked us through the value of tinted visors, and here and now is where they come into their own in the changing light around the circuit. So Pavel Lefterov is or was all over the tail of Ben Bunagel's Moorman Motorsport Porsche. Just waiting to see the gap between them when they go through at the end to complete 40 laps from their point of view. But I would expect the number 1 BMW to go on through. It's been very quick, and Pavel Lefterov's had a really good race, the Bulgarian racer. And and the battle between Christoph Breuer, car number 7086, the yellow Lamborghini, and Gabriele Piana. Well, push almost comes to shove, but a point at which Gabriele Piana would have fancied a move, of course, has been removed because you've got that slow zone at the very end of the lap. No overtaking allowed. He has to just sit back in and wait. But he's got one further lap to get around to it because, of course, the race isn't over until... Well, no, for our front runners, in fact, they're still going around the lap. But for the others, it's that sort of... you cannot play if you can't overtake into the final corner.
So the Lamborghini has, I've noted that it's crossed the blend line coming out of the pits on its final stop. Whether that's going to be noted by anybody else and anything done about it, I'm not sure, but it definitely did cross the line. Only fractionally, just a wheel over, but rules is rules.
Indeed they are. And car number 23 was in the running early on, Motor Racing, but that spent a lot of time in the garage, and that's just dived in to make its final pit stop at the end of the race, or simply just to park up in the race. They lost a lot of time with repairs early in the race.
And that was a potential lunge down the inside for Gabriele Piani there in the number 5 Porsche, trying to get on terms with the... Oh, he's taken the long way round, gone around the outside of a back marker there to try and that's completely off track. It's kept him in touch, got him even closer to the Lamborghini. I'm not sure whether that's a legit manoeuvre or not, actually. The back marker stayed where he was, and the Lambo went down the inside and the Porsche around the outside, but way off onto the runoff area. It's quicker, much quicker through the corner of the technical stuff than the Lamborghini and the Porsche is at the moment, but I think the Lamborghini's got the power at the moment. They've got to finish this Grand Prix part of the circuit, and then when they get onto the Hatzenbach, so really Gabriele Piani needs to get this done now and then. Look at that through the faster parts, Schumacher S, and up to the Vidal chicane. The Lamborghini's got the legs and pulled out 3 car lengths, 3-4 car lengths already, but through the technical parts, the Porsche was just all over the back of the Lamborghini, as we see through the chicane again, not just catching under braking. This will be interesting through Shabin Smith's curve, where how quickly he gets out of this. It's Piani I'm talking about, treating some lovely onboard here, down through the Hatzenbach. It should be quicker than the Lamborghini, as we've seen for the previous parts of this lap. So Lamborghini just pulled out a tiny little bit there, but I think the Porsche will just hold it there. Yes, look, starts to gain. Now, to get more technical, the Porsche starts to gain ground again and closes that gap from 3 car lengths down to at least 1, 2 maybe.
Yeah, the Lamborghini seems to have plenty of poke in a straight line, but he's really having to hang on in the corners, but he's got to do it for another lap. No, don't worry, it's only another 22.5 kilometres. Press on, press on. But yeah, out of corners must be slightly frustrating for Gabriele Piana, but bear in mind that the number 5 car had a stop-and-go penalty. That is why it's behind the Lamborghini, but that is racing. Those are rules. You transgress, you pick up the punishment, and it's about keeping your nose clean, about keeping out of trouble, as much as being quick in the early stages of race. They didn't manage to do so, and remember, they also had contact with the car that pretended to the Audi that was painted like a 1990s Alfa Romeo, would have raced in the British Touring Car Championship, or likewise in more flamboyant form in the DTM as well, with more wings and things. But
our race leader coming onto the dotting here for the final time, coming into that slow zone, Bruce, very shortly.
He once went in with a flourish, but
you can gun it across the line, can't you, with the green flag?
Yeah, bit of big noise,
little flourish.
Yeah, but for Ralf Aron, I'd love to see his face when he gets out of the car, because there'll be relief on that as well. I mean, in fairness, they've been so well placed, starting on pole position, his pole position, but through to the end of the race. He's watched it unravel, while Luca Stolz did a slightly longer run in his 3 stints, because this final stint for Ralf Aron, who did stints 2 and 3, was only going to be about 20-odd minutes, but to come through the final corner at what we call slower than walking pace, 60 kph, but then a little bit of power going down, a little bit of noise, and victory going to Winwood Racing, and Ralf Aron goes over towards the team who are up there, fists in the air over the pit wall, so they'll be delighted with that. He'll be delighted with his comeback, and the margin of victory in the end is going to be what we call beyond comprehensive, because they got things right. They worked the tactics very nicely indeed with their strategy, but the pace of both of the drivers, Luca Stolz, who did the hard yards, did the start of the race, kept the lead from pole position, but between them they did a really, really good job for Windward Racing. And it will be a while until the next car comes into view, and we expect it to be, and there it is, black and red and second place. It's Schubert Motorsport with their BMW M4 GT3, and the driver bringing it home is Hugo de Wilde, so that's another good result for them. Two different mates in the top two positions, and we expect Tobias Muller to be third through the corner. Car number 48, here it comes now, waiting for the green flag to be waved. Final flourish, the acceleration to the start-finish line will take the checkered flag in third place overall, so Mercedes from BMW from Porsche, and there'll be another Porsche in fourth place overall. Gap between first and second, just under 40 seconds. Wow. And
well, sorry, like I said, that is a decisive performance from Windward Racing all weekend, from qualifying, all 6 hours of the race, pit stop strategy, both drivers. Luca Stolz never had a question mark over it. There was no question mark over Ralf Aron, other than how's he going to perform on his comeback and how's he going to feel physically on such a demanding circuit. That was all. There was never any question about his ability.
No, absolutely not. But they just, I almost feel if we hadn't had slow zones, their advantage would have been even greater. Their pace and their balance of the car looked supreme. Oh, bit of contact right at the end of the race. Yeah. The Bullner Motorsport Porsche clattered into a back marker and struggling to get out of the chicane. Car running in front of it, running in the Porsche Cup 2 class, getting very loose indeed. And this is the point that Cup 2 class cars can be very, very quick in a straight line. But at the end, we had 4 cars on the lead lap, and that Bullner Motorsport Porsche we saw just running a little bit wide is probably got to complete its lap. But at the moment, 4 cars over the finish line, with the 2 Porsches in third and fourth. 48, which is Losch Motorsport, and number 4, Nico Mansell's come through into fourth in his. Again, a penalty for them. Didn't help proceedings. The next car through should be that number 123 Bullner Motorsport Porsche. Some distance further back, but getting very busy. And where is the number 1 Mercedes? Because that Pavel Lefterov, is he ahead of it or behind? Because that car has had a lot of pace. Sorry, when I say number 1 Mercedes, FK Motorsport BMW, shared with a host of other drivers. Dan Harper, who started, Pavel Lefterov, Maxime Ouston, and Leighton Fury, the South African driver. That has been quick in dispatches as well. But that was the one that started at the back of their pack because they didn't set a time in qualifying. So lots of ifs and buts and maybes, but no quibble, no question about the merits of Windward Racing. Winning and controlling things from the very outset. Half a second quicker than anybody else in qualifying. Thank you, Ralf Aron. And then in the race, his pace and the pace of that ultra steady, ultra reliable, but ultra quick driver, Luca Stolz. That did the rest. And Gap, we've got a few more cars. In fact, yes, Pavel Lefterov, the number 1 BMW, did get through into 5th place ahead of the number 123 Bullner Motorsport Porsche, and the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini should probably be the next in line, or will it? But anyhow, Luca Stolz goes up to open the just waiting for his teammate to get out, all dressed in blue, the tall Luca, waiting for Ralf Aron, who's probably just pausing for a moment, unclipping the net, and will be helped out of the car. Well done. What a return to Ralf Aron.
Can't imagine the relief.
Yeah.
He must feel.
Oh, 100%. And also what's so rare is for him to be racing back in Europe. You know, the young Estonian racer did loads of racing in Europe, but his sort of return to racing popped up in Asia and has been doing a really good job out there. But today, he'll be really pleased with that. And good to see some other drivers coming across. Patrick Assenheimer coming. He knows what it takes to win here. He's won so many events in the NLS, hasn't he?
I was just going to say, he knows what that means.
Oh, and here comes his car. The Losch Motorsport Porsche through into 3rd place overall. So great manufacturer variety. Mercedes from BMW and Porsche. And the driver who brought that in is Tobias Muller. He'll have enjoyed that race too. And also going through all that. You know, it's 6 hours. It's a longer race. It's more of an achievement. But again, for the Losch Motorsport crew, that is 3rd place overall for the 3rd time this season, and 3rd time that has given them the class victory. in Pro-Am. So that's good. But Renazzo Motorsport are going to come through with their Lamborghini, still in 7th place, chased all the way to the flag by Gabriele Piana. Gap between them at the end of the race, just over 0.2 of a second. And that would have been frustrating for Gabriele Piana with that final corner sequence, unable to provide him a chance to make the most of dotting her and maybe make a lunge. Barrier repairs still continuing at the exit of the penultimate corner. But interesting race today, but you have to say it was controlled in phenomenal style by Winwood Racing. They really did an exemplary job today. Decided to do it with 2 drivers rather than 3. Some of the crews brought 4 drivers on board to share the 6 hours, 50% longer than a normal round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. But again, interesting. But you know, not all the teams that compete across the course of the season were here this weekend. That was a factor too. There'll certainly be other crews going, well, I think we might have been a bit closer. But Winwood Racing had things under control. I would have challenged anybody to get out there and see if they could topple them.
Well, an absolute textbook display. Pole position, race win on a 6-hour, not even a 4-hour. Perfect strategy, fastest lap of the race. The only question mark over any of that would have been, was the young Ralf Aron fit enough to do 4 hours, 3 odd hours in the car around Nordschleife? And the answer, most emphatically, is yes.
Indeed, he did slightly under half the race because the final stint was a short one. Actually, good results in the end for the number 64.
Just seen that, yeah.
Mustang just come through in 9th place overall, 6 minutes and 40 seconds off the race finishing car. But they spent a lot of time with repairs going on their car because rear end damage with that contact with the Era Motorsport Mercedes giving it a clatter up the rear. But they persevered because at the time we thought, oh, with those repairs, all they can do is just go out for a test run. But at the end of the race, they were running on perfectly strong pace, but you can't afford to lose a best part of a lap, 3/4 of a lap, and hope to get any higher. And the Manthey Porsche, running in the SP Pro class, comes through in 10th place overall. That's where with the Griezmanns on board, but an interesting day. Oh, and by the way, if you want to know what happened between 900 and 902 in the battle for Cup 2 honours, it stayed with 900, and eventually by a margin of 19 seconds was the gap that Benja Itez built out over Oliver Wassertori. So that is it from us from the end of NLS 7, an enthralling race, but victory and how, I think we could say, for Winwood Racing. For Ralf Aron, who brought it home, who put it on pole, and Luca Stolz, who did the hard yards. Exemplary performance. For everyone else, look, listen and learn. But it was 6 hours of fun, and that's over from me, Bruce Jones, and from Peter Snowden. Goodbye.